course page. This is going to be similar to the Capsules page. We are going to have this, and I know you have noticed that when you go into a new page, before the data loads, then we have some kind of loading state that shows that the data is actually loading before it is displayed on the screen. And then we have our crew page, and for the crew page, we're going to have images with the crew in SpaceX and NASA and so on and so forth, with their names displayed on the bottom left. And so when you click on one of these images, then it's going to take you into an inner page, and this inner page is going to have their bigger image on the left with their name on the right and further details about them. And if you want to read their Wikipedia page, then you can go into their Wikipedia page. Okay, and then you can also go back to go to your actual crew page. And then something that I've just remembered to mention is that the background is a linear gradient. So if I go to the Capsules page, you'll notice that it starts from the top left with some kind of blackish color or grayish color, and then it goes to the bottom right where it turns into blue. So we're going to be adding that. And then if we go into the Dragons page, we have two items which are coming from the Dragons get request. So here we have the bigger image, we have the name of the dragon, and then we have a short description, and then we have a read more button. And the reason why you have a short description is because some of these descriptions are quite long and they can overflow on the page, which I did not want. So I just limited them. And then when you click on one of these images, it takes you into an inner page, which has the bigger title, which has more details such as the first flight date, the type, the crew that it carries, the dry mass, and so on and so forth. And then it has the rest of the description here. And of course, if you want to read the Wikipedia page, you can click on this link to go into the Wikipedia page. And then on the bottom, it has even more data about the Dragon, such as the payload mass and so on and so forth. And if you want to deal with imperial units, then you can just go ahead and click on this button that says toggle imperial units. And then when you click on it, it's going to turn all the kilograms into pounds and all the cubic meters into cubic feet and so on and so forth. And then on the right, we have some kind of image tabs. So we have a big image displayed on the screen, and then when it is active here, it has a white border. And then when I click on this next image, it is going to show up here, and then this is going to have this white border, which is basically some padding that I applied on it. And then when I click on this image, it's going to show up, and so on and so forth. So that's going to be the Dragons page, and you can go into the second Dragons page and it's going to do the same thing. And then next we have the land pads, and you can see that the land pads is going to have a similar structure to the Dragons page. So we have the image, we have the name of the landing zone, we have a description here, and then we have a read more button, and this constitutes all the landing pads that SpaceX has. And then when you click on one of them, it takes you to an inner page which has the bigger name here, which has the initials and more information about the landing. And of course, it has the bigger image on the right, and you can take a look at all of this if you want, and they all look pretty nice. And then next we have our launch page, which is going to be the biggest page that we're going to have because it has quite a lot of data that you can scroll to the bottom. And then you'll notice that on the bottom, some of these images don't display. We are going to add some kind of error boundary to that so that this doesn't happen. Just didn't add it into the main project, but we're going to fix it. And then now if you click on one of these articles, then it's going to take you into a bigger page that has the image here, that has the name of the launch, and then when it was launched and whether it succeeded or failed. And then it's going to give you the reason why it failed or whether it succeeded. And then if it has a press kit, then it's going to download a PDF file for you. And if it doesn't have, then of course you can see that nothing really happens. And then if you want to read more about it, you can click on this to take you to the article about it, or you can go ahead and watch the launch on YouTube. Okay, and if you go into one that succeeded, that such as this, then you're going to see that it has the name here and it was successful and so on and so forth. And I should mention that if you go to the bottom, it has launches that have not yet happened, such as this last one, which is going to happen on December 1, 2022. So this one is also going to display as failed, okay, because it has not yet happened. But you know, you can do something else to this, whether you can check for whether the date has passed or not. And then if the date is in the future, then you can say something like pending, and then you can change the color into yellow. Next, we have our launchpads page. And for the launchpads, these are going to be the launchpads that are owned by SpaceX. with this one, which was the first one used by Falcon 1, and you can see that it has the bigger title on the left. It has the initials here, and then whether it is retired or active, it is going to display here. So when it is active, it's going to display in green, and then if it is retired, it's going to display in red. And let me give you another example, such as this one is still active. You can see it is displayed in green, and so on and so forth. And one more, which is, I think it is there's one big build, this one, the Starship one. It is still under construction, so you can see it is also displaying in red. Next, we have our payloads page, which is just a huge page of data, just like the capsules and cores, where we're going to be getting the name of the payload, where it's orbiting, the reference system, and the customers who bought it, I think, and the manufacturers and the countries that were involved. And then we're just going to display it in these articles. And then next we have the Roadsters page. And for this page, we're just going to be displaying the roadster that Elon Musk launched into space in the test flight for the Falcon Heavy. And you can see that on the left, we have images. So if you click those images, it's just going to toggle this bigger image in the middle. As you can see, that is quite a bit of functionality. And then on the bottom, we have much more data about this. So like the distance from the Earth. And by the way, I should mention that this is constantly updating. Okay. So if you go back and reload this page, then it's going to update the distance as well. And then if you want to read more about it, you can click on the Wikipedia link, or you can click on the YouTube video to see the launch of the Falcon Heavy. And then next we have our rockets, and we have the Falcon 1, Falcon 9, the Falcon Heavy, and the Starship. And these are the rockets owned by SpaceX. And the Falcon 1 is no longer active. So if it's no longer active, it's going to say inactive. And then it has this other data that is displayed that we get from the API. And once again, if you want to use Imperial units, then you can toggle them right here. And then just like on the Dragons page, we can toggle the images as well. And then if we go back, we can go into the Falcon Heavy, which is my favorite, and you can toggle them as well. And then we have more images. And then next we have the ships page. And for the ships page, we're just displaying the bigger image of the ship, the name of the ship, and where its home port is. And then we have a learn more button. And probably I'm going to change this to read more or something else. And then when I click on this, then we're going to go into a bigger image. We're going to display more information about the ship. And then for other ships that don't have a date where it was built in, they're not going to display that. So let me just find an example, such as this one. You can see that we don't have a built-in date, so we are not going to be displaying it. And then something else that I should mention is that some of these ships don't have images. So for example, this one, we're going to use a default image, which is going to show if the ship doesn't have an image from the API. And then finally, we have our Starlink page, which is just going to be a page that holds quite a bit of data. And I think this is going to be the biggest page, actually, no longer the launches page, because it shows all the Starlink satellites that have been launched into space. And then it's just a bunch of data because we don't have any images about them. And yeah, that is going to be the finished project. And I should mention that we do have an error page. So if you go into a link that doesn't exist, then it's going to show you an error page that says, sorry, the requested resource could not be found. And then it has a link to go back to the home page. So we're going to use React Router DOM for our internal routing. And then we're also going to use Tailwind CSS to style everything, because this is quite a huge project. So yeah, let's begin. So as we begin, I just want to mention that if you want access to the finished code, then you can go into my profile, and the repository is called ReactJs SpaceX Web App. I'm going to leave this link in the description so that you can have a look at it. And you can go ahead and clone this repository and then run npm install and npm start, and it's going to give you this. Okay, so if you want access to this, please take the link in the description. Now I should mention that for the purpose of this video, I'm not going to be using this repository. Instead, I'm going to start from scratch. So I'm going to canvas a new React application and then build everything out from scratch. So this is just for a reference for you if you want to take a look at it. So the second thing I want to mention is that if you go ahead and Google SpaceX data, then you're going to have this first website here that says docs.spacexdata.com. And the second one is going to be the GitHub, where the API resides. Let's take a look at the first one, which is this tab right here. And this tab basically shows the API, but remember that this is the version 3 of the API. We're going to be using version 4, and version 4 does not have history, and does not have info, and it doesn't have the missions, but it does have the crew link as well as Starlink. Okay, and if you want to see an example of a fetch request in JavaScript, then you can click right here, and then you can say you want to use the JavaScript fetch. Okay, and then if you go into the capsules here, then it's going to show you an example of a GET request that we're going to be sending in JavaScript. So if you go to this link, which I'm just going to open up, so just go to this link, then you're going to get a GET request that shows all the capsules. And inside here, I'm using an extension called JSON formatter, and it just formats the JSON for me so that it is much more readable, much easier to understand. So this is an example of the GET request that we're going to get back when we hit the endpoint of /capsules. Okay, so once you do that, then what you can do is you can click on Run in Postman, and it's going to open up Postman for you. And Postman is just basically an application that you can use to build out APIs if you don't have a front end. And if you click on this, then it's going to open up Postman for you. And if you don't have an account, then it's going to request you to create an account with them. And then do that, then it's going to create this in your workspace. So it's going to create our SpaceX API v4. And if you open this up, and you're going to get all the endpoints that you can hit, such as the capsules, the company info, and so on and so forth. And we're going to be using version 4. So for example, if I wanted to go into the crew, I can just open this up, and then I can say send a GET request to get all crew. So when I click on this, it's going to open up a new GET request for me right here. And then when I click on send, then it's going to send me a response. And the response here is going to be the name of the person, where the current agency, where they're at, and so on and so forth, depending on all the data that we get back. That's just an example of how you can use Postman. And probably we are going to use it for some of these things, but not for all of them, because all the endpoints, I already know them. And we can just copy these links and just paste them in our browser, and we are going to get the same data returned. So once again, when you search for SpaceX data, you also get the GitHub repository where the API resides. And if you click on this link, it's going to open this page up. And this is the API where the repository resides. So you can go through this if you want as well. So yeah, that's basically what we're going to be building. And that's all the information that we need to know about before we begin. And as we begin, I just want to mention that I have canvassed a new React application by running npx create React app. And I've called this application SpaceX Informational. So you can go ahead and create a new React application, and then it's going to do all this for you. And then once that is done, then you can say cd into SpaceX Informational. Informational. And just cd into the application name that you have. Okay. And then I'm just going to say open a new instance of Visual Studio Code inside this folder. And then once this opens up, you can see that this is going to be our default file structure. So we have the node modules, the public folder, the source folder, the git ignore, the package log, the package JSON, and the readme. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to install all the dependencies that we're going to need, which in this case are Tailwind CSS, which is going to handle our styling, and React icons for our icons. And then we're also going to need React Router DOM, which is going to handle our internal routing. So I'm going to open up my browser and head into tailwindcss.com. And then in the installation guides, I'm going to go into framework guides, and then I'm going to select create React app. And then since we've already done these two steps, then I just want to install this one. So just open up my terminal using Ctrl and J. And then I'm going to say paste this in. And then I'm going to copy this next line and just copy it and paste it here and run it. And then I'm going to copy this line. And then once it creates the Tailwind config file for me, then I'm going to paste it in. Okay, so inside this file right here, I'm going to paste it right here. So once I save this, then I'm going to import these 3 lines in my index.css file. So inside the source folder, inside my index.css, I'm going to paste this on top right here and save it as well. And then once I save that, then I'm going to say npm run start, which is going to run our dev server on localhost 3000. But before I run our dev server, I want to import a new font that we're going to be using here. So I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to remove all of this, and I'm going to change this into Inter, which is the I'm going to be using, and a fallback of sans serif, like so. And then let's go ahead and import this font from fonts.google.com. So fonts.google.com. And then inside here, I'm going to search for the font called Inter. So Inter, and it's this one right here. And I'm going to grab the regular 400, which is I've already selected it, and the bold 700 right here. And then I'm going to go on the import tab, and then I'm just going to use this import, and I'm going to paste it on top of this. And then once we have that, then we can go ahead and say npm run start, which is going to open up our dev server on localhost 3000. And you know what, I've actually made a mistake. What I want to do first is install React icons and React router DOM. So I'm going to say npm install React icons and React router DOM. So let this run, and then we can begin. And then now once that finishes installing, then I'm going to say npm run start. As this opens up, I want to do a bit of cleanup. So I'm going to delete the app.css, the app.test.js, the logo, the report with vitals, and the setup tests. Just delete them. Okay, and then in my public folder, I'm going to delete the favicon, the logos, and the manifest.json. So just delete these. And then we can clean up the index.html file, so we can remove these ones. So the manifest.json is deleted, so we can remove it as well. And we can remove all the way up to here. And then we can change this title into SpaceX informational web, let's say web app. And then you can remove this comment. There we go. And then these logos don't exist, but I'm not going to remove them because I might create logos for this, and then I'm going to add them in. So I'm going to change this description into SpaceX informational web app. And then the meta theme can remain black because black is going to be the color of the website by default. So I'm going to save this, and the favicon also doesn't exist, but once again I might create icons for this, so I'm just going to put it in for now. Okay, so let's close this down, and then in the app.js we can remove all of this inside here, and then you can remove this. Okay, and then you can just return an h1 that says hello world, like so. And then in the index.js we need to remove this because we've deleted this file, and then we need to remove this as well. And then once we save this, something's missing. There we go. So we can save this, and let's see what we have on the screen. And once our server opens up, you can see we have localhost 3000. We can see the document title has changed, and we can see hello world on the screen. So I'm going to close these two tabs, and then I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place this to the left. Okay, so let's close this down. And then now what I want to do is I want to set up React router DOM, and then set up some of our global pages that we're going to need. So inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called pages. And then inside the source folder, once again, I'm going to create another new folder called components. And then inside components, I'm going to create a new file called index.js, and then do the same thing in pages. So a new file called index.js. And then inside pages, a new file called error.js, which is going to be our error page. So if we go in that doesn't exist, then we're going to show the error page. So the first thing that I'm going to do is say export. Let me close this. So export default. And now let me place this to the full screen because we are not really dealing with anything on the UI currently. So I'm going to say export default function error, like so. And here we're going to return something. Inside here we're going to be returning a fragment, and inside here we're going to return a section, and this section is going to have an h1 that says error, and we'll be just going to say like the requested resource could not be found. And then below this we're going to be linking back to the home page, so we're going to create a link, and this is going to be going to /, and then we're going to place our arrow using a HTML entity called ampersand LARR. So and a LARR means left arrow, and then we're just going to say to home page. And then this is going to have a custom class, so class name of BTN, which is going to be the class of all our buttons, and we're going to be creating these global classes. And then we need to import this from React Router DOM, because it's not going to work. So I'm going to say import link from React Router DOM, like so. And then we're going to save this, and then inside the index.js file in our pages folder, I'm just going to say import error from error, and then I'm going to say export error. So I'm exporting error as a named export inside here, so that I can go into my app.js, and on top of the app component I can just say import error from /pages. I can do this because it's inside the index.js, and React understands that when a folder has the index.js, then the index.js is going to act as the entry file. So I don't have to reference this from pages /error like this, but I can just do this. Okay, and then now we need to set up React Router DOM. So of this, I'm going to say import browser router, and then import routes, and then import route as well, and these are coming from React Router DOM. And then now, instead of rendering a div with a class of app, I'm going to be rendering browser router like so. And then instead of rendering h1, I'm going to be rendering the route component like so, which is going to be the parent. And then inside the routes component, I'm going to render a route with a path of /. So the path is where the page is going to link to. And then this also takes in another prop called element, and element is the component that you want to render. So inside here, I want to render the home component, so home page, which we have not created, so we can go ahead and create it. So inside the pages folder, I'm going to create a new file called homepage.js, and inside homepage.js, I'm just going to say rfc, and this is coming from an extension that I'm using called ES7 React Redux and React Native snippets right here. So you can go ahead and install this, and you'll be able to do shorthand properties instead of keeping on writing this repetitive code every single time. So I'm going to save this, and then inside my index.js, once again, I want to import the home page. So I'm just going to copy this and say import home page from home page, and then export home page. Oops. Home page like so. And then in my app.js, I can now import home page here. So import home page, and then now this component is coming from the pages folder. So now technically what we should see on the screen is some text that says homepage. So I'm going to save this, and let's see what we have. Okay, and there we go. So the text changes to homepage because we are currently on the /. The path is now /. Okay, now in order to test whether our error page is working, I'm going to create another route here. The path for this is going to be a wildcard, so I'm going to set it into an asterisk, and the element that is going to show is obviously the error page, so error like so, and then close it out. So what this means is that every other page that doesn't match any of these routes is going to be an error page, and so you want to show our error component. So I'm going to save this, and then let's go into our application, and let's go into / link that doesn't exist, and we should see error, the requested resource could not be found. And then when you click on back to home page, it takes us back to the home page. So now what I want to do is I just want to bring this text to the center. So let me do that. And it's quite easy. You can just do this, go into the error page. And because we have installed Tailwind CSS, then I can just give this a class name of flex and flex-column and items-center and justify center, and then text-center, so text align center, and then I can just say h of screen, and it's going to move it to the center. There we go. And then now I want to style our btn class. So let's go into our index.css right here, and then we can begin to say that for the .btn class, btn like so, I want to say @apply, and this is a Tailwind directive, and I want to say @apply py of 2, px of 6, or let's say padding x of 8, let's say border dash white, let's say border dash 2, and then let's say bg transparent, so it's going to have a transparent background. And then let's change the text color to white, so text white. And then let's say for the hover state, for the hover, We want that when you hover over it, then the opacity is going to reduce to 75 with a slight transition. So transition dash all with a duration of dash 200. Okay, and now this is going to disappear. And what is happening here? It says transition all class does not exist. What transition spelling. There we go. So we're going to have this, and it disappears because once again the text is white and the border is white as well. But we're going to be changing this into a background color of a darker background color. And you know what, I can actually do that right away by saying at apply. And remember, we're going to be adding a linear gradient. So I'm going to say at apply bg gradient, right? And I'm going to say bg gradient dash 2 dash bottom right. And I'm going to say it's going to start from a color called stone 900, and it's going to go to zinc. So via zinc dash 800, and then on the bottom right we're going to go to slate dash 900. So when I save this, then we should have this on the screen. Okay, and something is not working correctly. Something is not working correctly. Slate is not this color. This is not slate. Something is not working correctly. So let's see, let me remove this slate and what via zinc 800. Does that not work? What? This is curious. I'm not sure why this is not working. Interesting. So let's just save this, and then we're going to have this gradient to work with. This is still okay. So I'm going to go back to the home page, and then we can create our components. So the first component that we're going to need to create is the header. So inside our components, I'm going to create a new file called header.js, and then I'm going to export header inside the index.js, which is inside the components. So I'm going to say import header from ./header, and then we're going to say export header, and then save this, put it on a new line, and then in the app.js we're going to import header from components. So above this we're going to say import header as a named import from components, and then I want the header to always appear on all pages, so I'm going to place it outside of the routes component and just render header. And then when I save this, it's going to break a bit because our header is empty. So let's go ahead and fill it up a bit. So I'm going to say RC like so, and when I save this, then we should just have header on the screen right here. It's visible just a bit. Now what I want to do is I want to create a header here, a header element, and then inside here we're going to have a div, and inside here we're going to have our logo, and our logo is going to be an icon which I'm going to place inside a link. So I'm going to link this to /homepage, and then inside here I want our icon, and the icon is going to be coming from React icons. So we're going to import an icon called SpaceX from React icons /si like so, and we're going to render it out inside here, and it's called SpaceX. I think this is what it's called. Let's save this. Let's see. Okay, so it throws an error, which means this should be a small letter. So SpaceX, small letter, and link is not defined. We need to import it here. So import link from React.dom, and we should have our icon, and it's barely visible. So we're going to be styling this out in a moment, no worries. And then below this div we're going to have our navbar, and I'm going to be very cheesy with this navbar, and you'll see why I'm saying that. So inside here we're going to have a UL with the list items, and each of these list items are going to have a link. So these list items are going to be about 12 of them, and each of them are going to have a link component to this. So this first one is going to be capsules, and it's going to be linking to /capsules. Okay, now we're going to do the rest for this when we're doing the actual pages, so that I don't dwell on this too much. So once I save this, we have a blank screen, and I think it's because these links always need to have a to prop. So you know what, let me just delete all of these, and then let's save it again, and there we go. Okay, fantastic. So we're just going to be building it page by page, so there's not no worries about that. Now what I want to do is inside these links, I'm going to give this a class name of text-white and text-small, and then we're going to have this on the screen. And then for large screens, then I want the text to go back to base, so go back to 16 pixels. So right around here you can see that it goes back to 16 pixels. Okay, so once you have that, then let's go ahead and style our logo as well. So give this a class name of text-4xl and text-white, and we should have that's too small, so text-8xl. Okay, that's much better. And then once we do this, then I'm going to go inside the header and give this a class name of flex and items-center and justify between to place all the content inside to be end to end, like so. So the logo is here, and then our first icon, and then I want to add a padding on the x-axis of 5 to push this content inwards. There we go. That is on mobile screens. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our home page, and inside our home page I'm now going to return a fragment inside here, and then inside here I'm going to return a section that has a class of showcase, and then inside here we're going to have a div with a class of overlay, and then inside this div with a class of overlay we're going to have an article, and inside this article we're going to have an h1 that says all the SpaceX data in one place. Just going to have it at that, and then the rest of the data that is going to be inside here is going to come from the API, which we are going to fetch in a moment. But for now, what I want to do is I want to add a custom background to the showcase and to the overlay as well. And then I also want to add a custom class on the h1 called heading, because the h1 is going to be on every page. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Inside our index.css, what I want to do is let me also add a bit of more global stylings. So I'm going to do that for all the images. I want them to have a max width of 100%, so that they take up 100% of the device width or 100% of the container they are placed in. And then I'm going to say set the width to 100% as well, so that they are going to take up 100% of the container. And what am I saying? This is to make sure that the images always take up 100% of the container, and this is to make sure that they don't overflow outside of the container. And then let's go ahead and create a custom class of heading, and here I'm just going to say apply text-white font-bold, and then I'm going to say text-4xl on mobile screens. For medium screens I'm going to say text-5xl. For large screens text-6xl, and you know what, let me set this to extra large screens text-6xl, and we're going to have that. So for the heading, which means this should now change, there we go, and then we can scale it up also, and that is how it's going to look. And then now what I want to do is I want the paragraphs to have a line height of 1.8, and then I'm going to say apply text-small to all the paragraphs. So all the paragraphs are going to have a small text. And then now I can access the showcase, and the showcase is going to have a background image which is coming from URL, which is going to be one of the images that we're going to have inside here. So let me just go ahead and get it. Okay, so I've imported the image, and it's inside here is called bg-image. However, if you go into the repository that I showcased at the start, then you're also going to get the image from there, and you can just download it. So the URL is going to be /bg image, and I don't think that is a good idea actually. So let me bring this image inside the source folder, just drag and drop inside the source folder, and then now I can see /bg image. So I'm going to save this, and we should have this on the screen. So the image is right there, but then I want the image to take up 100% of the viewport. So I'm going to say 100 viewport heights. Okay, so that we're going to have this. And you know what, because viewport heights are not well supported on mobile screens or on mobile devices, then I'm going to use a CSS function that is going to return the value of the pixels. So I'm going to say calc 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, and this returns the value of the height in pixels instead of viewport heights, because viewport heights are not well supported on mobile. So I'm going to save this, and you can see that nothing really changes, right? And then once we have that, then I want the background to be positioned in a way such that the row is going to be in the middle, even on mobile screens, and then the image is not going to repeat. As you can see, the image is repeating. I've zoomed out. Okay, so what we can do here is that we can add the background repeat property and set it to no repeat, and then I can set the image to always be to the center, and then I can set an object fit of cover, which means that it is always going to be covering the entire space. So even if I zoom in or if I zoom out, then the image is always going to remain in place. Okay, so that's very good to know. Let me reset back to 100%. And then once we have this, then what we want to do is our header is going to be positioned absolute so that the image can go behind the header. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm just going to add a class on the header called absolute, and then that is going to happen. So the logo is here, and then the text is here. So what I want to do is I'm also going to say the width to full so that it goes all the way to the end as well. And then now I'm going to go back into our index.css, and I'm going to target the showcase and the .overlay class, and inside here I'm just going to set the background color to a very transparent black, technically translucent, so RGBA 0000.2, just to give it a bit of a darker overlay. And I need to set the height here to the same as the showcase so that the overlay actually works. And you can see that it's very slight. So if I change it into 0.9, then it's going to be very dark, right? Let me place this properly. Okay, so 0.9 looks like that. So I just want it to be around 0.3 or even 0.2, but 0.3 works as well. And then now what I want to do is I want this to display as a flex box so that this text is going to come to the center. So I'm going to say display as a flex, and then I'm going to say align items to the center and justify content to the center, and this is going to move it all the way to the center right here. And then I want this text to align to the center, so I'm going to go back into my homepage.js, and then inside here, inside this h1, I'm going to say text-center. And then now we can begin styling this out even better. I can change this into capitalized text. Then the text is going to be capitalized. Okay, there we go. So now we need to fetch our data, which we are going to display below this, and the data that we're going to get is the company info. And so the endpoint that we're going to be hitting in the API is company. So let's go ahead and first of all, let's import the hooks that we're going to need. So I'm going to say import use state and use effect from React. And then below this, I can say const company and set company is equal to use state, and by default I'm just going to set it into null. And then I'm going to call my use effect like so, and then set an empty dependency array so that it only runs on the initial render of the app component. And then I'm going to say const fetch company is equal to async, so an asynchronous function. And then I'm going to say const res equals to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching from https://api.spacexdata.com/v4/company. And then I'm going to say const data that we get back is equal to res.json, so convert into JSON. And then I'm just going to say set company into the data that we get back, and doing this is going to populate our state value. And then once we do that, let's remember to call our function, so fetch company like so. Okay, so I can save this, and let's go ahead into this link so that we can see the data that we get back and we can see the data that we need. Okay, let me zoom out a bit. Okay, so the data that we get back is this one right here. I can zoom in a bit. And then what we need to do is we need to display this data in articles. So the first articles we're going to get is the headquarters, then the links, and then these others. So how we're going to do this is, let me place this a bit to the right around here. So let's go ahead and we're going to create an article here. and then this article is going to have a UL inside here. And remember that the response that we're getting back here is converted to JSON, but remember that this is an object, okay? So it's not an array. So we are not going to be mapping over any data here. So we're going to have a UL inside here with a few list items. So li times, let's say 3, and this first one is going to say let's say company dot headquarters can spell dot address, like so. And you know what, let's remove this, and then we can just copy this downwards, and then this is going to say city, and this is going to say state, like so. And then we can add a flag on top of this called an h2, and we can call this h2, we can just say headquarters, like so. And then we can just copy this article, copy it, and then paste it downwards, and then we can change this into links, or we can call this useful links. So useful links, and this is going to go into links.website. This is going to say link.flickr, so links, and then this is going to say links.twitter, and then this fourth one is going to say link.elon_Twitter. And you know what, I've just realized I want these to be anchor tags, so that when I click on them, then they are going to take me into the actual links. So I'm going to cut these out, and I'm going to paste them inside here. So the href is going to be this, the href is going to be this, and then I'm just going to say website for the text, and then cut this out, add in an href, paste this in, and then the text is going to say Flickr, and then cut this out once again, place in an anchor tag, paste this in, and then this is going to say Twitter, and then cut this out, place in an anchor tag, and then this is going to say Elon Twitter, like so. And then finally we're going to add this in. So this article, I'm just going to copy this, and you know what, I don't want to copy that article because we don't need links here. So I'm going to copy this second article, copy it, and then below this article I'm going to change this into about, and then I'm going to remove this, and then now I'm just going to say company.name, and copy this down a few more times. So company.name, this is good, company.founder, and then this is called founded, and then this is employees, and then this is vehicles, and then this is launch underscore sites, and then this is test underscore sites, and then copy a few more times, and then this is going to be, this one is going to be CEO, this is going to be CTO, and this is going to be COO, and two more times. So CTO, and then you have, what is this? This is CEO, then CTO, then COO, then CTO propulsion. So CTO propulsion, and then we're also going to have valuation here. So valuation, and because valuation is a large number, so I'm just going to add 2 local string that you can add commas or full stops depending on where you live. And then now I'm going to go outside of, or you know what, just below this article. Which article is this? Okay, so below this article I'm going to have a paragraph inside here that says company.summary, like so. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and we should have quite a bit of data on our screen, but we have nothing. So let's check out why we have nothing. And it says cannot read properties, reading address. What? Where is address? Headquarters.address. Okay, so we have nothing on the screen, and I think that is because our UI is being displayed before this fetch can run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this entire section, and then I'm going to add in a loading state. So I'm going to say, so I'm going to place in my conditional and say when there is no data inside company, when this is true, then I want a loading state to show up, which we're going to create. And then when it has loaded, then I'm just going to paste this in. So let's go ahead and create this loading state. So inside our components, a new file called loading state.js, and I'm just going to say RFC. And then inside here, we're going to have an interesting loading state. We're going to have a div with a class of spinner. And then inside here, we're going to have an article. And then outside of this article, we're going to have a paragraph that says the spinny thingy means it's loading. Okay, so I'm going to have this. And then we're going to tell our loading spinner in a moment. But for now, I just want to render it inside here. So inside the index.js, I need to export our loading spinner. So I'm just going to call it loading. So import loading from /loading state, like so, and then just export loading. And then now in our home page, now instead of saying loading state, we can just say loading. And then we need to import it on top of this. So I'm going to say import loading from components. So save this, and we should have something on the screen, but it still breaks. All right, so it has taken me about 15 minutes of Googling and looking at their code that I wrote in my repository and looking at Postman to see whether they had made any changes to the API, only to realize that I had this as an asynchronous function and I forgot to add the keyword of await here. And I even tried to disable to see whether the problem was within the code that I had written, but I was wrong. Okay, so you need to add this await res.json, and I know some of you already caught this and just I was only just suffering alone. So re-enable this, and re-enable this as well. So when you re-enable this, then we're going to have this on the screen. So the text is here. See, the text is right here. Okay, now let's change the text color first of all, going into this article and giving this article a class name of text white. And we should have this. Okay, fantastic. And then now what I want to do is I want these three articles, so this first one, this second one, and this third one, to be inside a div so that I can use display grid on them. So I'm going to cut them all out, and then I'm going to place them inside a grid. So inside a div, I'm going to say div with a class of grid, and grid dash calls dash 1 with a gap of 5. And then for medium screens, I want the grid columns to be 2. And then for large screens, then I want the grid dash calls to be 3. And then I'm just going to put this in. And what I want to do now is inside each of these ULs, so this first UL, or this third UL, and then this second UL, and then this first UL, I'm going to go each one. I'm going to go inside each one of them, and I'm going to say class name of text small with an opacity of 75, so that they're just slightly opaque. And then I'm going to save this, and let's see what we have. And we have this on the screen. Okay, so that's looking okay. That is looking okay. Now what we need to do is we just need to limit all of this. Okay, and we can do that by going inside into this div and give this div a max width of about 4XL, and we just say MX auto so that it is centered. And I think 4XL is a bit big. No, this actually works. And then something else that I realized is that I want this about div to come first and these two to come second. So let's grab this final div at the bottom. So this one, this final article rather, and then let's place it on top of this one, like so. And then we're going to have this. Now what I want to do is I want to kind of tell a story with all this data, that is not just like data that is thrown at you, you know. So what I'm going to do is, this is company.name, so I'm going to say company.name was founded by company.founder in the year, or in the year did this, like so, founded. And then I can say it has, so at the beginning of this I'm going to say it has company.employees, so employees, then comma, company.vehicles, vehicles, which are the rockets that it has, and then company.launch sites, launch sites, comma, and a comma here as well, and then test sites, comma, or I can say something like launch sites and company test sites, then full stop. Then I can remove this comma, and then you know what, for these three I think I can remove this data, just remove it, and then this one as well. And then now instead of having this to be a full stop, and I can say and is valued, and I can say is valued at valuation, this is billion, so capital B. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what we have. Okay, so we are going to have this. Let me place a space here, and we have this. So SpaceX was founded by Elon Musk in the year 2002. It has 9,500 employees, 4 vehicles, 3 launch sites, and 3 test sites, and is valued at 74 billion. Is this billion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, this is billion. 74 billion. Okay, so once we have that, then I want to also limit text a bit. So I'm going to go into this paragraph, the class of summary, or sorry, rather the paragraph that shows the summary. Give this a class name of max width dash 3xl and mx auto to center it right around there. Okay, fantastic. And then I'm going to say text center so that it is going to be centered like so. And then I'm going to give it a margin on the top of 10 to push away from these articles. There we go. And then now I also want to go inside this div that has all these 3 articles, and then I can push away from this text. So let's go inside this div. So right here, and I'm going to say margin on the top of 10. Fantastic. And then once we have that, then I want to place an underline below each one of these H2s, and then I want to style the H2s to be just a bit bigger with a bold font. So let me go inside here, and I'm going to give this a class name of font dash bold. Okay, and then I can just say border dash B and border dash white. Let me see how this looks. Border B. Let me say border bottom dash 2. Okay, and then for large screens here, what I can do is increase the grid gap to 20. There we go. And then now I'm going to increase the font size of this H2. So I'm going to say text dash XL, make it bigger, and then I'm going to say margin dash, oh sorry, not margin but MB, so margin bottom dash 2 or dash 3, pushed away from this text. There we go. Fantastic. And then if I want to push away from this border, I can use padding, so padding bottom dash 2, pushed away just a bit from this. There we go. And you know what, I think let me just make this uppercase, so that it's going to have this, and then let me increase the letter spacing, so I can say tracking dash wider to increase the letter spacing. There we go. And then we can do the same thing for this other paragraph by just copying this, for the other heading, sorry, by just copying this and pasting it inside here and pasting it inside here. And we're going to have this. Would you look at it? So now what you can do is, if you want to test it out, you can reduce the size, and you'll see that at about medium screens, then it displays as 2 grids, and then on screens, then it has this. And I've just realized that on small screens, I want to add padding on the x-axis so that this pushes inwards. So inside this div, I'm just going to say padding on the x of 5, padding on the x, or push it inwards like so. And we are going to have this. These list items are a bit close to one another, right? Yeah, they're a bit close to one another. So what I'm going to do is, inside these list items, I'm going to increase the margin by 1 or 2. So let me go to list item, give this a class name of margin bottom of 2. Let me see how large that is. Let me say margin bottom 1. So a bit smaller, and then I can just grab this, and using the Alt key, I'm going to click on here, and then using the Alt key, click on this and this and this and this to add multiple cursors. I just paste this in, and then do the same for these 3, and paste it in, and then do the same for these list items here and here. Then paste it in, and they should be separated out just a bit. That's much better. Okay, so basically this is going to be our home page, and now we can go ahead and start building out our capsules page, which, as you can see, is going to be an error page because we don't have the capsules page yet. So let's go ahead and let me just close all of these pages down. There are too many. And then inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new page called capsules, capsules.js. And then inside here, I'm going to say RFC, which is going to return a div that says capsules. And then inside the index.js, I just want to import capsules. So import capsules right there, and then export capsules. And then inside my app.js, then I want to create a new route for the capsules. So I'm going to create a route here. Path for this is going to be /capsules. And the element that is going to be rendering is called the capsules, which is coming from /pages. As you can see, it is imported right there. And then remember to close out your route component. Okay, so I'm going to save this. And if we navigate into /capsules, then this is the page that we're going to have. And you can see that capsules is on the top right here. I don't know whether you can see it. It's a bit dark. So inside the capsules page, what we want to do is return a section inside here. And this section is going to have an h1 with a class of heading. And this heading is going to say capsules, like so. And then I'm just going to text -center and margin bottom 5. And it should appear right there. Fantastic. And then below this, we're going to have a div, which is going to be parent. And then inside here, we're going to have some articles. Now, these articles are going to be populated with the data that we get back from the API. So let's go ahead and import our use state and use effect. So import use state and use effect from React. And inside here, I'm going to say const capsules and set capsules. This is going to be equal to use state. By default, it's going to be an empty array, and then I'm going to call my use effect. So use effect. Okay. And then I'm going to add in an empty dependency array so that it only runs once on the initial render. And then I'm going to say const fetch capsules equals to async, so asynchronous function, async, like so. And I'll say const res, so the response that we get back is equal to await fetch, and we are going to be fetching from https://api.spacexdata.com/v4 capsules, like so. Then we're going to say const data is equal to res is equal to await res.json. Almost made the same mistake. So res.json, and then we're going to say set capsules into the that you get back, and then remember to call our function, so fetch capsules. Okay, and then inside here you can just return an h1 with a class of heading that says, come on, that is capsules.length. Okay, so let's save this. Let's see what we have, if this works actually. So we have 25 of them. Okay, so now what we want to do is inside here, actually inside this div, I'm going to be mapping over my capsules data. So I'm going to say capsules.map, and then I'm going to say I want to destructure a bit of data that I get back, and then you can just go to the API, which is this right here, and then you can see what you get back. Let me close these pages. So the data that we want to get back is the type here, which is going to be the title, and then how many times it has been reused, how many launches it has had. So this one, which is an array, and we're just going to be getting the array.length. And then we're going to say how many water landings and the last update that it has had. So let me put it to the right and this one to the left. And here I can just say I want to get the ID, which is going to be the unique key, and then the type and the status. And the status here is going to show green if it is active and red if it is inactive. And then we're going to say serial as well, and then launches, and then last underscore update, and then land underscore landings, and water landings, and reuse underscore count. Okay, and then we're going to return an article. So return an article here, with the key of ID because we are returning a list. And then this article is going to have a custom class name, which is just going to make it darker, just darker a bit. And I'm going to call this class name articles, like so. And then inside here, I'm going to return an h2 that says the type. So I'm going to return type inside here. So this is a small t, so type. And then comma, I'm going to place this inside a span, and I'm going to be returning the serial, like so, because the span is going to be styled a bit differently from the h2, because I want it to be slightly opaque so that it comes out as if it's grayed out. And then below this, we're going to have a ul with how many list items. So let's see, 1 2 3 4 5, so 6 list items. And the first one is going to say launches, so the number of launches, so launches dot length, because launches is an array. Okay, you can use array methods on it. So launches dot length returns the number of launches, and here I'm just going to say launches. And then this next one is going to say landings, because I want last update being it is some text. In fact, it's even going to be outside of the ul, so a paragraph here that says last underscore update. Okay, and then this one is going to say land underscore landings, so how many landings. And then at the end of this, I'm going to say landings. And then this next one is going to say water landings, so water underscore landings. And then I'm going to say water landings for the text. And then this one is going to say reuse count, so reuse count. And then I'm just going to say reused count times, so reused what number of times. There we go. And then for the status here, I want to place in a conditional, right? So inside here, I'm going to say place in a conditional and say status is equal to active. And when this is true, then I want to return a list item here, list item that says active. And then if it is false, then I want to return a list item that says retired. Okay, and then we're going to style this differently. So if it is active, I want this to have a class name of text emerald -500. And then if it is not active, so if it is retired, then I'm going to give this a class name of text-rows-500. So let's save this and let's see what we have on the screen. And so we have this, so you can see that this is retired, and whether we have active is also here. Okay, now let's go ahead and add this custom class of articles. So inside our index.css, I want to add a class of .articles inside here, and I'm going to say @apply bg, let's call it bg stone -900. Let me see how this looks like. So bg stone 900. Okay, and then now what I want to do is go back inside my capsules, and right inside this div, I want this div to be displayed as a grid. So class name grid, and the grid columns -1 with a gap of 5. And then for medium screens, I want the grid columns to be 2, and then for large screens, I want the grid columns to be 3. But now they're going to go 1 2 3. There we go. And then when we have this, then what I want to do is I want to limit the width of this so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So I'm just going to have here a class of max width, which I'm going to create. So right above this, I'm going to create a class of max width, and I'm just going to say @apply max width of 6xl and mx auto, which is going to center everything. But now this is going to go up to here. Okay, fantastic. And then now we can continue styling our articles by saying padding around of 5, rounded -large with a box shadow, and we can set the box shadow to, let's say, something like, let's say emerald dash, let me see how 400 looks. No, let me remove that. Let's say zinc dash 400. Okay, too light, so zinc dash 800. I think we can work with that. That's okay. Okay, and then I want to change the text color to white, so text dash white. There we go. And then now what I want to do is change the text into small. And there we go. And then now what I want to do is style these h2s differently. So give this a class name of text dash, let me say text dash XL. Okay. And font dash bold. And margin bottom of 5. So this is going to happen. And then inside this span, give this a class name of text dash base and opacity dash 75 to make it just a bit grayed out, so that we're going to have this. And then change the font into light. There we go. Fantastic. And then now I want to go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of margin top of 5 and opacity of 75 as well, just to make it just a bit grayed out, and it's going to be like that. Fantastic. And then finally I just want to separate out these list items. So inside each of these list items right here, here and here, I just want to give this a class name of margin bottom of 1 to push downwards, and then here as well margin bottom of 1. And you know what, I don't need to add it here because this is the last list item. Okay, and just like that we have our capsules page, but it is technically incomplete because you can see that this goes all the way to the top, and if I would have more links then they would overflow, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add massive padding here on the section. So padding Y of 32. So padding on the top and bottom of 32. Push it downwards massively. And then now let me push this away from these articles just a bit more. So right here, let me say margin bottom of 10. And before we continue, then I want to add our loading state to this page as well. So I'm going to grab this entire section, cut it out, and I'm going to say that when there are no capsules, so when capsules has not been filled, when this is true, then I want to show our loading state, which is coming from our components right here. And when everything is loaded in, then I want to style in I want to place in our section. So this. And then if I try to reload, we should see something, but we don't, because just remember that we haven't styled our loading state. So let's go ahead and style our loading state. So I want to access the spinner inside here, and then also want to access the spinner and the article inside the spinner. And for this article, I'm going to give this a width of 1. Let me say 2 rem, and then a height of 2 rem as well. And then I want to give this a background color of transparent. And then I want to give it a border of 2 pixels, solid and transparent as well. And then I want to give it a border top color. So border top color of hashtag 10B581. And we should see something on the screen, but we don't, because this needs to be positive so that the loading state can always be shown right here. Okay. And then now what I'm going to do is inside our spinner here, I'm going to say display flex, alignment of center, just overlay the center and set a mean height of 100 viewport height so that it's always going to be to the center right here. And then let's see. And you know what, instead of the border here being transparent, let me say hashtag 10B581, 10B581, but then let's make it a bit slightly less opaque right around here. No, too small. And what, let me just make it grayed out. There we go. And then let me increase this to about 5 rem. This loading speed is bigger, and then I can add a border dash radius of 50% to make it rounded like so. And then change this text to white so I can go inside our loading state here and give this paragraph a class name of text dash white with an opacity dash 75 like so. And then now what I'm going to do inside here is I want to change the flex direction to column so that they go one on top of the other like so. And then inside the paragraph, once again inside here, I just want to say margin top of 5 to push it away from this just a bit. And then I want to add an animation on this, on the article. So what I'm going to do is inside my index.css, I'm going to say animation, and I want to call this animation spin, and I want it to spin for 0.3 seconds in a linear fashion, and I want it to spin forever, so infinite so. And then I'm going to go ahead and create my keyframe. So at keyframes, and I've called it spin, and I want it to spin to transform, rotate 360 degrees. And we should see that, but this is a bit fast, so let me say 1 second. How does 1 second look like? Okay, 1 second is much better, and we have that as our loading state. Fantastic. So now I can go back and turn this into the negative, and so the loading state shows, and then our data shows up. So next we'll be dealing with the cause page. So for the cause page, we're going to start by going into our components and into our header and adding another link here. So just copy this list item downwards, and we're going to add this link, and this is going to go into /cause, and the text is going to say cause. And then we need to create a component that is going to render this. So inside our pages, we're going to create a new file that says cause.js, like so. And then you can just say rfc, which is going to return this text, so that you can now go into your index.js and import cause here as well. So import cause and then export cause. And then now inside our app.js, we can go ahead and create the route for cause. So just copy this down, change this into cause. Make sure to import it right here, and then change the path into cause, so that now when you click on cause, we should have a blank page that says cause right here, and then it's going to have the same structure as our capsules page, right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place this to the right, and then now what I'm going to do is inside here we're going to import. So inside here we're going to start by importing use state and use effect. So import use state and use effect. Okay, and then we're going to have our state values. So const cause and set cause, this is going to be equal to use state. By default it's going to be an empty array, and then we're going to call our use effect. So use effect, we're going to pass in our inline function, and then our empty dependency array, and we're going to say const fetch cause equals to async, and you can use axios if you want, and this is going to say const res equals to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching this from https://api.spacexdata.com/v4/cause, and then we're going to say const data equals to await res.json, and then we're just going to say set cause into the data that we get back, and then remember to call the function. Okay, and then inside here we're going to check for our loading state. So if there are no cause, so if no cause is 2, then we want to say get our loading state, and then if it is false, meaning if it is populated, then we want to say return a section. Okay, and this section is going to have a class name of padding on the y of 32. And then inside here we're going to have an h1 with a class of heading, with a class of text-center, and with a class of margin bottom of 10, and this h1 is going to say cause. So when I save this, then we should see cause on the screen right here. And then let's go ahead and create this div where we are going to map over our data. So below each one we're going to have a div, and you know what, let me just copy this instead of typing this out, because it's basically the same thing. And then inside here I'm going to say cause.map, and then we are going to be destructuring right away, and we're going to be getting back some data which we're going to get from the API. So let's go ahead and check the API right here, and I can close this. So we're going to get the reuse count, the launches. Where's the launches? Here. So the reuse count, we're also going to get the RTLS landings, the ASDS landings, and the last update and the launches, as well as the status and the serial. So let me place this to the right here, and then this to the left. So what we're going to do is destructure the ID, the status, the serial. We also want the launches, which is now an array, and then last update, and then ASDS for landings, and then RTLS dash our underscore landings, and then we say reuse underscore count. And then inside here, we're going to return an article. So return an article with the key of ID. So key is equal to ID. And then it's going to have a class name of articles, just as we had, like so. And then inside here, we're going to have an h2 that says serial. Is it the serial? Okay. And then below this h2, we're going to have a paragraph. And this paragraph is going to say, what does it say? Last underscore update. Okay. And then above this paragraph, we're going to have a UL with the list items. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of them. Okay. And then the first one is going to say reuse underscore count. And this one is going to say reused dash times. And then the second one is going to say launches. So launches dot length launches. And then this third one is going to say where is it? It's going to say ASDS underscore landings, and the text is going to say ASDS landings. And then this fourth one is going to say RTLS underscore landings, and the text is going to say RTLS landings. I don't know what these initials stand for. I googled them when I was building this out. And then this fifth one is going to say the status. Oh, the status. So we already used last update. I should say last update. Okay. And then now for this one, we're going to do something similar that we did in the capsules page. So inside the capsules page, I'm just going to copy this, and then inside here, I'm going to paste this in. So if status is equal to active, but then let's check what this says. This is lost. Let me check for one that is not lost so that we can actually find it. So this is expanded. Let's check. They're all inactive. Is there none that is active? Okay, so active is here. So this we are still going to be checking for the same thing. So if status is equal to active, then we want to return a list item that says active. And if it is not active, then we're going to return the text here is now not going to say return. It is now going to say status, like so, because the status is actually this text inside here. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what happens on the screen. Okay, so we have this expanded, lost. Let me check for one that has active on it. I'm looking for active. Okay, so active is right here. Okay, fantastic. And then now I just want to change this text into capitalized text. So right around here, change this to capitalize. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's style this out. So right inside this h2, I'm going to give this a class name of font dash bold and text dash XL and margin bottom of 5. And we're going to have this, and then we can go inside each of these list items, give this a class name of margin bottom of 1. There we go. And then inside this paragraph, give this a class name margin top of 5 and opacity dash 75. And there we go. That is our course page, as easy as that. And it is responsive even on small screens, but I've just remembered that I need to add padding on the X so that this moves inwards just a bit. So let me go inside this div right here. See, padding on the X of 5. It is inwards. Okay. And did I do the same for the capsules? I did not. So let's go to the capsules, and here we should say padding on the X of 5. There we go. Fantastic. And there we go. So that is our course page. So you can see that these first two pages are quite easy to do, and the next page that we're going to do is called crew. And the crew page is going to have a bit more complexity to it, and that is the reason why I'm going to take a break right here, because I'm feeling a bit tired. Probably you can hear it in my voice as well, and I don't want that. So the page that we're going to build is the crew page, and the crew page is structured as follows. So we have the big title on top, and then we have the image here, and then we have the name of the person that is positioned absolute within this image, and it lists a number of crew members who are here. And I click on this, and you just load. So what happened right there was lazy loading. And when I click on one crew member here, it takes me to an inner page which has the bigger image of the person and then their name and further details about them. Now if I go into Postman and I go to send a GET request to get all the crew members, if I send this GET request, then I'm going to get a list of the crew members who are available. So an entire list of them. You can see this is the first one, and then the second one, and the third one, and so on and so forth. And you might as well just grab this and paste it in our new browser window, and you're going to get the same thing. So basically this is what we're getting from Postman. And if I want to get a single crew member, I can send a GET request right here to a crew member, and you can see that the GET request is going to be going into the API and then / the ID of the person. So I go back inside here and copy this ID of this person. So just copy the ID here and then go into get one crew member and then just replace it here with the ID of the person and send the GET request again. Then you're going to see that I'm going to get only one item returned, which is the name of the person. So when you're building out the internal crew page, this is the GET request that we're going to be sending. And if you don't have a Postman account, what you can do is you can go into your API once you copy it on a new page, and then just copy the ID here, copy it, and then just add / and then paste in the ID, and then you're going to have this, and this is the item that you're going to be getting because it is dependent on the ID. So if you go back into our code editor, I'm going to go into my source file, create a new page, and I'm going to call this page crew.js. So crew.js, and then inside crew.js I'm going to say RFC is going to generate a React function component for me, and for now it's just going to say crew because I want to export it. So just save this, and then inside my index.js I'm just going to say copy this downwards and then change this into crew and then comma crew as well, and then save this. And then now I can go into app.js and I can add a new route for my crew. So let me just close this, and then I can put a new route here. So route, the path for this is going to be going to / crew. The element is going to be showing the crew page that we've just created, and then close it out. And then remember to import the crew page on top as well. And then once we have this, then I can save this inside our application because I'm already running it by running npm start. And so if I navigate into the / crew page, then we're going to be getting this, which has nothing because we don't have anything on the page except this text on the top left that says crew. Now what we need to do is just add the link for the crew page here as well. So let me go ahead and inside our header, I think it was, just find it, our header calls, yes. So just copy this link downwards and then change this into crew and then change the text to crew, and then you can save this and we should have crew showing here, and there we go. So that now we can navigate each of the pages. Now I'm going to go into our crew page, and inside here let me just place the Capsules component to the right because I've forgotten the class names that I used. And now what we're going to do is something similar. We are going to do this. We're going to say import use state, import use state, and use effect because we're going to be getting data from an API. These are coming from React. And then we're going to import our loading component as well from /components, from /components. And then inside here, instead of returning this text, then we're going to be saying this, we're going to return. And then actually before you set up our return, let's go ahead and set up our state value. So I'm going to say const crew and set crew is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be a array. And then we're going to call our use effect hook, which is where we're going to be fetching our data. Oops, these are angle brackets. We are going to add an empty dependency array so that it only runs once on the initial render. And then we're going to send our GET request by saying const fetch crew is equal to an asynchronous function, where we're going to say const the response that we get back is equal to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching data from, oops, that's the wrong thing that we're going to be fetching data from this API. So just copy this, or you can just copy this link here and change the last item here to crew, and that's basically how we're going to be doing it. And then the data that we get back, we're going to say await res.json, so convert it into JSON, and then we're going to say set crew into the data that we get back, and then remember to call the function called fetch crew, like so. And then now inside our return, we're going to structure it as follows. We're going to say if no crew exists, meaning if it is an empty array, then we want to render our loading component. And then once it loads in, then we're going to structure our return. We're going to say create a section with a class name of 32, and I'm just basically copying these classes because I forgot the names of these classes, or rather I forgot how I structured them. And then I'm going to have an h1 class of heading with a text that's with the text center, so aligned to the center with margin bottom of 10, and then this is going to say crew. And then once I save this, then we should have something on the screen, and we should have crew that says here. Okay, and then now let's go ahead and continue structuring this. So below the h1, we're going to have a div with a class of max.dash-width. And you know what, instead of writing all of this out, let me just copy this div, copy this and just paste it here, and then close it out. There we go. And then now we are not going to be using all of these items, but we're going to be using the items, the get request that we get back. So inside here, we're going to say crew.map, and we want to get the image and the name of the person. So let me just go here. So we want to get the name here, and we want to get the image of the person, because remember how we have structured it. We have the image of the person, and then the name is positioned absolute within this image. So we are going to do this. We are going to destructure everything. We're going to get the ID, because the ID is going to be our unique key. Remember, we are using map, so we are returning a list, and every list needs to have a unique key, otherwise it's going to throw us an error. So we have the ID here, we have the name, and we want the image as well. And then set up my return as follows. I'm just going to put an implicit return, where I'm going to say, let me push this more to the right, where I'm going to say this return an article here, and then this article is going to have an image, and the source for this image is going to be from image, the API, and the alt attribute in case the image fails to load. Then I just want to show the name of the person, and below this we're going to have an h2 that says the name of the person. Now remember, once again, this h2 is going to be positioned absolute within this image. So let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what we have on the screen inside here. And once it loads in, and I've just remembered, let's add lazy loading to this. So loading equals to lazy, so it takes so much time to load, as you can see inside here. And then we can begin to style this out just a bit better. For the images, let's give this a class name of height-52 and width-full, and then object-cover. Let me see how this looks. If it loads in, oh, it's not even loading. Reload. Okay, height 52 is a bit small, so let's say about height 96. Height 96 is much better. And then object cover, if you don't know what this does, I'm going to remove it, and then how the images are going to be. So the images look just a bit stretched out, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm adding object cover so that they're like, the image is going to zoom in without causing like a stretch on the left or on the right. So object dash cover. So save this, and then now once it loads, you can see that we have this, and they are a bit pixelated. I'm just realizing they are a bit pixelated. What is happening? My computer is slowing down. Okay, so we're going to have this, and I added the height here, a fixed height here, because the images are of different sizes. So if I remove the height and then this reloads, then you're going to see that the heights, as you can see, the heights are of sizes, and I don't want that to happen. So I added just height-96, which is a height of about 384 pixels in Tailwind CSS. So save this, and then now let's go inside the h2. Let's give this a class name of absolute, and let's position it absolute to the bottom by 5 and to the left by 5. Let's say font bold and text dash white, and then let's say text dash, actually not, yeah, let's say Excel to make it a bit bigger, or text dash large. And then let's also add tracking wide, just to increase the letter spacing a bit. And then when I save this, you're going to notice that something is going to break. And once this reloads, you'll see that what breaks is that now the names, come on, what is happening? What is happening? Okay. So you can see that the names are all here. So we don't want that to happen. And the reason why they're all here is because this H2 is now positioned absolute relative to the body. But we want it to position absolute relative to this article. So inside this article, I'm going to give this article a class name of relative, because the articles are the ones holding the images inside here. So once I save this, then once this reloads, you can see that now the names appear here and so on and so forth. And this is our crew page, as you can see, right? So what we need to do now is we need to change this article into a link, so that when you click on it, then it's going to take us into the crew page of the corresponding person that we click on. And that's easy enough to do. We are going to do the following. I'm going to go ahead back into pages, and I'm going to create a new file called singlecrew.js, and single crew is going to be showing the single crew page. So inside here, let's return a section with a class of padding wide as with an h1 that says heading with text dash center, and this text is going to say what is the other class that I'm missing? Margin bottom 10. So margin bottom dash 10. Of course, we are going to change this, by the way. I'm just adding this in so that I can see it. So I'm going to say single crew page, and then I'm going to save that. So once I save that, then I can go into index.js here inside the pages folder, and then just add single crew. So single crew, and then add a comma here and say single crew. Save this, and then I'm going to create a single crew page inside my app.js, and the single crew page is going to be as follows. Remember how we were getting the single person here by accessing their ID? So we're going to be doing the same thing inside here by saying create a route with a path for this going into /crew, because we are inside the crew page first of all, right? And then we're going to place a / and say full colon ID. And then the element here is going to be showing the single crew page, and then close it out and then import this on top. So single crew. Now what this means is that we're going to be going into the /crew page, and we're going to be showing the person depending on the ID that we are going to be getting from the address bar once we click on the person. And I'm going to show you how this is going to work. Once we build it out, you're going to get it. So inside, save this first of all. And then inside the single crew page, not the single crew, sorry, but inside the crew page, we're going to grab this entire article and cut it out. And now we're going to be returning a link. And this link, let me just close it out first of all and paste in our article, and then add in a key here, and the key is going to be ID. Now the link is going to be linking to, now look at this, we're going to add our brackets here, and then template literals, which are backticks. And then we're going to be going into /crew. Remember how we access it, how the route was in our app. So we're going into /crew, and then / the ID of the person. So we're going to do the same thing here, and we're going to say /crew / and then now it's not going to be colon ID, but we're going to be accessing the ID variable from here. And we're going to do that by saying $, and then our brackets, and then ID. And we're going to have this. So now let me save this, and now let's go ahead into our application. And now look, when I save this first of all, import this on top. Look at this. When I hover over this, look at the bottom left. You can see now the entire, like, the link is showing the /crew plus the ID of the person. If I hover over another person, we get a different ID, and so on and so forth. Now if I try to click on a single person, look at this, we should see single crew on top. So click on this, and we see single crew page. And now look at the address bar. The address bar now shows the /crew and then the ID of the person that we click on. If I go into another person, click on this, look at this, the ID also changes. So we're going to be styling the single crew page depending on this ID, and let's go ahead and do that right away. So let's go back and go into our single crew, and we're going to be importing a few things on top. So we're going to first import use state and use effect. So React, let's move this, use state and use effect, because once again we're going to be fetching data from the API. And then we also need to import link so that we can link back to our crew page. So import link, and then we're going to import a hook that comes from React Router DOM. And this hook is called use params. And what use params does is it's going to check the address bar, and then we're going to set a variable checking for this ID. And once this ID changes, then we're going to rerun the GET request and do things for us. So use params import this from, and it's coming from React Router DOM. Now look at this. I don't know whether this confuses people, but it did confuse me for a while. Use params, a hook that comes from React Router DOM. It does not come from React. Okay, so make sure that you're importing this correctly, otherwise it's going to give you issues. Now once we have this, then we're going to set up our state values. So I'm going to say const single crew and set single crew. This is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty array, and then I'm going to say const. Now look at this, placing ID, our angle brackets, not angle brackets, these are not angle brackets, curly brackets, and I'm going to say const ID equal to use params. Look at this. Now let me show you something. If I console log the ID, console.log the ID, we should see the ID of the person, which is here in the use params. So let me just save this, and then let's go ahead and open our console. And inside our console, we should see this. Look at this. We have our ID of the person. If I go into another crew and click on this, we should see another ID, and so on and so forth. You can see right there. Now, shared in a list should have, I was just saying this and yet I've repeated it. So let's fix that. So unique key. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it didn't reload. It didn't reload. Okay. There we go. So we have this. Now, once we have this, do the following. We are going to set up our use effect inside our single crew page. I can remove this. And our use effect is going to say as follows. So use effect. And then we're going to add our callback function. And then inside here, we're going to have a dependency array. And the dependency array is going to be ID. And what the dependency array means is that the entire function that we write inside the use effect is going to rerun every single time that the ID changes, and the ID is only going to change when we are clicking on another crew member. That's what we want to happen, right? So inside here, we're going to do the following. We're going to say const fetch single crew is equal to async. I'm going to say const response is equal to, you can see that the get request is like almost the same, but in this case it's going to be just a bit different. So fetch, and then now we are not going to have quotes inside here. Instead, we are going to have backticks, and we're having backticks because we want to add a variable inside here. So we are sending the get request from https://api.spacexdata.com/crew/now $ID, and this ID is coming from here, which once again it changes every time that we click on another crew member. And then we're going to say const data is equal to await res JSON, so convert it to JSON, and then say set single crew into the data that you get back, and then call this function, so fetch single crew. And then now I'm just going to console.log the data that you get back so that we're going to see how it's going to be structured. So save this, and then now let's see. Let's save this. Let's go into our application. Let's open up our console, and we should see access to this from origin is blocked by cause or what? By cause policy. So https api.spacexdata.com. Let me copy this, and then paste it inside here, and then /i. Is that correct? How is that blocked by cause origins? Okay, there we go. So, oh, did I write it wrong? Oh, it had v4 here. Okay, that was my mistake. Sorry about that. So save this, and we should see now. Look at this. This is the, let me just reload this. There it goes on top, so that we're going to have this. Oh, and by the way, I should mention the reason why you have two console logs inside here, even though we only have one console log, is because of, if you go into your main index.js file, react.strict mode inside here. So this is what makes like React give you two console logs instead of one. discovered that when I was building this out when I was building this out, the actual application that I've deployed. That's when I discovered this. I also didn't know about that, but it is available. React Strict Mode was introduced in React 18 explicitly, but it always existed in JavaScript. So that's why you have two console logs in case you're wondering. So you can see that inside our console, we're getting Shannon Walker with status active and da. But I'm going to go into another crew member. So let's just say Victor Glover, and it should also console log again, and you can see we are getting Victor Glover, and so on and so forth. So now it means that our functionality is working. We just need to structure everything out. Now notice this. When we are fetching the data for all the crew members, the data that we get back is an array of objects, as you can see right inside here. That's why we can go into the crew members page, sorry, and we can say crew.map, because we're getting back an array of objects. But when you get data for a single crew member, you're only getting back the object. So inside here, we're not going to be doing like single crew.map. We're just going to do the following. So now we are not going to have this here. We might, but I'm not going to have it. We're going to have an article. This first article, the image is going to have an image, sorry, and the source for this is going to be single crew dot image, and the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, is going to say single crew dot name of the person. And then outside of this, we're going to have another article, and then this other article is going to have an h1 with a class of heading, and then we're also going to have a margin bottom of 10. And then the h1, the text for this is going to say single crew name of the person, and then below this we're going to say the following. Let me just remember how I structured it. So let's see, we have the details. So we have an h2, so let's say an h2 that says details. Below this we're going to have what? Currently at NASA. So let's have a ul inside here with two list items, so two of them, and then we're going to say currently at. And then inside here, we're going to get the single crew dot agency. Is it agency? Let me just confirm this. Yes, single crew dot agency returns where they currently are. And then we have the, what else do you need? The launches, the number of launches. And launches here is an array. So we can get the length property of the array called launches. So we can do this right here. We can say launches dot length. So how many launches? And then just placed in text that says launches. And then once we have that, then below this, is it below? Let me check. So we also need to have a status here of active or not. So inside here, we're going to have the status, and the status is going to say what is it? Single. Oh, this should also say single crew dot launches dot length. So single crew dot status. And then this, you can see that this is dependent on whether they're active or not. So it shows green when they're active and red when they're inactive. So we're going to do that as well. So let me just add these two buttons on the bottom. So outside of this ul, we're going to have another ul with two list items. So li times 2. And then this one is going to be Wikipedia. So it's going to have an href. So a href, the href is going to be going into single crew dot Wikipedia. And then the target is going to be blank because I want to open on a new page with a rel of no opener to prevent, or of no referrer to prevent cross-site scripting. And then the text is going to say Wikipedia, so Wikipedia. And then it also has a class name, so class name of btn, I think it was. I'm not sure whether I created this class. Let me just confirm. So class name should be btn. Yes, btn. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do this. So it says Wikipedia, and then this second class name, this second list item is going to say ampersand larr, so left arrow, and then just say back. And then we're going to give this a class name of text white, and then let's just say opacity -75 and text -small. And then this is actually a link because I want to link back to the crew page. So say link to /crew, so the crew page, and then just paste this in, and we're going to have that. So I'm going to save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen inside our application. And now look at this. Now we have Victor Glover, and so on and so forth. And if I go back into another page, so back, and I click on Shannon Walker, then we should have data concerning Shannon Walker, but something is wrong, and the something that is wrong is the image cannot read data of length. Are you serious? Let me disable this. Really? Reload this just to make sure. What did I do in the here? So single clue dot launches, I thought that would be correct. Let me just confirm. Single clue dot launches is an array. Let's see, let's go back into another crew member. Let's check another member. So the launches is giving me an error. That's interesting, but it shows you if I'm on the same page. If I reload it, then it doesn't show. That's interesting. Single crew dot launches dot length. Let me disable it for now, and then let's test this out because it's a bit huge. Let's go ahead and let me grab this entire section inside the section and then just place it inside a div, and then this div is going to be a grid with grid columns -1 with a gap of 8, and then for medium screens, then the grid is going to say grid columns -2 with a gap of 10 on medium screens, and we're going to have that. And if what I've just done confuses you, I'm using emmet, so I can add class names just by like typing the way I was typing out. And then let's save this. Let's see what we have. And we're going to have this, and then let's add a class of max width here to limit everything, because we created a custom class of max width, if you remember, and we're going to have that. So K. Megan MacArthur and so on and so forth. But something is still wrong. Why is the launches not showing? Let's say console.log data.launches.length. Let me see what returns if I console log that. Okay, see how it's getting one, right? Because she only done one launch. I know what, I also need to have padding of 5 on the x-axis, so padding on the x of 5 to push this inward so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So what is wrong with the launches? What is wrong with the launches? Even here is 1, so that is correct. Let me see. Even here is 1. Something is wrong. That's curious. I actually have no idea why that is happening, but that's okay. We can deal with that in a moment. Now let's do this for the status page. So for the status here, what we're going to do is I'm going to cut this out, and then I'm going to place in my conditional here, and I'm going to say that when single crew status is equal to active, meaning in our API we can get a status of active or inactive. I think I don't know what the other thing is. Let me just try and check. I don't know what other status you can get, but let me just check this. Active, and they're all active, okay, for now anyway. But in the other pages that we're going to be doing, you're going to see that we're going to get active or inactive and and not actually, we actually did this. We did this with the cause. Like, yeah, this one was lost, so it was in red, and then the ones that are active are returned in green, or active or like something else, they're returned in green. So that's basically what we want to do here. So inside our crew page, we're going to do the same thing. So that we're going to say when this active is true. So when it is true, we want to return this list item that says the status, but this is going to have a class name of text dash. What did I use? Is it emerald, or did I use emerald or green? Let me just confirm. Emerald and rose. Okay. So we're going to say text emerald dash 500 when this is true, and then when it is false, then we want to return the status, but we want it to return in red. So class name is equal to text dash rose dash 500. So that now we should see the status in green for Shannon Walker. There we go. And then let's just change the text to capitalize for both of them. So here and here, let's say capitalize, so that this is going to be capital letter. And then let's go inside this h2. Let's give this a class name of font dash bold and text dash white, and then margin bottom of 5 to push it away from this UL. And then let's save this. Let's see what we have. So let's make it larger, so text dash large. And then let's go inside this bot URL. Let's give this a class name of flex and items dash center and just center. Come on, justify dash start. And then let's go inside here. Actually, still, let's just give it a gap of like 5 to push away from one another. And there we go. So we have our back button, we have our Wikipedia button. And then for the back button, when I hover, remember it has an opacity of 75. I want that when I hover over this, then the opacity should go back to 100. So that it goes back into white, so that like it shows you that you are hovering over this button. And then let's go inside this URL. Let's give it a margin on top of 10 to push it away from this other text. So push it downwards, and then let's access this one. So currently at NASA, where is it? Here. And actually, let me just access the URL. So give this a class name of -white and an opacity of -75 and text small. Make it even smaller. So we're going to have that currently at NASA. And then let's go ahead inside this list item, give this a class name of margin bottom of 2 to push it away from this text. And we're going to have that. And then this is going to be for all the list items. So copy this. Okay, so where is it? Here. I should just add it here and here. So margin bottom of 2. And actually, you know what? Because this is the last list item, so I don't need to add it here. So let's just remove it. And then now I'm still not sure why single crew.launches is backfiring. I'm still not sure about that. But let me just add a class name here of margin bottom of 2. And you can see that we have one launches. Okay, so we have one here, but the problem is if I go back and go into another person, then it doesn't show, because for some reason why does this return an error even? I'm not sure why it returns an error. Cannot read properties undefined of length, which means that the launches have an issue. Okay, let me just confirm how I did it in my repository. Let me just confirm how I did it, because I apparently don't remember. So SpaceX, this one. Let's go inside the source and inside the pages and inside the single crew. Where's the single crew? Single crew. So we have loading, low use params, we have data, crew member by the ID. So the launches as well. So see this single crew dot launches dot length. Single crew dot launches dot length. I actually have no idea what is happening. I really have no idea. That's curious. Anyway, I think I might figure it out. If I figure it out, then I'm going to explain what happened. But for now, let me just disable it. Let me just disable it for now because it's giving issues. And you can see that this is our single crew page and that is our crew page. Okay, so now that is our crew page, then we can go ahead and we can go into our dragons page. And for the dragons page, very simple, we're only getting 2 items inside here, standing them out like so. And then for the single dragon page, once again, we can click on this and then we're going to go into this bigger page, and this bigger page you can see has a lot more data. So let's go ahead and begin doing that. So inside the dragons, let's go ahead back into our application. Let's close all of this. And then inside the pages, we're going to create a dragons. So dragons.js, and then let's say RFC to create a React function component and save this. And then let's remember to export our index.js. So copy this down and export dragons. So .dragons, save this. And then inside the app.js, we're going to do the following. We're going to create a route. The path for this is going to be /dragons. And the element that it's going to be showing is the dragons. Just import it. Oops. And then remember to close out your route, and remember to also import dragons on top right here, so that now when I save this and I can go into my header, so inside the dot header here, And I'm just now realizing that I made a mistake, and I probably should make this into an like an array of items, but that's okay. You can just copy this down. Also copy it here. This is going to /dragons, and then this is going to say dragons. Save this, and then we should have dragons here, and we can click on this and we should see dragons on the top left right there, and we can begin to style this out. So inside the dragons page, we are not going to be returning a div. Instead, we're going to be returning a section with a class of padding wide 32, with an h1 that has a class of heading and text dash center and margin bottom of 10, and this is going to say dragons. And save this, and that's what we have this on the screen. And then now we can begin to fetch our data, going here and saying import use state and use e effect from React. And then we also need to import, well, no, we don't need to import anything. So let's say const dragons and set dragons is equal to use state. By default, it's going to be an empty array as always, or not always, but most of the time. Use effect, calling our effect, and passing our callback function with an empty dependency array so that it only runs on the initial render. I'm going to say const fetch dragons is equal to an asynchronous function, and you can use Axios, by the way, if you want. You don't have to do it as I'm doing it. And then const res is equal to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching something. Let me just get the where is it, the API. So just copy this link, and you know what, I'm just realizing that it probably is better if I just like extract this entire thing into like a custom hook, so that I don't have to keep on repeating this every single time. But you know, it's okay. So this is going to be /dragons, and then we're going to say const data is equal to await res.json, and then let's say set dragons into the data that we get back. And remember to call our functions of fetch dragons. And then now inside our return, we're going to do the following. We're going to have a div, and I'm just going to copy these class names from cause. Let me just copy these class names. Going to be doing a lot of copying and pasting actually. Oh, I just did the wrong thing. I copied and copied of copying and pasting. There we go. And then now instead of returning 3 grids here for large screens, I'm just going to remove this. And then inside here, I'm going to say dragons.map. And then we're going to be getting a few things. We're going to be getting the image, the name of the dragon, the description, and then the read more button. We're going to add it in. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go into /dragons to see what we get back. So we get all of this data. We don't need all of this data yet because we are not on the single dragon page. So we have the name here, and by the way, we're going to be getting this. We're going to be getting the image from this array of images. So we need the name of the dragon, the name, and then we need the image which we're going to get, and then we also need the description. Let's see, get the ID because we're returning a list first of all, and then the name, and then the Flickr images, and then the description, and then let's structure this. We're going to be returning an article here with the key of, and you know what, by the way, now that you've already seen how it looks like by building the crew page, then you already know that we're going to be returning a link inside here, which is going to be linking to something inside, but for now it's just going to be empty. So link to and then we're going to have this to go to key / the key for this, sorry, is going to be the ID, and then we're going to have this. So we want the image first of all, and now let me return an article, and then the image on top. So the image is going to be the Flickr images, so Flickr_images. But remember that Flickr images is an array, so we only want to get the first item in this array, and by saying Flickr images, placing our brackets and saying 0, which means only get the first item in the array. And then if in case it fails to load, then we just want to show the name of the dragon, and below this we're going to have an h2 that says the name of the dragon, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says oops, here I pressed page up. So here we're going to say description, and then below this we're going to have a link which is going to be linking to the same link as this one. And the class name for this is going to be btn, and then the text for this is going to say read more, and we're going to have that. Does it have any kind of styling? Let me say this, read more, and then let's say ampersand RARR, so right arrow, and then we can go ahead and save this. I don't know whether this is going to break because it's empty, but we're going to find out in a moment. It's not defined. Why do I always forget to import that? So import it on top, and then we should see this on the screen. There we go. Okay, so we have that. Now we can begin to style this out. We can style this out. So inside here we are going to do the same thing that we did for the crew page. So I'm going to give this a class name of height-96 and width-full, so that it takes up the entire width of the container. Because if I don't have width-full here, notice how, look at what is going to happen. Oh, I already added width-full in our CSS, did I? Let me confirm. Yeah, width-full is the same as width 100%. So if I disable this, then look at what's going to happen once it reloads. So now it doesn't take up the entire width of the container in which it is placed. So I have width-% so that it goes all the way to the end. And then see how it's stretched out just a bit. I don't want that to happen. So once again, we're going to add a class object-cover. And we should see this reset. There we go. So it's much better. And then let's go ahead and access this Dragon H1. The H2, sorry, give this a class name of text-white. Let's say text-large. Let's say margin bottom of 8 and then margin bottom of 5. Let's see how this looks. We're going to have that. Let's change it to font color. And then let's say tracking-wide. And then look at how it's structured, its style in our application. We have another background color here. So I'm going to add that in by grabbing this H2 and the paragraph and the read more, cut it out and inside the div, and then give this div a class of beige-stone dash, let's say about 800, and then paste it in. And to see that stone doesn't look good, let's say, what's another dark color that's available? Slate dash 900. No, that's terrible. What is this color? Zinc. Did I use zinc? Zinc dash 900. Don't know whether I like that. Don't know whether I like that, but okay, you know what, we can just use that as well. And then now the reason for this margin here is because I added the margin on top here. So let's remove it, and instead of adding it as margin, add it as padding. So padding top of 8, because padding is always added on the inside of elements and margin is added on the outside. So instead of this being margin of padding of 8, let's say padding of 5, and then margin bottom of 3 to reduce the spacing a bit. And then inside this parent div, I'm going to add a padding on the axis, padding x of 5. And you know what, that would mean that I don't need to have this inside here. So let me add the padding all round of 5 on this div, so that I can move the padding from the edge to here, so that everything is now just going to push inwards. And we're going to have that. And then let's go ahead inside our paragraph, give this a class of text-white with an opacity-75. Let's say text-small. Let's see how this looks. We're going to have that. And let's in bottom 8 pushed away from this button. And then now look at this. Look at how we have structured our Dragons page. So we have a paragraph up to a certain stage and then ... So we're going to do the same thing for this page, because we don't want this to display the entire text. And then let me increase the line height here. Actually, you know what, I know what's wrong. Let's go inside our index.css. Let's find our paragraphs. So this line height doesn't apply, because the text small here from Tailwind also has a line height, as you can see. So the reason why this applies and this doesn't apply is because of CSS specificity. So I'm just going to grab this and move it downwards. And this should now, the line height of 1.8 should now override this default line height here. So save this and we should see this restructure. Restructure, please. Please restructure. Or it doesn't, because it's 1.8 already. Let me try to. Or it doesn't. Wait a minute. I added it here. There we go. There we go. That's much better. That is much better. So let me reduce it back to 1.8. That is much better. Much better. And then now let's get the let's reduce the text. So reducing the text is as easy as just going inside here and then cutting this out, and then instead of just returning it, we're going to return template literals here and then placing our $sign under our brackets and say description, and just paste it in. So description dot substring, and what substring does, it takes section of the text that you have and you give it two values. So the beginning value is from 0, and I'm going to select it to 200. So select the first 200 characters, and then once you select it, then you are done. It's not going to show anything else, and then I'm just going to return ... So that now I'm going to save this, and then now look at what we have on the screen. We're going to have that there, and then ... and so on and so forth, so that now all the content is structured like it has a nice layout basically. So we're going to have that, and then now when I click on this, we should see the single crew, this dragon page, sorry. And now let's go ahead and get our single dragons page. So for the single dragon, we're going to do something similar that like we did for the single crew. We're going to create a new file and call this dragon.js, and then let's say RFC, and then inside you're going to return single dragon. Let's return a section with a padding y of 32, and then with a class of max-width, and something else. Do we need something else? I don't know. Let's return an h1 that says h1 is the class of heading that says single dragon. Save this, and then let's go inside index.js here. Let's import single dragon, so single dragon, and then let's also export it single dragon. Save it, and then inside our app.js, let's create our single dragons page. So we're going to create a route. The path for this is going to be going to /dragons/id, like so, and then the element that it's going to be showing is the single dragon pages, and then close out your route, and then remember to import it here. And you can see that the structure for this is just the same as we did for the ID. And so once you have this, I can save this, and then inside our dragons page, now we can get these two links, so here and here. So this one is going to be going to brackets /dragons $, and then brackets ID, and it's going to be the same thing as this link on the bottom. So paste it in, and then once I save and once it reloads and I click on this, we should see single dragon, and we have that. Would you look at that, looking quite nice. And now the single dragons page is styled as follows. We have this on the left, and then we have this on the right, and actually the entirety of this thing is on the left, and then we have this on the right. So let's begin to get our single dragon page. So inside here, we're going to go and do this. We're going to say import use state and use effect from React, and then we're going to say import link and use params from React router DOM, and then we're going to do this. So we're going to say const single dragon and set single dragon, dragon equals to use state. By default it's going to be an empty array, and then we're going to set up our use effect. So use effect. This is our callback function, and then our dependency array is going to be dependent on the ID that we get from use params. So const ID is equal to use params, like so. And then now let's get our single dragons page. So let me just copy the get request from the single crew page here, copy the get request, so copy this entire thing and then just paste it here, and then change this into fetch single dragon, and then change this from crew into dragon, and the get request to remain the same. And then remove this console log, by the way, and also remove this console log from here. We don't need many console logs. And then once we have that, then once again, if I go into a single Dragon page by just copying the ID here and then going into /des and copying the ID, then you'll realize that this should say Dragon, like so. Then you'll realize that we're going to be getting a few things, and we're going to be getting it in terms of an object once again. So just like we did in the single group page, we're not going to be mapping over the get request, but we're just going to be using dot notation to get the data. And so we're going to do this. We're going to cut this out, and we're going to place it inside an article. And then this article is going to be an h1 that says single dragon.name. I think it is. Yes, name. And then below this, let me see how this is structured. So first flight date. So first flight date, let me get this. So first flight is here. So we're going to say, give this an h2, that one. It says single dragon dot first underscore flight. And then the text for this is going to say first flight date, place a colon. And then below this, what we have like, these are, how do I want to do this? I'm going to place this to be one div and then this to be another div, so that I can display grid on them. So I'm going to display side by side. So this first div is going to be still inside this article, by the way. Still inside this article, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have what? A UL with 3 list items, so 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. So not 3, 5. And then this one is going to say type, and then this is going to say crew, and then this is going to say dry mass and active. So dry mass and active or not. This is going to be coming from the array, from the API, not array, and this is going to be the Wikipedia. So Wikipedia. So the type for this is going to say this. So let's get the type from the API. So we have the type here actually. So type is going to say single dragon dot type, and then this is going to say single dragon dot crew, I hope, or dot crew capacity. Let me find crew. Yeah, it's only crew capacity. So single dragon dot crew dash capacity, and then this is going to say single dragon dry mass or dot mass dot dry mass in kilograms. So single dragon dot dry, what is it? Dry mass in kg. So dry mass underscore kg, and then we're just going to say kilograms at the end of it. And then here we're going to say single crew dot active. So single dragon, not single crew, single dragon dot active. And then once again, this is going to be dependent on whether they are active or inactive. And then here finally we're going to have the Wikipedia link. So single crew dot Wikipedia. So change this up and say single dragon. Why do I keep saying single crew? Wikipedia. And then this is going to be a link. So let me just cut this out and place it on href and paste this in. And then I want it to open up on a new page. Oops, remove these extra brackets. So open up on a new page by saying target is equal to underscore blank with a rel of no referrer to prevent cross-site scripting. And then here we're just going to say wiki or Wikipedia. And then class name for this, so right at the end, the class name for this is going to be btn. And then once we have that, then let's see, we need this other side that contains the heat shield details. So we're going to do all this. We're going to create another div, and no, not even another div, we're just going to create another UL, because then I can go inside this div and then display this div as flexbox or as grid, and they're going to display it side by side. So let's go ahead and do this. We have a UL here with an H3 that says heat shield details, and then below this we have a list items. How many of them do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 of them. And then let me check something. So we're going to do a few things, because notice how we can toggle the units. So we can toggle even the dry mass unit here, which means we're also going to need the dry mass in pounds for this one as well. But that's okay, we're going to do that. I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. So here we have the heat shield details, and we have the material is here, and then we have the size, and then we have the temperature and development partner. So temperature and the dev partner like so. So the material should be coming from, where is it? Material should be this also, single dragon dot heat dot material. So should say, come on, single dragon dot material, what, dot heat shield heat shield, I lagged, material, and then this should say the size in meters. So single dragon dot heat shield dot size underscore meters. Below this we should have single dragon dot heat shield dot temp in degrees, temp underscore degrees, and then we should say degrees at the end. And then actually not, this should also say meters then, and then this one should say single dragon dot heat shield dot what, dev partner. So dev underscore partner. Okay, quite a few things to get from the API. And then below, now outside this div, we're going to have a paragraph that says the single dragon dot description. So single dragon dot description, which contains the rest of the description that we did not have in the home page here. So it just continues with this description. And then below that, now we are going to have this. Okay, so let me just toggle these units. Let me see. These don't toggle. Okay, fantastic. So now we have these units. So let's go ahead and begin to get these payloads. So we are going to do this. We're going to create a div. Okay, and then this div, the first div, is going to be for like one of the units, either imperial or metric. And not, let me just start with metric because it's easier for me. I'm used to metric units. So let's go ahead and let's do this. We need the launch payload mass and data. So inside here we're going to have a UL with how many list items? So 8 of them. Yes, 8 of them. So times 8. And then this first one is going to say launch payload mass. And then this one is going to say return payload mass, return payload mass. This is going to say pressurized capsule payload volume. Pressurized capsule payload volume. And then we have height of the trunk. And then we have launch payload volume. And then we have return payload volume. And then we have trunk volume and diameter. So trunk volume and diameter. Okay. And these are going to be for the metric units, and then we're going to do the same thing for the imperial units. So inside here, let me just grab all of them by holding down the Alt key. So click here and click here, click here and here, and here and here and here. Let's just say single dragon dot, let's say it should say single dragons dot payload mass, launch payload volume, return payload mass. Okay, so launch underscore payload underscore mass. Let's see. So we need it, oh my goodness, we need this in kilograms first. Not kg. Okay, so launch payload mass is this one dot kg. Then return payload mass should say, this should say return underscore payload underscore mass in kilograms. Let me see. And then this should say pressurized capsule payload volume. So pressurized capsule payload volume, so it should say single dragon dot pressurized pressure, how do you spell pressure? Pressurized underscore capsule dot payload volume, and then this should be in cubic meters dot cubic underscore meters. And then once you have that, this is height to the trunk, so height to the trunk trunk dot here height to the trunk. Okay, so single dragon dot height underscore w underscore trunk. Is it w or just width? Okay, height to trunk. And they should say meters. And then we have the launch payload volume. So launch payload volume is where? Here. So launch payload volume in cubic meters. So launch underscore payload underscore volume, and then cubic underscore meters. And then this should say return payload volume. So return payload volume here in cubic meters as well. So return payload volume, return underscore payload underscore volume in cubic meters. So cubic underscore meters. And then this should say trunk volume. So trunk dot trunk volume. So trunk dot trunk underscore volume. This should say cubic meters. So cubic underscore meters. Okay. And then the diameter, this has an E. So diameter. So single dragon dot diameter dot meters dot diameter dot meters. Okay, so these are for the imperial units, and then we're going to do the same thing for the wait a minute, these are for the metric units, and then we're going to do the same thing for the imperial units. So let me just place a comment and say imperial units. Place a comment above this and say metric units, and then let me just paste it in, and then now this is going to say all the here are going to say in pounds, so LB, and then all the cubic meters here are going to say cubic feet, cubic underscore feet. Just make sure that's correct, cubic feet. Okay, and then all the meters, where's the meters? All the meters inside here are going to say feet, and just like that we have that in imperial units. Now before I save this, remember this is a div here, but remember that the parent of the div is the article. So outside of this article, I want to go outside of it, create another article, and then this other article is going to have an image, and the source for this image is going to be single dragon dot flickr underscore images, and then I just want to get the first image, and then in case it fails to load, then I just want to say single dragon dot name, and we're going to have that. Save it, and then now we can see what we have on the screen. And set single crew is not defined, so that is because this should say set single dragon. So set single dragon, save that, and now we should have nothing on the screen. Fantastic. Let's check F12. Let's say above error occurred in the reading material. Did I get it wrong? Heat shield dot material. So where's the material? So heat shield single dragon dot heat shield dot material. That sounds like what is happening? Okay, so we are going to have to do this. Therefore we're going to have to disable quite a bit. You know, let me just disable the heat shield first. Let me see if that's the issue. Is that the issue? Nope. So every single thing inside here has an issue. So heat shield dot size meters also has an issue. And you know what? I have just realized something. We need to grab all of this. So grab the entire section. And then we need to add in our loading state. So let's say import loading from components, and then let's say that when there's no single dragon, when this is true, then we want to render our loading state, and then when it is false, then we want to render the inside. So once we save this, I think that should fix the error that we're having, but it doesn't. And I've just realized that we also didn't add the loading state on the single crew page. So let's import the loading state here, import loading, and then for the single page, let's grab this entire section, cut it out, and then let's just say when there's no single crew, when this is true, then we want to say loading, And then when it is false, then you want to paste this in. That's much better. Let me disable this div. Let me disable it up to here. And we're still getting errors reading kg. What is happening? So disable this as well, disable this ul, and disable this ul as well, and we should only have our image on, but we can't even get away. What is happening? What is happening? Did I get sent the wrong get request? Oh my god, this should say dragons, not dragon. Oh my goodness. Mistakes, man, mistakes. So I re-enable this, and then re-enable this, and then re-enable this, and then re-enable this. Save it, and we should see. Oh, come on, are you serious? Are you serious? Why are you still not showing single dragon? Okay, you know what? Instead of this being an array, because I've just realized something that I was explaining, we are getting back an object. So instead of this being an array, let's set it to null first of all. And then that should hopefully fix it. So we almost get the loading state, but we don't get the full thing. So let's go back into dragons. So dragons is working correctly. But see how our loading state appears for a moment and then disappears. So this says canary properties reading cubic meters. Where is cubic meters? Cubic meters here. Where is the single line JS74? So it doesn't know, doesn't find where this is. Payload volume. Single dragon dot launch payload volume. Launch payload oh, this is not volume, this is vol. The payload volume. Let's save this. I hope that fixes it. Let's try it out. And it means that even this one on the bottom, launch payload vol and return payload vol. Save it. Let's see what we have. Okay, finally. Oh my god. So we're going to have this. Fantastic. Now let's begin to style this out, and we're going to do a bit of styling. Let's do this. Inside here, let's give this a class name of heading for the h1. Make it bigger. Let's say margin bottom of 8. For the h2, let's say class name equals to font bold and opacity dash 80 and text dash large. And then for large screens, let's say text dash 2xl. Let's say margin bottom of 10, pushed away from this text, and then text white. Change it to white. Let's go ahead inside this type of capsule and so on and so forth. So inside here, so inside this URL, just say give this a class name of text dash small and text dash white with an opacity of dash 5. You don't have that. And then let's just say capitalize to capitalize the text. Capitalize the text. There we go. And then you know what? I can do this. Let me say flex and flex dash column, and then items dash center, and then justify dash start with a grid gap of about 4 or 3 to push it away from one another. Of course, not justify, not item center, but item start to push it, to bring it back to the start. And then let's say active. So the active So what is active? Is active boolean? Let me just check. Active. So active here, in this case, active is a boolean. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We are going to do this. Let me cut this out. And I'm going to put additional here. And now let me just paste it in. And I'm going to say that when this is true, wait a minute, that when this is true, yes, when this is true, then I want to return the word active. And then when it is false, then I want to return the word inactive. And you know what, I've just realized that probably I should return a list item so that I can tell this to be green. So let me cut it out. Let me remove this from the ends. And then inside here, let me return a list item with a class of list item, close it out. And then give this a class name of text-emerald-500. And then paste in active like so. And then let me just copy this entire list item and paste it here and change this to rows and change this to inactive. And there we go. So let's see what we have on the screen. We have active here, and then let's go inside our Wikipedia button. So inside this list item, give this a class name of margin top of, what did I have for the gap? 3. So let me say margin top of 3. Let me see what it does. So push that just a bit. And then for the Wikipedia, it opens on a new page. Yes, it opens on a new page for Wikipedia button. Okay, fantastic. And then let's go inside this second UL, give this a class name of G. What did I do for this, for the dragons page? Did I add zinc? Oh, I added at zinc. So I'm going to use zinc. So BG zinc-900. Let's see how it looks. So it's almost invisible, but we're going to be placing it somewhere here, so it's going to be visible a bit. Let's change the text into white. Let's change the text into small, and then let's say opacity -75. Let's see what we have. We have that. Okay, and then let's add a padding all round of about 3, add a rounded border, a very slight rounded border. For this one, it's barely visible, but you can see the box goes even to this end. And you know what, because it's barely visible, let me try and look for a darker color. Let me see if there's a darker color. BG neutral. How is neutral? I think neutral, like it has, it appears to be much better. Appears. And then let's go inside this HV, give this a class name of, let me see, it's going to restyle it. Let's say font bold and opacity -100. Don't know whether that's going to work. It doesn't work, so the opacity remains to be like this one. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And then let's say text about XL, make it bigger, and then let's make it uppercase, so uppercase. And instead of XL, let's say large, and then let me place a margin bottom of 3. And then for this second class name and this one and this one, list item, sorry, not class name, let me just say class name of margin bottom of 3 to push away from one another. And then let me move this one for the last one because it's the last one. So we're going to, there we go. And then let me go inside this parent div. So the parent div is going to be like this. Give this a class name of grid and grid columns -1 and a gap of 5 for small screens. And then when we get to larger screens, so for medium screens, I'm going to say grid -calls -2. And then let's see what we have. It should appear here. There we go. Now it's going to appear here. But when we display this image to the right, then it's going to be like squeezed even more. So this is looking fine. And then let's access this paragraph. Let's go to paragraph with that is the description here. Give this a class name of text-small. Let's say opacity -75 and text-white and margin bottom 10 to push it away from this next one. So we're going to have this. Fantastic. You know what? Let's say margin Y of 10. Actually, what? Margin top of 5 and margin bottom of 8. Margin, not padding. And I think it's because of text small that it appears to be squeezed a bit. Is it? Yeah, there we go. So increase the line height because we increase the line height here. And then let's say for the single dragon, what we need to do, we need to do this for these ULs. So for this div, let me see if I just go inside this div and say class name text white. Let me see if that's going to change. There we go, because this div houses both the metric and the imperial units. So text white, and then let's say opacity -75 and text small. And we're going to have that. And then let's do this inside this UL. I'm going to give this a class name of flex and flex-call and items-start and justify-start, and then give this a gap of 3 And then the reason why I'm doing this is because I don't want to manually add margin bottom of each of these list items. So I can just do this and then add a grid gap here. And then for the UL on the bottom as well, I'm just going to paste this in, and it's going to separate out just a bit. That's looking much better. And then I'm going to go inside this div. No, not inside this div, but you know what? I should make this into a grid. So let me just select this, and using Control and D, it's going to select the bottom ones as well. So that I'm going to say grid and grid columns dash, let me say grid columns dash 2 with a gap of 8. I'm going to separate them out. So launch payload return we're going to see how this is going to work in a moment. So this is the metric units. Where are the imperial units? Oh, and I did add the units. I did not add the units. So launch mass, this should say kg, this should say kg, and then this should say cubic meter. So meters, and then add a superscript, so sup, and then cubed, and then this should say meters here, meters. This should say cubic meters, so meters, and then superscript, so sup, cubed, and then remove this space. I should also remove this space here. There we go. So meters cubed, and then this should say cubic meters again. So it says m, and then sup, script, say cubed, and then let's say this one. You know what am I doing? I can just copy and paste. Come on. And then this is say meters. And then for this one is going to say what? Launch payload mass in pounds, so LB. Let me write it as LB, and then this says LB. Then cubic feet, just paste this in and then change this to feet, FT. Then copy this. Then this should say feet, so FT. This is cubic feet, so paste this in. This is cubic feet, paste it in. This is cubic feet, paste it in. This is feet, so feet. And then now let's go to health. The units should now appear. That's much better. And so now we have our the bottom. Now for mobile screens, I want this image to appear first, and I can do that very easily by just going inside this article. Is it? Let me check. Now inside this section, we can go inside this section and we can display it as a flex box, and then look what happens. Now the first article appears here, and then the second article, which is the image, appears here. So for mobile screens, I just say flex call reverse. So reverse the direction of the column, which means the image is going to appear on top. There we go. And then this is going to appear on the bottom. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this article a class name of margin top of 8. By default, since it's the second one, it is this one, so add the margin here. And then for medium screens, when we're displaying them side by side, I know, let me just say that for large screens, when we're displaying them side by side, actually, you know what, I used medium, so let me just continue using medium because of uniformity. So for medium screens, I'm going to say margin top of 0, and then for medium screens, I'm going to say, actually no, that's actually just it. So that now this is going to reset. Okay, and then now we can go back inside here, so flex column reverse, and then you can see that for medium screens, I want this to display as a grid, and then for medium screens, let's say grid dash calls dash 2. For medium screens, let's say add a grid gap here of about 10, and then let's see how it looks. And you can see that now we have this, and then our image, and we have all of that. Now we need to do something. So we have the dry mass here. By the way, you also need to add the bounds for this. So let me find where that is. So it says dry mass here. So I'm going to copy this downwards, and then I'm going to say dry mass. This is going to say dry mass in pounds, so LB, and then change this to LB, so that now there are going to be two of them. So dry mass and dry mass. Okay. Now we need to add our back button and our toggle button. So on the bottom of this, let me go below this div. We're going to have a UL with two list items. This first one is going to be a button that says toggle units, And inside here, we're going to be either saying toggle imperial or metric, and we're going to see how we're going to do that. And then this is going to be a link. So link back to the /dragon space. And then we're going to be linking, this is going to say ampersand, left arrow, LARR, and we're going to say back. And then let's style this out. So let me give class name of text-white and opacity -75 and text-small. And then give this button a class name of BTN. So save this, and we should see the buttons here. So toggle units and back, and then let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of margin top of 8, and then flex, and then start, and then justify -start, and then add a grid gap here of about 4 to push it away from one another. And there we go. And then I should say item center, item start, that this pushes downwards. There we go. And then when I hover over the button, I want the color to change to white. So right inside here, I'm going to say that when I hover over this, change the opacity to 100. So now look at this, and there we go. So that's looking fine. Let's go ahead and create our toggle button, and we're going to style this a bit better because I don't like how this looks. And I'm wondering why. How did I? Why is this styled like this? I can't figure out why. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my goodness. It's because they're showing two of them. So this is the metric units are ending here, and then the imperial units start here. Sometimes, like I'm telling you, man, the thoughts just elude me. So we are going to do this. We're going to create a state value here that checks for whether it's on or off. So I'm going to say const, let's say, because it is metric by default, so I'm going to call it toggle imperial. Or let me just say toggle and set toggle. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false. So when it is false, then I want the metric units to show. So we're going to do this. We are going to go inside here first of all, because we don't want this one to show, right? So I'm going to cut it out, and I'm going to place a conditional and say when it is not toggle, because toggle is our state value. So when toggle is not true, meaning when it is false, then I want this to show. And you know what, actually not true. I want this to show when toggle is true. So when toggle is true, then I want the units to show in imperial units. And then when toggle is not true, then I don't want this to show. So I'm going to say change this into not toggle, and then place in double ampersand, and then paste this in, so that when I save this, then let's see what happens, just to make sure that I'm thinking of the correct thing. There we go. So that is correct. And then we're going to do the same thing for this entire section. Now for the entire section, we are going to do this. We are going to go where is it? For the metric units, we're going to get this entire div, and not even the div, the UL. We're going to get the entire UL, cut it out, and I'm going to place in my condition and say when not toggle. So when toggle is not true, then I want the metric units to show. And then we're going to grab the second UL and cut it out and say that when toggle is true, then we want the imperial units to show. So just simple like that, so that when I save this, then it's going to disappear here, so that now we're only going to have one unit. And you know what, this spacing is a bit too large, because I added what did I add here? Oh, I added a grid gap of 8. I wanted a grid gap of 3. Make it smaller, that's much better. And then now we can go ahead into our button to toggle our units. Now we're going to do this for our button. Scroll to your button here, and then we're going to say this. We're going to cut out this, and then we're going to in a conditional and say that when toggle is true, then we want to say show when toggle is true, we want to say show imperial units. Imperial, is it? Imperial units. Then when toggle is false, then we want the button to say show metric units. So save this, and then let's see this. Of course, it says show metric units, so it should be the opposite. So this should say metric, and then this should say imperial. Save this, so that now when I click on this, then the units are going to toggle into imperial units. Now let's go ahead and add the function for that. So right here, I'm going to say, oops, So right here, I'm going to say on click. And when I click on this, then I want to pass in my inmain function, and I'm going to say set toggle into the opposite of toggle. Meaning if it is false, set it to true, and if it is true, then set it to false. So I'm going to save this, and now look at this. When I click on this, then it's going to toggle the units. So click on it. Consider that now we have this. Oh, and this still has a grid 8. Let's fix that by going here, changing this to 3. Okay, so that now it says show metric units. So there we go, and so on and so forth. And you can see that it toggles everything, including even this one. So that's looking great. And now the last thing that we need to do for our Dragons page is we need to add our images here, which are toggleable, by clicking on them. So you can click on them and then it shows you their respective image. So let's go ahead and do that next. And we can do that by going to our second article, which is this one here. And then now notice how we are getting only the first image here by saying get the Flickr image as 0. If I change this to 1, then it's going to show the first image, like so. And if I change this to 2, if there's a second image that exists, then it's going to show the second image, and so on and so forth. So we want to create clickable images which are going to be behaving like tabs, and we can do that easily by just going below this and adding a UL here. And it's this UL because Flickr images is now an array. Okay, so we're going to say single dragon dot Flickr images dot map, because it's an array. And then we're going to be mapping and getting that for every image that we get back. I also want to get back the index. And then we're going to say return a list item with the key of index, like so. And then inside here, we're going to return an image with the source for image. The source is going to be image, and the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, let's just say single dragon dot image dot name, sorry. And now when I save this, then we're going to have more images appearing here. And there we go. So that those are all the images that exist. So let's tell it out this UL, give this a class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash start, add a grid gap of 3, and then let's go inside the images, reduce the font, the width of the images. So class name, let's say about width dash 20. Let's see how it looks. And width 20 is too small. Let's say width 40. And we're going to have this. Now on small screens, just in case the images overflow, I want them to automatically go into the next line. So I'm going to say flex up here. Just in case, this is just in case, just adding an error boundary. And then let's add a margin on top so that it pushes away from the main image. So let's say margin top of 5, push away from the main image right there. And then for these images, what I want to do is I want to add a height of full, so that they take up 100% of their height here, or not, or it doesn't. So let me add a fixed height here. Let's say height dash 52. How does that look? Oh no, 52 is too large. Yeah, let's say height dash 32. No, let's say height dash 20. And then let's say object cover. So object dash cover, and then reduce the width to about 28. That is much better. So that now when I click on them, then I want the image to toggle and show on this bigger image. And then let me change this back to 0, because I always want the first image here to be the one that is showing. And then now here on the images, once again, I'm just going to add a cursor of pointer. So cursor dash pointer, so that now when I hover over it, then it's going to show a cursor of pointer. It's going to be clickable, just showing like visual cues to your users. Now let's go ahead and do this. We want that every time we click the image, then the index here is toggled, right? So for toggle from 0, from 1, from 2, till the end of the images. So we're going to need to set up a new state value, which we're going to value. So const value and set value, and this is the initialized to use state, and it's going to be 0 by default. And 0 because we want to go into our image here and access the state value of value, which by default is 0, meaning it's going to access the item in this array called Flickr images, so that when I save this, then nothing is going to change on the screen. But if I go into our state value called value and change this into 1, for example, then this image is the one that is going to show. You can see, meaning the functionality is already working, but we just need to change it by clicking on it. We just need to add the functionality to click on the images to change it. So change this back to 0, and then we can go into our images not even the image, but inside the list item. And I can say that when we click on this on click, then pass in our inline function and say set value, set value into the index, meaning set the value here which toggles this. Remember, this is our state value, and then this is the function that controls how we change the state value. So if you want to change the state value using the function, then you access this function. So you can say that set value 1 or 2 or 3, and it's going to change your initial state value. So that now, look at this. The logic here is that every time that I click on this list item, we are going to be getting the index of the list item. And the index, we are getting the index because this is an array.map. We can get the index and as well get the object that we get back, right? And then now when you click on it, we are saying set the value into the index of the item that we click on. And because now we are changing this function, it's going to change our initial state value called value, and that is going to cause the image that is displayed on the screen to also change. So we're going to save this, and then now look at this. When I click on the second one, then the second image shows, and the third one, the third image shows. And you can as well try it out for the other dragon. So inside here, let's go to the first one. You can see our loading state is working quite nice. Now look at this. I can click on the second one, the second image shows, and the third one, that image shows, and the fourth one, and so on and so forth. Now let me just try and style this image so that like they take up the same height, so that they don't keep on resizing like so. So let me just try it out. I don't know whether it's going to work. So I'll give this a class name of height -96, width -full. I know need to add width -full because all the images take up 100% of their width by default as they specified in the CSS. And then let's say object -cover. Let me see if that will work. I don't know whether it's going to work. So let's see. Yeah, that is much better. That is much better. And you can go back into the second dragon just to confirm, and would you look at that? Much better. Now the final thing that we need to do on this page is that I want some kind of visual cue to show the user that this is the current image that they are on, and we can do that by adding stylings. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say inside the list item, give this a class name, and this class name is going to be dynamic. So I'm going to place it inside my curly brackets and inside template literals, which are backticks. And then I'm going to say this, that check for when the index is equal to the value, because this means that this is the current image that is displayed on the screen. And when this is true, then I want to add a padding all around on the image of about 3, and then give this image a BG of white. So that now when I save this, now look at this, the default image, the image that is currently displayed, has a background color of white with a padding of 3, but this is a bit overkill, so let me say padding of 1. So that we're going to have this. Now I can click on the second image. Now look at that. Now it has some kind of visual cue that, hey, you're currently on this image. So that is looking quite nice, and that is how we build the single dragons page with the toggles and so on and so forth. So the next page that we're going to build is now the land pads, and the land pads are going to be like almost the same thing as the single dragons page, and we're going to do that next. Okay, so next we're going to build our land pads page, which has the same structure as our dragons page. So we have the image on top, we have an h2, and then we have a short description, and then we have a read more button. So back inside our code editor, I'm going to create a new file in the pages folder, and this new file is going to be called launchpad.js. And then we're also going to create single land pads, single landpad.js. And then inside here, I'm just going to say RFC, which is going to create a React function component for me using the extension of ES7 React Redux. And you can go ahead and install it. I don't know whether I talked about it, but if you're going into your extensions, something's wrong. So if you go into your extensions, then search for this extension. It's called ES7 plus React Redux, React Native snippets, and it allows you to do shorthand properties like so, and it generates a React function component for you. And then inside the landpads.js, I'm also going to say RFC to generate this boilerplate. And then I'm going to go inside the index.js in my pages, and I'm going to export both pages. So this first one is called landpads capital landpads, and then this other one is called single land pad. and then export, so launchpads and single launchpad, like so. And inside our app.js, we're going to create both routes right now. So the route for this, the path for this is going into launchpads, and then the element that I want to show is the launchpads from /pages. As you can see, it imports it automatically for me, and then close it out. And then the second route that we're going to create is the path to /launchpads, and then once again we're going to be getting the single launchpad by the ID, and then the element that we want to show, the component is called single launchpad, so single launchpad, like so, and then close it out, and then close out your route component. So once I save this, then let me see, it's imported. So once I save this, then I'm going to go into my launchpads.js, and then on top we're going to import use state and use effect from React, and then we are going to structure our return here. So we're going to be returning a section with a class of padding y of -32 with a class of max width to limit it, and then below this we're going to have an h1 with a class of and text center, so to move to the center, with a margin on the bottom of 10, and then the this is going to say launchpads, and then let's go ahead and let's begin to fetch our data. So const, let me say launchpads, and set launchpads is equal to use state. By default it's going to be null, and then I'm going to call our use effect, and so for the use effect we're going to set up our callback function and an empty dependency array so that it only runs once. And okay, we're going to be doing this for every single page. Okay, so instead of having to do this every single time, because we have done it about 4 times now, about 4 times I think, so 1 2 3 4, in fact 5 times, then let me create a custom hook for this, so that we're only going to be calling the hook and then just like changing the link. So let's go ahead and let's create, inside the source folder, let's create a new folder called hooks, and then inside the hooks folder I'm going to create a new file called use fetch. Yes, and then inside use fetch we're going to create our custom hook. So I'm going to say import use state and use effect from React, and then I'm going to say export default function use fetch, and then inside here we're going to be accessing the URL because we want to fetch data from the URL, and then I'm going to say const let's say const data and set data is equal to use state. By default is going to be null, and then let's go ahead and say use effect, place our callback function with an empty dependency array, and in fact it's not even an empty dependency array, it's going to be dependent on the URL, so that every time that the URL changes then the get request is going to run. So I'm going to say const fetch data is equal to in asynchronous function, and inside here we're going to say const the response that we get back is going to say await fetch, and we're going to be fetching the URL that we pass in, and then I'm going to say const data is equal to await res.json, and then just say set data into the data that you get back. So set data into the data that you get back, and then call the function called fetch data, and then below this we're just going to say return, we're going to be returning what we want to return, this data, so return data. Okay, everything seems to be correct inside here, so let me save this, and then let's go into the launchpads and let's say import use fetch from hooks use fetch, and then now I'm going to say this, I'm going to say const data is equal to use fetch, and then we're going to pass in our URL inside here, and the URL is going to https api.spexdata.com/v4/launchpads, and then below this let me have a div inside here, and this div is just going to say data.length, just to see if we are going to be getting back anything, so that now I can remove this from the top. So let's save this and let's see inside our launchpads. So export single what in app.js, where is app.js? Single launchpads, single launchpads, export it was not found in /pages. So let's check out index.js here, single land pads and single land pad, single land pad from /single land pad. What? This is not available. Where is the single land? Oh, it's single land pads. Let me rename this to not have s at the end, so single land pad. There we go. So now if I check the index.js, there we go. Fantastic. So save this and then it should reload. And then of course, let me go into my header and add the land pads page. So copy this link downwards, change to land pads, and then change this into land pads. So save this and we should see land pads here. And then I can click on it and it says the requested resource could not be found. So there is something wrong in the app.js. So for the /land pads, for the /land pads, I want the element to be the land pads, and the land pads is rendering what? It should be rendering this, but we don't see any of this. Why? Let's reload. Did it just need a reload? Let me check F12. Something is wrong. So it says properly reading length. That's because this is returning an object. So let me remove this from here and we should see land pads on the screen. So we have land pads. So let me go into this API and then let's go into land pads to see what we get back. So land pads, and I think we get back an object. Is it? No, we don't get back an object. So instead, let's do this. Let's check for whether this exists and then we can render this. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, and in fact, you know what? That's actually our loading state. So I'm going to say import loading from /components, and then I'm going to cut this out. And I'm going to say that I'm going to place my condition here, and I'm going to say only when data exists. So when this is true, that's when I want my section to render. So let me save, and then let's see whether that handles the error. Let's see. Nope, it does not. So data.length, let me remove this from here first of all. And then let's go ahead and, or I might have missed something in the, oh wait a minute, what am I even doing? This is not correct. So when no data exists, then I want to show my loading state. And then when it exists, then I want to render this. So that's much better. So let me just check this use fetch. Let me check the use fetch to make sure that I have not missed anything. So nothing seems to be wrong here. Nothing seems to be wrong. So the wrong thing must be in the land pads. Let me see. Use fetch, use fetch. Let me try and console log this. So console.log the data, see what we have, and then save it. Let's go to F12. And we have an array of 7 items. See how we have an array of 7 items? Reload it just so you can see. So we have an array of 7 items. It means that our get request is working. So our get request is working, but there is an issue to where it's displaying. So let me place another conditional here and say that only when data is true, that's when I want a div here to render. So inside this div, I'm going to create our grid, and the grid has class names. Let me go into a page that we created before. So into crew, and then let me just copy these class names, this one up to here, copy and paste them inside here. Then inside here, we're going to say data.map, and then we're going to be getting a few things. So I want to get the ID, and then let me see how it's structured in our app. So we want to get the image, and then this name, and then this is also something else, like where's the API. So this is the type, and then we want to get the image, and then we want to get the full name, and then the details. So images, to get the images first. So let's get images, and then name and full name, name and full underscore name, and then we want to get the type and the details, the type and the details. And then let's structure our return. We're going to be returning an with the key. I do not, it's not even an article because I want this to link to another page. So it's going to link to, and we remember how we did this before. We're going to place in our brackets and literals. This is going to /land pads / and then a $ID, and then close it out. And then inside here, we're going to have our article, and with this to have a unique key because we're returning a list, so key of ID. And then inside this article, we're going to do this. We're going to have an image. The source for this image is going to be the images dot, let me see, images dot large, and then just get the first item because large is an array. Images dot large, and then brackets, get the first item, which is 0. And then in case it fails to load, then just render the full name of the launchpad. And then below, we're going to have another div. The reason I'm having this other div is because look at this. This div has a background color like we did in the Dragon's page. Yeah, just like this. So we want to do the same thing. So I'm going to have a div in there with an h2 that says, let me say it's going to say a span first of all, span. And then this span is going to say the type. How did I do it? So the type and then the full name. So the type, and then here we're going to have the full underscore name, and then just place a comma like so. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says details. But remember, I don't want to show the entire details because once I save this, once I go into launchpads and save it, you'll see why. So loading and da. And then once we have this, then what is this? Wait, what is type? What is type? Is name? I confused that. Type is this. What is name? Landing zone 1. So this is landing zone. What? Let me check another one. This is landing zone 2 RTLS. Let me see. Okay, so I want the type. I want the type because that's what I was displaying here. So I want the instead of the name. So this is correct. So let's just remove name because we are not using name anywhere. And yeah, so let's save this. And actually, you know what, below this div, I want to have a link that is going to, and place in our brackets again and our template literals and say launchpads /$ID. And then this is going to have a class name of btn, and then close it out. And then this is just going to say read more, and then of it I'm going to say ampersand RARR, so right arrow, so read more. And then save this, and you should see, I always forget, how do I always forget to import this? Okay, let's do that. And we have this on the screen, so that's looking nice. So this is the reason why I did not want to render the entire text, because you can see that the text, like, it's not consistent, as you can even here. Like, you don't want to show all of this on the screen. I mean, maybe you do because it's part of your design or something, but for this particular design, how I want to do it is I don't want to show this entire thing on the screen. So what I'm going to do is inside the details here, I'm going to cut it out and place in template literals and then $, and then my brackets again, and I'm going to say details dot substring, and then I'm going to select the first character to the 200th character, so 200, and then dot like so, and then save it, and we should have dot on the screen. And then let's begin to style this out. So inside here, let me see, go inside the image, give this image a class name of height of 52, and then object dash cover. Let's see how that looks, so that all the images are now going to have a fixed height, a similar height rather. So instead of height 52, it's a bit squeezed for me. Let me say height, where is it? Let me say here height dash 64. And then let's go inside this div, give this div a class name of bg zinc dash 900. Let's say adding all round of 5. And then inside this h2, let's say give this a class name of text dash white and font dash bold and text dash xl, and then margin bottom of 5. Then let's see, we are going to go inside this span, give this span a class name of opacity dash 75 to make it slightly opaque compared to the actual text of the h2. And then inside this paragraph, we're going to give this a class name of text dash white and opacity dash 75, and then we're going to say margin bottom of 10 to push it away from this button. So I'm going to save this, and we should see the changes on the screen, and we have that. That's looking quite nice. And something is wrong, something is wrong. Why are these images overflowing outside? Let's remove the margin bottom 10 here. Why are the images overflowing outside? Oh, you know what, I want this to be inside this div because I want it to also have, like, to be inside the background color of zinc. So let's do that, and then now it should be inside. and then push to, and then now we can add the margin bottom of 10 to push away from the paragraph. That's much better. And then now we need to deal with our single launchpads page. Remember how we already added this to the /launchpads/id, and then in the app.js we also did the same here to show the single launchpad. So that means that when I click on one of these, then I should see single launchpad, and it is right here on the top left. So let's begin to style out our single launchpads page. Where is it? Single launchpad there, and on top we're going to do this. I don't know whether our custom hook is going to work for it, because our custom hook doesn't really change according to the ID. So let me do this. We're going to import use state and use effect. I mean, I could create another custom hook to solve this, but maybe I'll do it, maybe I'll not. And then here we need to import link and use params. This is going to be coming from React router DOM, and then we also need to import our loading state. So import loading, and then inside here we're going to say const single launchpad and set single launchpad. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's just going to be null. And then we're going to call our use effect, calling our function here like so, and then it's going to be dependent on the ID, and the ID is coming from use params. So let's specify it and say const ID, the structure it, is equal to use params like so. And then inside here we're going to say const fetch single launchpad is equal to an asynchronous function, and then inside here we're going to say const res is equal to await fetch, and then we're going to be fetching from template literals, now no longer single quotes or double quotes, from https://spacexdata.com/v4/launchpads/ and then $ID, and then we're going to say const data is equal to await res.json, and then we're going to say set single launchpad into the data that we get back, and then of course call our function fetch single launchpad. And then inside here, let's structure our return. We're going to be returning a section with a padding y of 32 with a custom class called max width. And then here we're going to have a div, and not even a div, but a h1 with a class of heading with a text that says text. Do we need text center? I do not need text center, and you know what, I'm even structuring this wrong because I want an article first. And then I'm also going to have another article, and this other article is going to have the image, and the source for this image is going to be coming from single launchpad dot, let me see, single launchpad dot images dot large dot images dot large, and then I will just want to get the first image, and in case this fails to load, then I just want to say launchpad dot full underscore name. And then inside here, inside our return, inside our first article, we're going to do this. We're going to have an h1 that says single launchpad dot full underscore name. And then let me just see how I structure this. Click on this. So dot full name is here, and then this is the name of the landing zone. So below this, we're going to have an h2 that says single launchpad. You know, let me just single launchpad dot name, and then below this we're going to have a ul. So we're going to have a ul, and then let me place it inside div because I want this div to have this first ul and then this second ul, so that I can display grid on them to display side by side. So inside this div we're going to have a ul here with the list items, how many, 1 2 3, so they're going to be 3 of them. The first one says launches. Inside here I'm going to say single launchpad dot launches. Let me see how many launches there are. Where is it? Launches is here. So launches is an array. So single launchpad dot launches dot length, and then launches. So how many launches? And then inside here we're going to say single launchpad dot what is the second one? Successful landings. So how many landings does it have? Where is it? Where is the data? Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Landing successes. So it's not even an array. Landing successes. So single launchpad dot landing underscore successes, close it out, and then we're going to say successful landings. And then the third one is going to say single launchpad dot what. We need the active, whether it's active or not. So let's see where it's active. Dot status. So status can be active or inactive. Let me just find it. Let me see. Active, 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 retired. So active can be, status can be active or retired. So we're going to be checking for whether it's active, and if it is active, then we want to return the green text, and if not, then we want to return the red text. So we're going to say status, single launchpad dot status here, and then I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to place a conditional and say that when single launchpad dot status is equal to active, when this is true, then I want to render this text, which we're going to style it out as follows. So class name, we're going to say text emerald dash 500, and then when it is false, we're going to style it out in the following way. We're going to say class name of text dash rose dash 500, so that when I save this and we can see what we have on the screen, then we should have, I'm pretty sure the problem is still the launches once again. Reading full name. Let me check something. What happens when I go into, what is it? Let me get this ID. Copy this ID. Let me open this and say, let's go into launchpads /ID. So we get an object. So object.images. Then why is it a problem? I don't get why it is a problem. So we also need the loading state, by the way. I keep forgetting that. Let me cut out this entire section and place in a condition and say that when there is no single launchpad, meaning when it is null or empty. So single launchpad, when this is true, then I want to render my loading state, and then when it is false, then I want to render my section, meaning when the data has loaded in. So let me see. So you can see that we have, and that solves the error. Really? Then that would mean that the reason why it wasn't displaying is that the data was loading like faster than it could interpret it or something. So adding this like boundary here solves it. Curious. And so you can see that we're going to have this, and this one says active. So let me look for one that says retired, and the one that says retired is just read the instruction of v1. So let's go back into launchpads and we can go into just read the instructions. Where is it? Here. And we should see, wait, this is not v1. Let me see. Where is it? This one should say retired. There we go, in red. Okay, so let's style this out. Let's go inside this UL. Let's give this a class name of flex and flex dash call and items dash start and justify dash start. And then let's give it a grid gap of 3 or a gap of 3. And then let me say text dash white with an opacity of dash 75 to make it slightly opaque. Let's see that, and we're going to have that. And then let's also say text dash small. So text dash small, reduce the font size to that. And then let's go ahead into this UL. So these two ULs here and here, I'm adding multiple cursors by clicking here and then holding down the Alt key and then clicking here, and then I'm just going to say capitalize, which is going to capitalize this text. And then let's go ahead and style this h1. So give this h1 a class name of heading, and then give this h2 a class name of text dash white and font dash bold, and then let's say text dash 3xl. Let me see how that looks. How did I style it for the dragons page? Oh, I don't need to check it. I can just go into my code editor, into my code editor. So the single dragon, how did I style this h2? Just so that like I can have like some uniformity. So copy this, and then let's go back into single launchpad and then paste it inside here. So save this. Let's see what we have. So the launchpads and then the single launchpads. Okay, and then let's add some bit of margin on top. So margin top of 2 to push away a bit from this text. And then we need to add our second UL. So our second UL is going to be as follows. It's going to have an H3 that says what? It says what does it say? Location. So location. And then below here we're going to have a list item. So two list items. The first one says locality, and then the second one says region. So locality, and then this one says region. So it should say single launchpad dot locality. Let me see, dot locality and then dot region. So here we should say here and here, say single launchpad dot locality, and then this second one should say region. And then save this and then add a space here, and then let's go inside this UL, give this a name of text dash small and text dash white, and then let's go inside this H3, give this a class name of text of font dash bold and text dash large, and then margin bottom of 2 to push it away from these list items. And then for these list items I'm going to give this a class name of what did I want, opacity dash 75. Let's see what we have on the screen. We should have that. And then let me just go inside this first list and then say margin bottom of 3 to push it away from this second one. And then now let me go into the parent div of these two ULs. So inside here, let's say give this a class name of grid and grid columns dash 1 with a gap of about 8. And then for medium screens I'm going to say grid dash columns dash 2, which are going to display them side by side. There we go. And then let's go into this div once again, and then I'm going to say that for small screens, first of all, I'm going to say margin bottom of 10, and then for medium screens and above I'm going to say margin bottom of 0. So pushed away from this article a bit, and it's actually won't show because we have added the media query already. So pushed away from this. And you know what, this is not even what I want, because I want the margin on top, because by default the image is going to be on top for mobile screen. So let's actually do that. So inside this section we're going to say this, we're going to say display this as a flex with a flex call of reverse, which is going to place the image on top like so. So that now I'm going to go on this div here, and I'm going to place a margin on top. Where is it? That's actually even the wrong place. It should be on this article. So I'll give this article a class name of on top of 10. And actually, what am I even doing? It shouldn't even be like this. I can add here a gap of 10, which is going to separate it out. Yeah, a gap of 10 is much better. And then now once we have this, then we can go ahead and scale it up. I'm missing a few details. I'm missing the text and then these two buttons. So once we have this div, then I'm going to go outside of this div, and I'm going to say add this paragraph inside here, and the paragraph is going to say single launchpad dot details, and then let's style it out by giving it a class name of text dash white and opacity dash 75. And then below this paragraph we're going to have a UL with two list items, and the first one is going to be a button. Is it really a button? No, it's a Wikipedia button. So we're going to say give this an href, and this href is going to be going into single launchpad dot Wikipedia. I think it is. Let me check. So single launchpad dot Wikipedia is the link, and then inside here we're going to say open on a new page. So tag equals to underscore blank with a rel of no referrer to prevent cross-site scripting. And then inside here we're going to say Wikipedia, so Wikipedia, and then let's give this a class name of btn. And then for the second one we're going to say this is going to be a link. It's going to be linking back into the / launchpads. And then let's say that for the text we want this text to say ampersand LARR, so left arrow and back. And then let's type it out. So let me give this a class name of text dash white and text dash small and opacity dash 75. And then when I hover over it, let the opacity go back to 100. So save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. In our application we should have this, so we have that working correctly. And then let's tell this UL, give this a class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash start, and then let's give it a gap of dash 3 to separate one another, and then let's add a margin on top of 10 to push away from this paragraph. So push it downwards like so. And then now let's go inside this paragraph to push it away from these two items as well. So inside this paragraph, let's say margin top of 10. So margin top of 10 like so. Save it and let's see what we have that. And then now on larger screen, then I want these two items to display side by side. So let's go back into our section, and then we're going to say that for medium screens, we want this to be a grid. And then for medium screens, we're going to say grid dash calls dash 2. And then for medium screens, just a gap of 10. And now what, gap of 10 already exists here, so we don't need to add it again here. So let's just remove it. And we should have this on the screen. That is wrong. We should see this should be MD colon greater than. Let's see what we have. Et voila, we have this on the screen. And this is our single launchpad. So we can go back and we can go ahead into another one. We can check this one. This is how it looks. And then let me just check something. So this image goes all the way to the end. So that's easy enough to do. We can just go to this image. Let's give this a class name of height dash full, meaning height 100%, meaning it's going to take up 100% of how do I explain it? Take up like 100%. Okay, 100% of its height is going to be dependent on the other article that is here. So if I increase the height of this article, then the image is also going to increase in height. So that's what's happening. You can see that this is looking quite nice if I do say so myself. So let me check for one that had a really long description, and you can see that it takes up 100% of the height, which is really quite nice if I do say so myself. And then now for the next page, we're going to be doing the launches page, and the launches page is going to be easy enough to do. We can see that we know we're not getting a lot of data, and we just need to, when we click on this, then we go into a bigger image that shows this. So let's go back and then let's do our launches page. So we're going to go into launches. Let me close all of these files. Let me close all of these. And then inside the pages, I'm going to create a launches.js. So launches.js. And then I'm also going to create single launches.js. So right click and say new file and say single launch. So single launch.js. And then let's say RFC inside here to do that. And then RFC once again to do that. And then let's inside the index.js, let's export both files. So launches and single launch. So single launch. And then let's export launches, and then let's export single launch. Save this, and then let's go ahead into app.js. Let's create these two routes. So let me just copy these two downwards. So copy this here. This is going to be launches. The element is going to be launches. This is going to be single launch, and then the route for this is going to be launches, and then the ID launches /id. And then let's import these two files. So control spacebar and then click on this, which imports the two files for me, but I want this one to come first, and we're going to have this. So save this, and then we can go into our header to add the route. So into header.js, let's copy this downwards, and then let's create our launches. This is going into /launches. So save this, and we should see this on the screen, launches, so that we can click on it, and we should see launches there. Now remember, we created a custom hook, so this is going to be easy enough to do. So we can just do this. We can just say import use fetch from hooks use fetch, and then inside here we're going to say const data is equal to use fetch, and we're fetching from the API, and the API is going to be as follows. Just copy this link inside here and then change this into launches. And then we also need to import our loading state. So import loading from /components as a named import. And then inside here we're going to say this. We're going to be returning a section once again with a padding y of 32 with a class of max-width. And then below this we're going to say return an one that says an issue that has a class of heading with text center with a margin bottom of 10 that says launches. And then below this we're going to place a conditional, and now let's add our loading state first of all, and we're going to say that when no data exists, when this is true, then render the loading state. and then when it exists, then render our section. And then inside here we're going to have a div, and this div has a bit of class names that I keep on forgetting. So let me go into the page. Let me just copy these class names here, copy, and then just paste them inside here. And then we can begin to map over our data. So we can say data.map, and then we want to get a few things. So what do we want to get for the launches? We want to get the image, the name, and then this descriptions. Let me just check. So let's go into /launches. Loading, still loading. There are quite a few launches, that's why it takes a while to load. Okay, so we have this. So you want to get the image, and the image I think is going to be the links, the patch, and then the large image. Then let's see. We also want to get the name. Where's the name? I can find the name. The details is here. The name is this one. There we go. So we want to get the name, the details, and then what else? So the name, the details, and then the image. So where's the image once again? So the name, where is it? Okay, so the name, the links, and the links is an object that contains another object that contains another object. Let's say we want to get the ID. Of course, the ID is going to be our unique key because we are mapping over it. So the ID is going to be the unique key. So the ID, the name, the links, and the details. And then we're going to do this. We're going to return an article. So an article. And I keep on forgetting, not an article, but a link first, which is going to be linking to template literals /launches / and then $ID, like so. And then inside here we're going to have an image. The image, the source for this is going to be the links.patch.large. And then in case the image fails to load, then I just want to display the name of the patch. And then below this we're going to have this. Oh, let me remember to import this because it's showing me the underline. So if you have not imported it, what I've been doing actually, and I didn't explain, is I just click here and say control spacebar, and then it brings me a drop down list of the possible imports, or like the possible solution in case it's a problem. So inside here I'm just going to click on this, and you can see that it imports it automatically for me. And then below this we're going to do this. Let me see how this is styled. So this entire thing is now like blacked out, right? So what we're going to do is this. We're going to have an h2, come on, h2 that says name, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph. Come on. And then this paragraph is going to say template literals, and then $, and then our brackets, and then I'm going to say details.substring. We're going to select 0 to 50, and then ... And then below this we're going to say read more. Does it have read more? It doesn't. Okay, so that we're going to have this. Of course, other items don't have details, so that's why it doesn't show for some of them. And then once I save this, then let's see what we have on the screen. We should have launches, but let me check something. Since other items don't have a description, yeah, that's why it doesn't read substring. So we're going to do this. I'm going to cut this out, place in a conditional, and say that when only when details is true, that's when I want this paragraph to render. Otherwise, when it is not true, then it's going to render nothing. So save this, and now it should render on the screen, and there we go. So for the items that don't have some details underneath, then it's just going to render a blank slate. And now let's go inside this link. Let's give this link a class name, and it needs a key as well. So key is equal to ID, and then it needs a class name of padding all around of 5 and pgzinc-900, and then let's give it a rounded border. Actually, wait a minute, is this the only thing that I gave a rounded border? It doesn't have a rounded border, so let me remove it just to be uniform with the rest of the design. And let's see what we have. So bgzinc is right there. It is like very slightly visible, but the more you go to the bottom, and remember, because we added a linear gradient, the color on the bottom is a bit different from the color on the top left. That's why like you can view this color, you can see this color like becoming more pronounced as you scroll down, because the more you scroll down, the more you go to the slate color. So let's style this out. Let's go inside this h2. Let's give this a class name of font dash bold and text dash white and margin top of 5 and margin bottom of 3. Here let's say text dash xl, and then inside this paragraph let's give this a class name of text dash white with an opacity of dash 75. Okay, and that is our launches page, and you can scroll all the way to the bottom. Some of them don't have images, by the way. Some of them do not have images. So this is what I'm going to do. Let me show you something interesting. I'm going to copy the link to this image, and the link to this image, this is our first launch, which is this one. So this is our first launch here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to be checking for whether an image exists, and when an image does not exist, then we're going to pass in a source for this image to act as the default image. So we're going to do this. I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to say that if if links dot links.patch.large, when this exists, then I want my image to show. But if it doesn't exist, then I want another image to show, and this image, the source for this image is going to be this link that I've just copied. So copy this inside here, then remove this, and then the alt attribute for this is going to be just empty because it doesn't exist really. And then we're going to have that, so it's a conditional, so that now if we scroll to the bottom, the ones that don't have images, they are going to have this default image. Okay, so that every item at least has an image of sorts, okay. And so that is our launches page, and then now we need to deal with our single launch page, and our single launch page is going to be structured just the same way as the other pages have been structured. So let me open up single launchpad, because we're going to need to copy the styles a bit, or at least I think so. So single launchpad, and for the single launchpad, what I'm going to do now is just copy this whole thing, because we're going to be rewriting a lot of it. And then let's go into the single launch page and then just paste this in, but then remember to change this from single launchpad into single launch, okay? Otherwise it's going to give you issues. And then change all of this single launchpad into single launch, so single launch, then grab this and Control and D and say set set single launch, and then this is going to say fetch single launch. I'm just doing that because I don't want to keep on doing the same thing over and over again. And then here it's going to go into /launches, and we're going to have that. So you can see that this remains the same, and all of this just changes just a bit. And then now what am I missing here? I am missing what is this? So we need to have a return, so let's structure our return, and I'm missing a bracket, closing bracket here. So let's structure our return, and inside here we're going to do this, that when launches exist or when there are not launches. So when there are no launches, when this is true, then I want to render our loading state, and then when it is false, then I want to render a section here. So a section with a class name of padding y-32 and max-width, then close it out. And then inside you're going to have an article, which is going to be the first item, and the first item inside this article is going to be an image, and this image is going to be coming from single launch dot links dot patch dot large. I think that was how we accessed it. And then in case it fails to load, then we are going to say single launch dot links single launch dot name, the name of the launch. And then below this, and notice how for this particular page the image comes first and then the text comes second. Okay, so take note of that. And then this one is going to be an h1 class of heading, and then this h1 is going to say single launch dot name, so single launch dot name. And then below this we're going to have what, let me just check the structure. So single name, and then we need the launch date, and then whether it failed or succeeded. So let's grab this. So the launch date is coming from here. Let's say, oh wait, this is not the launches. I was wondering why it looks so different. So let's get this ID, copy this, and then let's go here, change this into launches. So launches / this, and we should see the single launches. So single launches is saying as follows. We need to get the launch date. The launch date is, oh wait a minute, do I need to pass this using, oh my goodness. Okay, so that means that we need to install date FNS to pass this into an actual date that you can read. So let's do this. Let's go ahead into our terminal using Ctrl and J. Let's add a new terminal here, and then we are going to install date FNS, which is going to help us to pass this date into a manner that is readable by human beings. So I'm going to say npm install date-fns. Then as that installs, then we're going to do this. We're going to say import format from -fns once it finishes installing. And then below this, we're going to do this. We're going to have an h2, and this h2 is going to say the following. Let me just confirm this. So launch date, and then it says, this is capitalized, and then here it says single launch dot, and spell dot what was it, dot date underscore local. Do I use the date local or the date UTC? Let me use the date local. Single launch dot date underscore local. So that is going to give us the date, and then once we have the date, then we want to get whether it failed or not. So whether it failed or not, let me see. Let's see. Success here. So success is false. Okay, so if it is false, so we're accessing the success. We're going to do something interesting here. So we're going to say this. We're going to say that when single launch, come on, can't type, single launch dot success is equal to true. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. Sorry, when single, because this is Boolean. What is it? Yes, this is a Boolean value. So when single launch dot success is true, then you want to render a span, and then this span is going to say successful, and then when it is false, then we want to render another span, and this other span is going to say failed, and then we're going to style them in the following way. So this span is going to have a class name of text rows 500, and then this one is going to have a class name of text emerald 500. And then let's do this. Let's style this h2. Let's give this a class name of text white, font bold, text 2xl, margin top 2, and then the h1 is already styled with a class of heading. Let's say margin. Okay, we don't need margin bottom because we've added margin top here. So let's save this. Let's save it. Let's see whether it's working first of all, and we should see once it reloads. Oh, wait a minute. Has this finished installing? Oh, it has. So let's this will reload. What is happening? It says format is defined but never used. Launches is not defined. Line 22. Launches. Oh, this should say single launch. Sorry about that. So it should not reload, and we should have this on the screen. So we have this. Fantastic, and you can see that this renders here. And then let's change this into slightly opaque, and then let's reduce the font size as well. So let's say text XL. Let's say opacity -75, and then let's do this. Inside this article, we're going to give this a grid, class of grid with grid columns -1 with a gap of 10, and then for medium screens, we're going to say grid -cols -2. Place them side by side, and then we're going to have this on the screen. And then why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? I hope I remember. So let's see what we have next. So we have this details text next. So below this h2, below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says single launch dot details, and then let's style it out by giving it a class name of text white and opacity -75. That it's going to be here, and then let's add a margin y of 10, so both on the top and bottom. And then once we have this on the screen, then we need to show the fairings and whether they were recovered or not. So let's see, where are the fairings? Should be on top. Reused false and recovered false. So let's do this. Let's do this. Below this paragraph, we're going to have a UL, 3 list items, or with 2 list items, and this one is going to say fairings. Wait a minute, is it? What? Wait a minute, how is it? Fairings not reused. Okay, let's do this. Let me say this. So I'm going to say fairings here, and then inside here I'm going to say single launch dot fairings dot reused. And now this is good. This is a boolean, so it's not even going to show on the screen. So we're going to do this instead. So we're going to say that when this is true, then we're going to say not reused because it's false. And then when it is false, now when this is negated, meaning it is true, then we are going to say reused. And then we're going to do something similar for the second one. Let me just copy this here and paste it here. And this should say recovered. And we should check that it should say fairings.recovered. So fairings.recovered. And then what does the text say? Fairings not recovered. So here you should say fairings not recovered. Not recovered. And then here it should say fairings recovered. And save this, and let's see what we have on the screen. We should have this, and then let's style it out. So inside here, this UL, give this a class name of text white, text dash small, opacity 75. Let's see what we have. We have that, and then let's go inside this first list item, give this a class name of margin bottom of 3, and then inside this UL, give this a class name of margin bottom of 8, pushed away from the elements that we're going to add next. And the elements we're going to add next are the following. We're going to add these 3 buttons, but remember that these 3, some of them don't have links sometimes. For example, for this one, it doesn't have a link, but for this one, it has a link, and then this one also has a link. You can watch it on YouTube. So let's go ahead and add these 3 buttons, and we're going to do this. Outside of this UL, we're going to put another UL with 3 list items. This first one is going to say grid article, so it's going to be an href. So a href with a class of btn. And the href is going to go into single launch dot, what is it, dot article. Let me just get it, dot article. So single launch dot links, it's inside this links, like this links object, and then we want to get the article. So single launch dot links dot article, and then I want it to open a new page. So target equals to underscore blank with a rel of no referrer. And then the text is going to say read article, and then let's just copy this anchor here to here, copy this, paste it here and here. And then this second one, now I can't even see. So this second one says what, press kit. So press kit here is null, so you can see it is null, so it doesn't exist. So this one will say dot press kit, and then here we're just going to say press kit. And then the third one is going to say dot Wikipedia. Oh wait, I mean, not Wikipedia, what? It's going to say what? The webcast. This is going to say watch launch on YouTube. And then let's save this and let's see what have on the screen. We should have 3 of them. There we go. And then now we can go inside these list items. We can display them as a flex. So display flex with a flex of wrap so that they automatically go into the next line if they reach the end of the screen. And then let's say items-center and justify-set. And then let's add a gap of about 3 to push them away from one another, separate them out. And we're going to have this. So gap of 3 is a bit too small. Let's say gap of 8. And not this third item, is it going to be affected? Yeah. So there we go. So you have watch launch on YouTube. You can click it to open on YouTube. Oops, my computer just froze. And then we have the press kit here. Of course, if it doesn't have a link, then you're not going to be able to click it. And then you can also read the article. Now let me go back into the launches page and then scroll to the bottom for, I don't know whether some of these have occurred yet. So you can see, like for this one, it doesn't have an image here, right? So I'm going to do the same thing. And then for this one as well, you can see it is failed, yes, but look at this. The date is a date in the future because this is the 30th of November 2022. So this is the date in the future. It hasn't even occurred. So that's showing failed as well. You can try to like add your own error boundary for this, but I'm not going to do that. Now let's add this default image, and the default image is in the launches. Let me just grab, and you know what? Let me just grab the entirety of this. And then let's go into the single launch, and then on top where we have our image, we're going to do something similar, where instead of this, we're just going to cut this out and then paste it inside here. And then here, this image is going to remain the same. And then now this is going to say single launch dot links. So where is it? Single launch dot links. And then we're going to have that, so that now the default image is always going to show as well. And there we go. So that no item is going to have, no item is going to be without an image. Okay. Now let's delete our dates because this dates is incorrectly formatted. So now what we're going to do is this. We're going to grab this and then we're going to say format. So we're going to say format and we're going to pass in new date, and then the date that we want to format is our value from the API here. And then we are going to say this. We're going to say format it in the form of comma, day, month, and then year. Is this correct? Is that correct? Let me save it. Let's see. There we go. Let's try out another one. So Trailblazer, you can see 3 August 2008, it was failed. We can go back. Oh, I don't have the back button. I don't have the back button. So the back button, let's add it right after this. We're going to have a list item here. We're going to add a link, and it's going to be linking back to / launches. And this is going to say ampersand LARR, so left arrow and say back. Then give this a class name of text-white with an opacity of 75 and text-small. And then when I hover over it, I want the opacity to go back to 100. And so it appears here, so you can go back. There we go. Much better. So let me check for one that possibly passed or was successful. And what is the problem with this? Why aren't you loading? Really? Reused. Property is null of reused. Where is the reused property? Reused is on the fairings. So reused. Let me see. Is there one where, oh, reused is null here. Reused is null. So it's not always a boolean. It's not always a boolean. So we need to add better error boundaries. So that would mean where we have our fairings here, that would mean that we need to have a better error handling. So how do we do that? We would do something like this. We would say this. We would say an or condition here and say if single launch dot fairings dot reused is equal to null. So both these conditions are, so when either of these conditions are true actually, then it's going to say not reused, and then this is going to say reused. And then just copy this here, copy it, and then paste it where here, so that now this should load in. Still doesn't work. Let me see if it does that for other launches as well. Let me see. I don't know which though. Okay, so this one also does the same thing. So we should say this. Okay, so this doesn't seem to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 3 conditions. Should I? Or maybe I should change this into a double ampersand. Let me see. Change that into a double ampersand. Does that work? No, it does not work. Like, what? How did I solve this? I can't remember how I solved this in the actual web app. let me check. How did I solve that? Where was the one that I clicked on? I clicked on something like, This one, successful. Which one did I click on? Starlink VO9. Let me try that. Let's reload this and let's find Starlink. Starlink VO9, this one. Let me see if this one works. Why can't I seem to figure out how I solve this? And you know what? Let me just check the GitHub repository. Let me check the GitHub repository for it. My computer is hanging. Let's check the repositories. Let's check SpaceX. The source folder, the pages folder, we want this single launches. So how did I solve this? Okay, so display placeholder image. Okay, that was for the launches. Now single launch.success. Oh wait, this is the H2. I don't want that one. I want the fairings. So when single launch.fairings is true, and you know what, let me just copy this entire thing. No point in rewriting this out. So copy this and then let me paste it inside here. Let me see. So I said that for the fairings, when single launch.fairings is true. Oh, I paired the ternary operators. I paired them. Oh my god. So we are saying that the fairings, when it exists, when this is true, then check for single launch.fairings.reused, and when that is true, then display reused, otherwise then display not reused. And then once this evaluates and it evaluates to false, then you just say no fairings reused, and then we're doing the same thing to this. How did I think of pairing ternary operators? Because I haven't thought about that right now, and that's you wouldn't even believe that I'm the one who wrote like both pieces of code. So let me add this class name here of margin bound 3, and let me do the same for. Does this one really? I don't think it needs it. So let me just what was I saying? So let me just check another image here. So fair is not reused, and let's see. Yeah, everything seems to be working now. And if you do get a bug, then please please report it on GitHub, not on the comment section. Interesting. So that is our launches page and our single launch page as well. And then now next we are going to do our launch pads. Oh yes, the launch pads are quite nice. They are quite nice because they also have a lot of information. As you can see, loading. They have a lot of information, but the styling is relatively easy. It's just like the ones that we have in the land pads. So let's go ahead and let's create our launchpads page. So once again, let me close. I need these two files to be open, so let me close these ones. Close. Oh, I shouldn't have closed the app.js and the header. Yeah, we can have those two files open. And then now let's go ahead and create a new page inside here called launchpads.js, and we can say RFC inside here. And then we can create a new page called single launchpad. So single launchpad.js, and you can say RFC. And then inside our index.js in the pages folder, we are going to import both of them and both of them. So launchpads and single launchpads. Saying single launch here and single launch here was confusing me a bit, but then I realized it was for the other page. So here, single launchpad. Is it pads? This is the same mistake that I made the last time. So this is single launchpad and single launchpad. And then this is single launchpad. There we go. So launchpads. So this should say launchpads. Launchpads, small p. There we go. And then inside the app.js, we are going to create both routes. So just copy this downwards twice. This is going to be going into launchpads. And then the element is going to be showing is the launchpads. So launchpads. And then import it right there. And then this is going to say single launchpad. And then import it. And then this should say go into launchpads. Launchpads /id. And single launchpad is here. Wait, why doesn't it import from index.js? Single launchpad, single launchpad, single launchpad. Let's correct that. So single launchpad. And then let's go into our header.js. Let's add the link. So add this new link. So copy it downwards. This should go into launchpads. And they should say launchpads. Save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And it says single launchpad does not match the corresponding single launchpad capital P small p. What is the problem? In the index.js, this should say single launchpad capital P. What error is this in app.js? Single launchpad capital P. Single launchpad capital P. Save it, and we should have what on the screen? Are you serious? Imported as single. What? How I import the thing that is slowing me down? Single launchpad. Let me open this file. Single launchpad. Oh, you know what? Oh my goodness, let me change this to capital P, and then let me change this to capital P as well. So rename to capital P. There we go. Save it, and now it's going to show. So launchpads here. You should see requested repos source could not be found. Why? You should say launchpads. Okay, there we go. Now it says launchpads. So let's begin to style this out. So launchpads here, we are going to do the following. We are going to say we're going to create a section with a class of padding y32, with a class of max-width. Then below this, we're going to have an h1 with a class of heading with text center in margin bottom of 10. You can see that this is basically the same thing that we've been doing. So launch pads, and then this we're going to have a div, and then inside this div we're going to be mapping over our data. So let me copy the classes of the div. The classes are these ones right here. So copy these and paste them here. And then inside here, we're going to say this import use fetch. So import use fetch, which is our custom hook. And then we also need to import loading states. So the loading state. And then inside here, we're going to say this. We're going to cut this out and say that when there is no data being returned, then we want to render our loading state. And then once the data is being returned, then we want to render our section. So let's go ahead and get this data. So this is going to say const data equal to use fetch, meaning coming from our custom hook, and we're going to pass in a URL here, and the URL is going to be going into /launchpads. So / oops, what? Did I really just mess that up? Ah, come on. There we go, into launchpads. And then once we have that, then we should do something like an h1 that says launch with data.length. Save this, and let's what we have on the screen. We should see loading, and then we should see 6. You can see 6 right here. So that's working correctly. And then now instead here, let's map over our data. We can say data.map, and then we're going to be getting a few things. We're going to be getting the image, this name here, and then the text, and then the learn more. So the image, the name, the text. So this say into launchpads. Let's see what I have. So I want the images, the name, and then the details and the ID. So the ID, image, name, and details. And then let's get our article. We're going to be turning no longer an article but a link, which is going to be going into /template literals, and this is going to should be launch pads $$ID, and then close it out. And then we're going to have an article, and then this article is going to have an image. The source for this image is going to be image, and then the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, then this is going to just say the name of the person, not the person but the name of the launchpad. And then below this we're going to have a div. This div is going to have an h2. The h2 says the name, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph, says the details. And you know what, it's not even going to show the entire details, so we're going to place it inside template literals backticks. Wait a minute, did I just change my keyboard language? I just changed my keyboard language. How did I even manage to do that? So it should be Windows can spacebar. Should change it back. There we go. Yeah. So it should say not forward slash, but it should say $ this, and then details dot substring, and then select 0 to 50, and then dot dot dot. And then below this paragraph we're going to have a link, which is going to be linking to, again, backticks /launchpads $$ID, and then close it out. And then the text is going to say read more, and then ampersand right arrow, so RARR, like so. And then let's tell this h2, so give this h2 a class name of text dash large, let's say text dash white, let's say margin bottom of 3. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash white, and then opacity dash 75, and then margin bottom of 10 to push away from this link. And then this should be font bold on the h2. Then give this div a class name of bg zinc dash 900, then let's say padding all round of 5. And then let's go inside this image, give this a class name of height dash 64 and object cover. And yeah, that should be it. So let's save this. Let's see what we have on the launchpads page. Link is not defined. Every single time I always forget to import it. So we should have this on the screen. Something's wrong. Oh wait, images is an array, not an array but an object. So dot large, and then get the first image. So this should say images. Oh, it's images. So images dot large, and then get the first item. Let's see. Much better, much better. And then let's give this a class name of btn. So inside this link, let's give this a class name of btn. And then once we have that, then we can click on this and we can go into the single launchpad page. And for the single launchpad page, let me just go ahead and copy. Let me go ahead and copy this from here up to here. Copy this, and for the single launchpad, I'm just going to paste it in. Change this into single launchpad. And then let's add our bracket here. And then this should go into launchpads, so launchpads, and then this should say single launchpad, so single launchpad. This should say set single launchpad, so Control D to select both of them, so set single launchpad. And then what else do you need to say? This function needs to change, so fetch single launchpad. Then let's see. That should be it. So here, let's structure our return. So we're going to be returning this, and we're going to say that when there is no single launchpad, launcher, is it capital or small? It's small p. So when this is true, then we want to render our loading state, and then when it is false, then we want to render a section here with a class name of padding y-32 with another class of max-width. And then inside here, we're going to render an article. Is it an article first of all? And this article is going to be an H1 that has a class of heading, and it is going to say single launchpad dot name. Is it dot name or dot full name? I think it's dot full name. So let me just copy this, and then let's save this. Let's see what over the screen here appear here. There we go. So dot full name is the full name of the actual thingy without the abbreviations. And then we need to get the name to display on the bottom. So let me open this. So the name, this is the name now displaying on the bottom as an H2. So below this, let's say H2 with that class of text dash white and text dash 2XL and opacity dash 75 and font dash bold. And this H2 is going to single launchpad dot name. Let's see that. Let's see this. There we go. And then I'm going to say this. So let's say margin bottom of 2, pushed away from this just a bit. And then let's go back into the section and give the section a class of grid and grid columns dash 2 and a gap. Oh, sorry, grid columns that dash 1 and a gap of 8. And then for medium screens, let's say grid columns 2, which is going to place the second article on this side, so that now you can see that this is now squeezed to the left. So that now I can go ahead and do this. I can go below this article, create article, create another article here with an image, and this image is going to say the following. It's going to say single launchpad dot images dot what was it? Launchpads dot images dot large, and then the first image, and then this is going to say single launchpad dot name in case the image fails to load. Save this, and we're going to have that as our image. And then let's give it a class name of hfull, meaning it's going to take up 100% of this. And then we are going to do this. So what do we need here? Oh, this is a bit smaller than this, but anyway, it still works. So let's go ahead and begin to display this data on the screen. And once again, this is going to be a div with 2 ULs. So we're going to do this. We're going to create a div. This is going to be a UL with list items here. How many are there? 3 of them. And the first one says launch attempts. So launch attempts. And this second one says successful launches. And then we're going to do this. Let me just check what the API is saying. So the API here says launchpads. So launch successes and launch attempts. So single for both of them. So single launchpad dot launch the underscore attempts. And then the second one says launch successes. Save this, and we should have something on the screen here. And then on the bottom, we're going to be checking for whether it is active or not. So where is active? Or status. So status is going to be active or retired. So we're going to do this. So we're going to be checking for whether it's active or inactive or retired. Or I think the one that is the Starship one is still under construction. So we're going to do this. I'm going to cut this out and I'm going to place in my conditional, and I'm going to say that when single launchpad dot status is equal to active. So when this is true, then I render a list item here that says active, and then this is going to be styled in the following way. We're going to give it a class name of text emerald dash 500. And when it is inactive, or when it is not active, I mean when this condition evaluates to false, that's what I mean, then we're going to say, what are we going to say? We're going to say wait, does it return text? It actually returns text, so we're just going to say single launchpad dot status. So single launchpad dot status, and then we're going to set it to be red in color, so class name of text dash rows dash 500. So let's save this, and then we should see, and let me change this into single launchpad dot status as well. So here of course, to the brackets, and we're going to have this. Let's save this. Let's see what we have on the screen. So this says retired, and then let's capitalize the text. So here and here, let's say capitalize. That's much better. And then let's go inside this URL, give this a class name, text dash white, and opacity dash 75, and text dash small. And then let's say flex and flex dash call and items dash start and justify dash start. And then let's add a grid gap of 3. Put it from one another. There we go. And then inside here, let's go inside this div, give this a class name of margin on the y of 8, push arrow on the top and bottom, put away from the top and bottom, because we're also going to add text on the bottom of this. And then let's add our second UL below this. And then this UL is going to have how many list items? So 1, 2, 3. So this is base region. Wait, no, what? No, what am I doing? This is the locality and the region, and then location. So it's going to have 2 list items, and then on top we're going to have an h3 that says region. And then this h3 is going to be styled in the following way. We're going to say give this class name of text dash white and font dash bold and text dash large, then margin bottom of 3, not the margin bottom of 2, and then give this first list item. This is going to be the locality, and it should say single launchpad dot locality. I hope so. And then the second one is going to say region, and it should say single launchpad dot region, so that when I save this, then we should have something on the screen, which is this one right here. So let me remove this, reduce this into text dash base. And I can just actually just remove it. It doesn't have to be like really big in color, in size, not in color. Let's reduce this to margin bottom of 1. Let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of text dash white and opacity. And now let me not add opacity here, because I want this to be white without any opacity. So let me add the opacity on the list items. On them, give this a class name of text dash small and on opacity of dash 75, and then margin bottom of 3 on the first one, and then remove it on the second one. Let's see, that is much better. Let's say margin bottom of 2. Okay, and then we can go ahead and do this inside this div. So inside this div, we're going to say this, display this as a grid with the grid columns dash 1 and a gap of 8, and then for screens, display this as a grid columns of 2, which is going to place it to the side here. There we go. And then below this, let's add our paragraph with the text. So outside of this div, which ends here, we're going to have a paragraph with a class of text dash white and an opacity of dash 75, which is going to say single launchpad dot details. Let's see that. There we go. And then below this paragraph, let's say margin bottom of 10, we're going to have a UL with 2 list items. So 2 of them. The first one is going to be an anchor tag that goes to Wikipedia, or not. We're just going to have 1 list item. So here we're just going to have a link that goes back into the / what is it, launchpads with a class name of btn. Oh, it doesn't have a class name actually. Just say ampersand LARR, so left arrow, and then let's say back, and then change this class name into text dash white, opacity dash 75, text dash small, and then when you hover over it, opacity dash 100 to go back to 100. Let's see that. Would you look at that? That's looking quite nice. Amazing. So where is it? Where is this starship? It's this one. So starship is under construction. Yeah, I knew I read it somewhere. And then notice how this image is stretched out a bit. This is not how the starship looks. Doesn't it look stretched out like this? So let's go ahead into our image and add object cover. So object cover, so that it just like, yeah, there we go. That's much better. It's much better. And it does that even for other images. So let's check this one. Yeah, this is much better. Much better. And now the next page that we're going to be dealing with is the payloads page. And for the payloads page, we're not going to create an inner page. We're just going to have this singular page here, so it's going to be quite an easy page. And yeah, so let's go ahead and create the payloads page. So the next page that we're going to be building is the payloads page, which is right here. It's a very simple page. It doesn't have an internal page, and we're only going to be getting the data and then putting it on the screen. And this is our application that I have open. So if you don't have this open, once again, you can just go ahead and run npm start, which is going to start your development server. And the reason I'm saying that is because it's been 2 days since I recorded the last video, so I had to do that all again. But for you, most likely it's just going to be a continuation of the last video. So what I'm going to do is inside the pages folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this payloads.js. So payloads.js, and then I'm going to say rfc, which is going to generate a React function component for me. And then I'm going to save this, and then inside my index.js file in my pages folder, I'm going to say import payloads from payloads. So just copy this down, copy it here, so payloads, and export it as payloads. And then once I export this, then I can go into my app.js and create a route for the payloads page. So let me close this and shrink this. So for the payloads, we're going to have a route that looks like this. So the route path equals to /payloads, and the element that we're going to be rendering is the payloads component that we have just created. So payloads, and then import this. So control and spacebar to give you the options, and then just enter to import it, and then close out your route component. And if you check the imports, you have the payloads imported here. So save this, and then inside the payloads page, we're going to just go ahead and fetch our data. And if you go into the /payloads in your API, then this is the GET request that we're going to be sending. And then this is the request. This is the data that we're going to be getting back. So we have all of this, and this is basically what we're going to be displaying on the screen as shown here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say import use fetch, because use fetch is the custom hook that we created to fetch data from our API, and I can show you right here. So this is the use fetch hook that we created. We're just getting use effect and use state from React. We are initializing our state values, and then we are fetching the data right here, and then we are adding a dependency array of the URL, which is here as well. And then we're returning the data, so that every time that the URL changes, we can pass in the URL here, which is going to rerun this GET request for every single page, and we can reuse it as many times as we want throughout our application. Once we import use fetch here, then we also need to import something else. We need to our loading state. So import loading. So as a named import, loading from /components. And then inside here, we're going to do this. We're going to say const data. So the data that we're exporting from use fetch right here. So return data. So we're going to be destructuring this, and we're going to say const data is equal to fetch. And then inside here, we're going to pass in our API URL. So I'm just going to copy this. So copy it here and then just paste it. So we are going to the /payloads. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a fragment here. And you know what, instead of just doing this, instead of returning a fragment, I'm just going to cut this out, place in my parentheses, and I'm going to say this. I'm going to place in my conditional and set and say that when there is no data, meaning when this GET request has not yet run, then I want to say return my loading state. And then once it returns my loading state, then I just want to say paste in my return. And something is wrong. I'm trying to figure out what is wrong here. That's why I paused for a moment. So let me see what is happening. You take a 2-day break and you forget how to code. Oh, and you know what? The reason is the reason is because of this. So we are not supposed to do this inside here. So let me just remove it. Place in my brackets, and then I'm going to place in my fragment. And then I'm going to say that when no data is true, then I want to render my loading state. And then when it is false, then I just want to render a section here. So section, which we're going to style out. So inside this section, we're going to have a class name of padding y of 32 with a class of max width to limit everything. And then below this section, we're going to have an h1 with a class of heading, with another class of text-center and margin bottom-10. And then this heading is going to say payloads. And then outside of this h1, we're going to have a div, which is going to a div, not a data grid, a div And then this div is going to be our 3 grids right here. So let me go ahead and just get these classes from the launchpads page. So just copy these class names here because we're just reusing the styles. So just paste them inside here, and then we can now map over our data. So I'm just going to say data.map, and then let me just destructure right away because we're going to be getting a few things, and I want to get the ID, obviously, because that's the single ID for the for every single payload that we get back. To get the ID, we need this name, and then we need the satellite type. So let me check what it is in the API. So we did the name and the type. Okay, so name type, name, comma, type. And then we also need the orbit, the reference system, and the customers and countries. We need the orbit. Where's the orbit? The orbit here. We need the reference system. We need the manufacturers. Yes, we need the manufacturers here. And then we also need the customers. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we need the orbit, the reference underscore system. We need the manufacturers and the customers. And notice how manufacturers and customers with it. Manufacturers here and customers is an array. So we're going to be mapping over this and then displaying the data on the screen, on the UI, not on the screen. I mean, technically on the screen. So let's structure our article here. So we're going to be having an article. This time we don't have a link. So the article is going to have a key of ID. Then below this, we're going to have an h2 that says this. We're going to say the name and then comma, and then we're going to place it inside a span to say the type. So the reason why I'm doing that is because the name is here, which is in white, and then the span, which is the type, is in slightly opaque but still white. So that's how we're going to style this. And then we have the orbit, the da. So let's go ahead and do that. So below this, we're going to have a div. And then, you know what, let me not do the div. Let me do this because orbit is not an array, right? Yeah, orbit and reference system is not an array. So let me have a UL with 2 list items. The first one is going to say orbit, and it's going to say this, so the orbit. And then the second one is going to say reference system, and then we're just going to say reference underscore system. And then outside of this UL, we're going to have another UL, and then now we're going to be mapping over the manufacturers and then the customers next. So let's start with the manufacturers. First of all, I'm going to have an history that says manufacturers, manufacture. Let me just, what? I even spelled this one wrong. Manufacturers, copy this. Spelling is hard. So manufacturers right there. And then we're going to go over the manufacturers data. So I'm going to say manufacturers.map. And inside here, we're going to get every item. So the object that we get back, I'm calling it an item. And then also going to get the index of that item. And then I'm going to be returning a list item with the key of index. And the indices are numbered from 0. And then inside each list item, I want to return the item, which is going to be the name of the item, which in this case is going to be the manufacturer. So here is SSTL, for example. And then we're going to do the same thing for the customers. So just copy this downwards and then change this into customers. And we can just have this as it is, and then change this into customers as well. So here we're mapping over the manufacturers array, and then here we're mapping over the customers array, which we have both destructured inside here, so that now I can save this. And if I go into /payloads here, but I still can't because I need to add it inside my header. So inside the header, let me just go ahead and copy this link downwards, and then change this into payloads, and then change this text into payloads. Save this, and then let's see what you have on the screen. So once it reloads there, and when I click on payloads, we should see payloads after the loading thingy. There we go. And then now you can see that it is already styled some kind of way because we already had added the styles inside here. So we added the styles here as well. So the max width is what limits it. So let's go ahead and style out these articles to be just a bit better looking. So inside these articles here, I'm going to give this a class name of bgzinc-900 with some padding all round of 5. And then let me change of the text inside here. So all the text equals to white. I hope that is going to change it. Let me see. So that we're going to have, and you can see that the zinc background is barely visible on this side because this gradient starts from zinc and goes to slate. So the more to the bottom you go, then the more prominent the boxes become. So let's have this, and then let's go inside this h2. Let's give this h2 a class name of font bold, font dash bold, and then let's go inside this span, give this a class name of opacity dash 75, just to reduce the opacity a bit for this span. There we go. And then let's give this h2 a margin bottom of 3, and then let's go inside this ul, give this ul a margin bottom, class name margin bottom of 3 as well, and then do the same for this. So let me just copy this class name instead of repeating it every single time. So here, and we don't need to add the margin bottom of 3 on this final ul because it is the last one. So we don't want to have extra margin below it, you know. And you know what, zinc isn't really visible here, so it's kind of hard to tell whether these are boxes or not. So let me try out another color. Let's see how stone looks like. Stone 900. I think this one would work much better, and probably I used like different colors for the other pages, but you can change those if you want. I'm just going to work with this one, and then let's do this. Let's go inside these spans. How do I style this? Okay, so we have this. So this opacity about 75 as well, and then these h3s are white, and then the rest of the text is slightly opaque. So let's go ahead and do this inside this h3, and then inside this h3 as well. So give this a class name of what am I doing? Font bold, and then let's go inside this ul and this ul, and actually not this ul and this ul first because we already have the class names here, and we're going to say opacity 75. See how this looks? There we go. And then I'm just realizing something. If I have opacity 75 here and I set it to opacity 100, it's not going to work. So let me show you. If I set this to opacity 100, then the h3 here is not going to have an opacity of 100. So I'm going to remove this from here, and then I'm going to remove this from here as well. Remove it, and then I'm going to go inside this list item and give list item a class name of opacity dash 75, which means now the list item is going to be slightly opaque, and then the heading is going to be white. Okay, so let me give this heading a margin bottom of about 1 or 2 to just to push it away a bit from this text. And then let's go and do the same thing for this h3. So we're going to do this. I'm going to copy this, copy it and paste it here, and then let's see, we're going to say margin bottom of 1 on this h3, save it, and we should see that right there. And then let me just make these list items to be smaller in size. So here and here, I'm just going to say text dash small, and then I'm going to go here and here as well, give this a class name of text dash small. And once again, I'm adding multiple cursors by just clicking on where I want the first cursor to be, and then holding down the alt key, and then clicking where I want the second cursor to be, and so on and so forth. And that's just how you add multiple cursors. Okay, so save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. So it's going to reduce in size, and yeah. And now that we have this, this is basically our payloads page, and we are really just done with the payloads page like that. And then the next page that we're going to build is the roadster page, which is this page here, right here. So we have the title, we have this big image, and then we can scroll through the images here, and then we have some text describing what it is about, and then some further details. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can go into /roadster, and we're going to get this as the get request. So once you have that, then let me go ahead and let me just close all of these pages. Oops, what did I do? Let me close all of these pages, and then close this. And then inside the source folder and inside my pages folder, I'm going to create a new file, and this new file is going to be called roadster.js. So roadster.js, and then I'm just RFC. And then once this component is saved, then I'm going to go inside my index.js inside my pages folder, and then I'm going to create a new import here, and we're going to be importing roadster. So roadster, and then let's also export roadster. save it, and then we can go inside our app.js, and then we can create our roadsters route. So let me import it here. So roadster, let's import it, and then let's create the route. So the route of this is going to be /path roadster, and the element that it's going to be showing is the roadster component or the roadster page, however you want to call it. And then close out our route component, and then we can save this. And then let's go inside the header, our header component, and inside our header we're just going to copy this link downwards, and then we're just going to say this is going to /roadster, and then the text for this is going to say roadster, and then we can save this, and we should see roadster on the screen right here, so that when we click on it, then we should see roadster on the top left, and then we can begin to style this out. So inside the roadster page, we're going to do this. We're going to cut this out, and then we're going to be returning a section here with a class name of padding y32 and a class of max width. Close this out, and then below this we're going to have h1 that has a class of heading and text-center and margin bottom -10, and then the text for it is going to say Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster. And I'm just realizing that this is going to be a problem because like this character, JavaScript doesn't recognize this character to be part of Emmet. So let me remove this, and then we can have this, and then we can just continue Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster. Okay, and then below this we're going to have a div, and then we're going to be styling this div a bit differently, but for now it's just going to be empty. And then we can now import our useFetch. So import useFetch from useFetch, and then let's also import our loading state. So import loading from /components, from /components. And by the way, I realized that inside our dragons page, I think it was this one, we did not have our loading state. So if you go into dragons.js, you can just import loading here as well. So importing loading from /components, and then just grab the entirety of this section, cut it out, and then say that when there's no dragons data, so no dragons is true, then we just want to render our loading state, and then once it is false, then we just want to paste in our section and render our section. So that is the only change that we are going to make here. And then back inside the roadsters page, we're going to do this. So we're going to say const data is equal to use fetch, and we're going to be fetching this from the API. So let me just copy the API here, copy this and paste it inside, and then we're going to be mapping over our data. And before we map over our data, let's add our loading state. So I'm going to cut this out and say when there is no data, so no data, and this is true, then I want to render my loading state, and then when it's false, then I just want to render this section. And then inside this div, we're going to do this. We are going to say we're going to be rendering an article, and then this article, now this article is going to be this black section that has the kind of like black background. That's always a tongue twister. So we're going to have this, and then the div is going to be like the parent everything here. So we're going to have the article, and then inside this article we're going to do this. We're going to have another div inside. This div is going to be housing a UL, and this UL is going to be our images. So let me just have the UL, place a comment and say our images, and these images are this one on the right. And then below this UL we're going to have an image, and the source for this image is going to be coming from our data. And then I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. And then outside of this div, we're going to have another div, and then this other div is going to be this text that we have. And you can see that the data that we get back here, by the way, is now not an array, but it is an object. So we're not going to be mapping over it. So we're going to do this. We're going to say below this have a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to be saying this text. So let me just get the text. The text should be the details. So we're going to have a paragraph. Give this paragraph a class name of text-white and text-small. And then, let me remove the text small first of all, and then we're going to say opacity-75, and then here we're going to say data.details. And then let me just comment this image out first of all, and then let me save this to see whether this is actually working, so that we don't go too far before we realize that nothing's working. And there we go. So we have this. So once we have this, then let's go ahead and render images. So let me place this back in, and then what I'm going to do is in here we're going to be rendering the first image, So Flickr images here is the images that we want. You can see that it's an array. So by default, I only want the first image to show, and we can do that by doing this. We can say data.flickr underscore images, and then your brackets, and then say the first one. So the first one has an index of 0, and then the name, the alt attribute here, in case the image fails to load, then I just want to copy this title and paste it inside here. And then once we have that, then we want to render these images on the left. Now, in order to render the images on the left, then we need to map over it. And we need to map over it because the Flickr images, once again, is an array. So we're going to say this. We're going to say data.flickr underscore images dot map, and then we're going to be mapping, and for every single image that we get back, so the object that we're getting back when we map over it, I'm calling it image, and then I want to get the index as well, and then we're just going to say return a list item that has a key of index. And then once we return the list item, then I just want to return my image tag here, and the source for all of these images is going to be the image object that we get back. And the alt attribute, once again, I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside here. In case the image fails to load, then this is the text that is going to show. So that once I save this one, we should see our images on the screen. So it's going to reload, and there we go. So we have the first image here. Actually, it's not the first image, is it? So we are mapping over the data first. So this is these are our images that are going to be appearing on the left. And then when you scroll down, you're going to get this, which is going to be our first image, which is this one right here. But we're going to be changing it every time that we click on it. And if you are following closely, then it's just going to be the same thing that we did on the Dragons page. So on the Dragons page, we had this, so that when you click on these images, then they're going to just reside, like it's going to change the image that is displayed on the screen. So that's basically the same thing that we're going to be doing on the Roadsters page. So let's go ahead and do this. Before we begin styling it out, I just want to add in all the data that we're going to need below this. So let me just check this out, and we can see that we need the launch date. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place all this data inside ULs, inside list items, sorry. So below this paragraph, I'm going to have a UL, and then inside here, I'm going to have some list items that are 7, so 7 of them. So li times 7. This one says launch date. The second one says launch mass. The third one says days since launch and speed. Days since launch, then speed. And then this next one says distance from the Earth, Wikipedia and video. So distance from the Earth. And then Wikipedia is going to be an anchor tag, an href. So here it says Wikipedia. And then the YouTube video is also going to be an anchor tag, so a href, and then this is going to say YouTube video. So let's go ahead and get this data. So inside here, we're going to say the launch date. The launch date is going to be this one, which means we're going to need to format it just like we did using datefns in a previous page. Let me see which page it was. We did it in a previous page. Loading for so long. Should be the launches. Yeah, I think it was the launches page where we needed to format the data. So we're going to do the same thing as we did inside here. So we're going to say this. We're going to import format from datefns, which is a package that we installed. So we're going to say import format from not forward slash, but from date and date hyphen fns, can speak. And then we can do this. So we're going to say this. So format, and we're going to be formatting, format. We're going to pass in date, and the date that we want to pass in is the date dot, let me see, the date dot launch date UTC. So we're going to say date not data, date dot launch underscore date underscore UTC, and then we're going to format it. So place a comma, and then we're going to say format it in the form of day and then month and then year. So take note of this. This is small and then capital and then small. That actually matters. And then the launch mass is going to say this. So launch mass is going to be this one, launch mass in kg. So we're going to say data dot launch underscore mass underscore kg, and then pass in kg at the end. So days since launch is going to say, where is it? Where is it? Can't find it. Is there days since launch? Oh, this one, period days. Okay, so this one. And then notice how this is like has a lot of decimals. We're going to be formatting that. So we're going to say period days. So let's see, we're going to say data dot period. So period and spell underscore days. And this one is just going to say days. So how many days since launch? And then the speed is going to say speed. We're going to get the kilometers per hour because I don't like miles per hour. So speed in kilometers per hour. So we're going to say data dot speed underscore kph, and then I'm just going to say kilometers per hour. And then distance from the earth is going to say this, earth distance in kilometers. Once again, we're going to get the one in kilometers. So we're going to say data dot earth underscore distance underscore kilometers. What? Yes, underscore kilometers. And then we're just going to say kilometers. And for the Wikipedia, we need the link. So Wikipedia link is this one, and then the YouTube link is this one. So Wikipedia and video. So the href here is going to be going into data.wikipedia. And then the href for the YouTube video is going to say data.video. And then I want both of these to open on a new tab. So target is equal to underscore blank with a rel of no referrer to prevent cross-site scripting. And then these are class names of underline, because I want them to have this slide underline below them to show that these ones are links and these other ones are not links. So that we're going to have this. So when I save this, then we should have some information on the screen. It loads in and we say date is not defined. Where is date? 4138 line 41. So this should be data. I was correct, it wasn't date, it was data. So that once this loads, and we should see this on the screen. So we have all this data here. So let's go ahead and let's begin styling this out. So for this UL that has the images, I'm going to display this as a class name. Display this as a flex box. And then I'm going to say items-center and justify-start with a gap of 3 to separate them out. Probably I should say items start as well, but let me see how this looks first. So this happens. And then we're going to do this. I'm going to say flex-wrap, so that in case they overflow outside of the container, then they're just automatically going to go into the next line. And then we're going to say this. So inside these images, I'm going to give these images a class name, a default class name, and I'm going to say this should be about width 40 to reduce their size massively. So width 40 works almost correctly. So let me say 32. We're going to have this on the screen. And then now I want this div. So I want this UL and this image to display side by side. So I'm going to say this, give this a class of, let me see, first of all, by the way, it should be on mobile. So mobile screens are going to be this. So on mobile, I want these items to go on the bottom and then this image to come on top. So let's do this. So we're going to say flex dash column, wait, this is the wrong place. It should be here. So this should be a flex first of all, and then flex dash column, so that this item, so that this image is going to come first. Sorry, flex dash call dash reverse. I'm thinking very slowly today. There we go. So flex column reverse, so that we're going to have this. And then we have that, then I'm going to go inside this UL. And you know what? This UI actually looks better. Let me reduce this to 20 for mobile screens. 20. Reduce these images on mobile. Yeah, you know, this UI actually looks better. So let me do this. Instead of having this flex column reverse, let me remove this from here, and then let me grab this UL, cut it out, and then place it below this image. So place it below this, so that this is going to be on the bottom by default, so that now I can go inside this UL and I can say like margin 5, or you not margin Y of 5, to push it away from the paragraph and from this image as well, so that we're going to have this. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to say, let me see. Let me just finish turning this out, so that when we begin with the UI, then we're just going to be like dealing with the functionality alone. Let's go ahead inside this UL. So inside this UL, I'm going to give this a class name of text-white and opacity-75 and text-small. Reduce it massively. There we go. And then opacity 75 is not opacity, not opacity. Opacity 75 massively. There we go. And then we're going to say margin top of 5. And then we're going to do this. We're going to say display this as a grid by default, and then grid columns -1 with a gap of 3. And then for medium screens, we're going to say grid columns -2, which is going to place them side by side for every second item. So there we go. So that we're going to have this on the screen. Now this is looking quite nice. Let me just increase the margin on medium screens and above. So I'm going to say that for medium screen, the margin top should be 10. So increase it from 5 to push it downwards even more. Downwards, there we go. And then now let's work with this functionality. So let's go ahead and do this. We want that every time that we click on an image here, then we should get the index of the image that we click on and then display it on this bigger image here. So in order to do that, then we're going to need to set up a state value here, which means we're going to import use state from React. So use state from React. And we're going to set up our default value, which I'm going to call value, and set value. And this is going to be equal to use state by default is going to be 0. Now it's 0 because we are accessing the 0 index here, which means the first image, which means that if I change this into my state value called value, then this is going to substitute for the default value that I have inside here, which is 0, which means basically getting the first image, so that when I save this, that nothing changes on the screen. But if I change my default state value to 1, then you'll see that the first image, the second image, sorry, is going to display here, because 1 is an index of 2. I mean, because index 1 is a position of 2. So let me place it back to 0. And then now what we're going to do is inside these images, and not even in the images, but inside the list items here, I'm going to add an on-click event. So on-click, and I'm going to pass in my inline function, and I'm going to say set value into the index of the image that we click on. So if we're clicking on the image that has an index of 0, then display the first image. If we click on an image that has an index of 1 and so on and so forth, then it displays the subsequent image. So that when I save this, then I try to click on an image here once it reloads. When I click on an image here, we can see that the image displays, and this one here also displays, and so on and so forth. Now I just want to change this cursor to a pointer and then add like a click notification that we are currently on this image. So we're going to do this. Inside this list item, we're going to say, give this a class name of cursor dash pointer, and then we're going to say this. Let me actually just cut it because I've done it wrongly. We're going to place in our parentheses, and then we're going to place in backticks, and now we can say cursor pointer, and then we want to check for a condition of whether the value, so placing a dollar sign and then your brackets, so when the value is equal to the index of the image that we click on. Now when this is true, so placing a double ampersand, then we want to say we want a padding all round of 3 on the image. And then now I can say this, let me give this a BG of white. Now the BG of white is not going to show by default because the list items don't have any padding, so like there's no background color that is going to show. So when I save this, then look at this. Now the image that we are currently on has the padding and the white background color, and these in other images don't have anything, so you can see. Now let me just reduce the padding a bit because this padding is a bit much, so padding of 1 all around, and we're going to have that. That's much better. And would you look at that, is our roadsters page. And then now we can go ahead and deal with our rockets page, I believe. So the rockets page, and the rockets page is going to have this first page, and it's also going to have an internal page as well. So let's go ahead and just deal with the first page. So we can go ahead and we can create our rockstars rockstar. So rockets.js is going to be our main page. So rfc, generate this function component, and then go inside the index.js, and let's import rockets. And you know what, I also need to import single rocket. I should create that file as well. So let's create another file here called single rocket. which is going to be the internal page for the rocket. So single rocket.js, let's say RFC once again, and then save it. And then we can go ahead and import these two pages. So import rocket, and then import single rocket, and then export rocket. What is it? Rockets. So rockets and single rocket, and save this. And then let's go into app.js, and then in app.js we can render both routes. So the first route is going to go into route with a path of /rockets. The element it's going to be rendering is called the rockets, and then control spacebar and then just import it. And then the second route is going to be going /rockets /:id, just like these other pages. And then this one is going to say single rocket, import it, and those are going to be our routes. So let me save this, and then inside our header we are going to create the links. So copy this downwards, and this is going to say rockets, and then the text is going to say rockets. So save this, and inside our application we should see rockets, so that when you click on this, then we should have rockets right there. So let's begin to style this out. So inside rockets.js, let me first import use fetch. So import use fetch from use fetch, and then let's also import our loading state. So import loading from /components, and then I'm going to say const data is equal to use fetch, and we're going to be pasting in this. So let me just copy the link here. It's going to be going into rockets. So copy this link, and then let's paste it inside here. Oops, like so. Did I change my keyboard language? How do I always manage to do that? It's Windows key and spacebar, is it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and then let's close this, and then let's return a section. And you know what, before returning the section, let's check for whether our data exists. And when it does not exist, then we want to render our loading state, like so. And then when it exists, then we want to render our section here. So we're going to have a section with a class name of padding wide as 32 with a class of max width. Below this, we're going to have an h1 with a class of heading, with a class of text center, and a class of margin bottom of 10. This is going to say rockets. And then below this, we're going to have a div, and this div we're going to copy some classes here. Let me close this. Let me go into the paths. Let me copy these classes here. So copy all of these, copy them, and then inside our rockets we're just going to paste in these classes. And then inside here say data.map, and then let's see what we have as a rocket. So we have all of this data. What data are we getting back? We want the image, we want the name, the description. So we want the image should be where? This one. So Flickr images, then the name, and then we want the description. So let me destructure right away. The unique key in this case is going to be the ID, which is coming from this one. And then we want the name, we want the Flickr underscore images, and then we want the description. And then we're just going to render this. We're going to render an article. I know it's not even an article because we want it to link to another page. So we're going to start with link. This is going to go to our backticks, and then when say this, it's going to go into rockets / and then $ID, and then close this, and then we're going to have an article. Okay, close it, and then let's also remember to have our unique key here because we're returning a list. So the key is going to be the ID, and then inside this article we're going to have an image. The source for this image is going to be Flickr underscore images, and we only want to get the first. Oops, what did I do? We only want to get the first image from here, so it's only going to show. We only want to get the image that has the index of 0. And then in case the image fails to load, then I just want to display the name of the rocket. So, and then below this we're going to have a div, and then this div is going to have an h2 that says name, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says description, and then below this paragraph that's description, because I don't want to return everything. So just like we did in the other pages, I'm going to cut this out, and then I'm going to place in my ticks, and then $ my brackets, and I'm going to say description dot substring and I want to get the strings from 0 to the 200th character, and then dot dot dot, and then below the paragraph we're going to have a link that is going to be linking to this very same link. So I can just copy this and paste it inside here, and then give this a class name of btn, and then the text for it is just going to say read more, and then I'm going to say ampersand right arrow, so RARR, and then semicolon, which is going to give me a right arrow. This is an HTML entity. And then once I save this, okay, before I save it, let me give this article a class name of, let's see, bg-zinc-900. Let me give it a padding all around of 5. Okay, and then once I do that, then I can go inside these images, give these images a class name of height-64 and object-cover. And then let's go inside this h2, give this a class name of font-bold and text-white. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text-white and opacity-75. Does that look nice? Does that look nice? Now this padding of 5 shouldn't be here. It should be on this div. So give this div a class name padding around of 5, which is going to push this text inwards. And then I can go inside this h2 and say margin bottom of 3 to push it away from this paragraph, so that now I can save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen inside our /rockets once it reloads. Link is not defined as always. I always forget to import it. So import link, save it, and then let's see loading, and then we have this looking quite nice. Let me increase the text for this h2 to make it larger. So let's go and say text large, and then I've just realized that the paragraph needs to move to push away from this button just a bit. So inside this paragraph, I'm going to say margin bottom of 5 or of 10. And then once we have this, then let me reduce the text that is being rendered here, because I've realized the text is what is making these cards to look big. So let's say instead of 0 to 200, let's say 0 to 100. Save it, and then let's see what we have. That's much better. That's much better. And then now once we have this, then we can go into the internal page, and when I click on this, we should see single rocket on the top left. So let's go ahead into our single rockets page, and then we're going to say this. We're going to say import use state and use effect from React. We're going to say import our loading state from components, and then we're going to set up our state variable. So const single rocket and set single rocket. This is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be null, and then we're going to set up our use effect. So use effect to fetch our data. I'm going to place my callback function with a dependency array here, which we need to get. So we're also going to need to import link, which is going to link us back to our rockets page, and use params, which is a hook from React Router DOM, which is going to access the address bar and get the correct route. And then below this, we're going to destructure the ID. So ID is equal to use params. And why the ID? Because inside our app.js, the single rockets page, we are accessing it using the ID here, dependent on this that we have here. So the ID for every defined rocket. And so once we have that, then let's go ahead and say this. We're going to place in our ID as a dependency array, which means that the function inside the use effect is going to run every single time that the ID changes, which is what we want. So I'm going to say this const fetch single rocket is going to be the name of my function. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and I'm going to say this const res is equal to await fetch, and I'm going to place in my backticks, and then let me just copy this, copy that, and then place in my / my $, and then my brackets ID, which means that fetch this depending on the ID that you get from the use parameter, which is what we have in the address bar inside here, for example. So that once this runs, then I'm going to say this const data is equal to await res.json, which means convert the data into JSON format, and then I'm going to say set single rocket into the data that, and then remember to call your function, so fetch single rocket. Oops. And then once we have this, then we can go ahead and we can begin building our return. So inside here, we're going to say this. We're going to check for whether single rocket exists. So So when this does not exist, then I want to render my loading state. So loading dot dot dot, which you just have here. And then when it does exist, then I want to render a section with a class name, once again, of padding y-32 with a class of max width. Close it out, and then we're going to render an h1. But before you render an h1, because look at this page, the internal page has an article here, which is the left side, and then another article on the right, which is the image. So we're going to do this. We're going to render an article. This article is going to have the h1, and the h1 is going to have a class of heading, and then this h1 is going to say this. It's going to say single rocket dot. Now, why are we not mapping over our data? Once again, when you're getting the data for the single rockets, let me just copy this and show you. I'll copy this first. So when you're getting the data for the single rocket, copy this and let's go into / this. So the data for the single rockets is an object. Look at this, it's an object. But for all the rockets is an array. So we can map over arrays, we cannot map over objects. So that's why we are not mapping over this. So single rocket dot name is going to be the h1 we have here, and then below this we have an h2 that of the type, and then the first flight. So we're going to do this. We're going to have an h2 that says the type here, and then it's going to say single rocket dot type, and then below this we're going to also have another h2 that says single rocket dot flight. Let me just confirm. Where is the first flight? First flight here. So single rocket dot first flight. So single rocket dot first underscore flight, and then the text is just going to say first flight date, like that. And then once we have this, then let's go ahead and say we're going to have a div which is going to have these two articles. So we're going to create another div. It's going to have an article that says this, and then the other article is going to say this, or a UL. Really, you can use whatever you want. And then we're going to have a paragraph below it, and then we're going to have this, which is where we can toggle imperial and metric units. So let's go ahead and let's get this side first. So let me go inside here. Let me create a div. This div is going to be a UL. It's going to have 4 list items, so UL into LI times 4. The first list item says cost per launch. Cost per launch. The second list item says company. The third one says success rate. Success rate. I capitalize them. And then the fourth one is going to be checking for whether it is active or not. And then this other UL, so we're going to create another UL with how many list items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So UL into LI times 5. And then we're going to have this. Now the metric units and the imperial units are going to be inside here, so that when I toggle them, you can see that it toggles, right? So we're going to be doing something inside here, quite interesting, but obviously we have done it before. So this first one is going to say country, and then the second one is going to say stages. So how many, I think it's like how many stages before like it reaches into orbit, so like dislodging the other components or something. And then this one is going to say height, and then this is going to say diameter and mass. So diameter and then mass. So what we're going to do is, here is where the toggling is going to happen. So now let's go ahead and display the respective data. So let's see what we have. We want the cost per launch. Where is it? Cost per launch. Cost per launch is this one, and it's in, oh wait a minute, I've just remembered something that I didn't do in another page. I've seen the number, and then I've remembered that it was in the broadstars, I think, here where we did not deal with these numbers. So I'm going to deal with this. First of all, let's just deal with our rockets page. And for our rockets page, we're going to say cost per launch. So let me see. It's going to be single rocket dot cost per launch. So single rocket. Now let me just copy this. So single rocket dot cost underscore per underscore launch, and then this is in USD, and then the company is going to be single, let's see, company, single rocket dot company. Success rate is going to be single rocket dot success underscore rate, should be it, underscore rate %. So dot success underscore rate underscore PCT, and then add your percentage at the end. And here we're going to be checking for whether it is active or not. So let me just leave that for the last. And then for this country, we're going to say this. Where's the country? Country. Okay, so we're going to say single rocket dot country. Below this, we're going to say single rocket dot stages. Stages here. Okay, so single rocket dot stages. And then here is where once again the toggling is going to be happening. So single rocket dot height. Let me see where height is. So we have height on top. Where is it? It should be on this one. So height is an object that has meters and feet. So the first one that we're going to say is the height in meters. So height dot meters. And then we're going to do the same thing for here. So single rocket dot diameter. Diameter should exist. Yeah, diameter dot meters. And then this one should say single rocket dot mass dot kg. Let me see. Yeah, dot mass dot kg. And then now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it inside here and then change this into feet. Oops. Change this into feet. Change this into feet. Wait, is it feet? Okay, yes, it's feet. And then they change this into pounds. And then of course we can add the units. So the units for this is going to be meters, and then this should say meters. This should say kg. This says feet and pounds, so lb. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a toggle for it. So once we get our state values, then we're going to create a toggle. For let me add for whether this is inactive or not. And let me just check for where it says active here. So active is a boolean. So we're going to do this. We're going to cut this out. We're going to place in a conditional and say if single rocket dot status, is it status? Sorry, dot active. If single rocket dot active is true, then we want to return a list item with a class name that says emerald dash 500, meaning it is active, and then the text is just going to say active. And then when it is not active, then we just want to return a similar list item. So copy this and paste it here. Change this into inactive, and then change this to rows into a red color, so that when I save this, then we'll have something on the screen and we should see this. So inactive. There we go. And we're going to have this, and then now we can add our image on the right. So outside of this article, just going to add another article here that says the image for this image is going to say single rocket dot flickr underscore images, and we want to get the first image only. And then in case it fails to load, then I'm just going to say single rocket dot name of the rocket. So save this, and we're going to have our image on the right. But remember that our image is also going to be toggleable, like this one. So we're also going to create that. And then now let's go ahead and add our description here, and then our Wikipedia pages. So let's go ahead and do this. We are going to say below this UL, below this UL and below the div, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. We're going to say single rocket dot description, and then below this we're going to have a UL with how many list items? 3 list items. So li times 3. The first one is going to say the Wikipedia page, meaning it's going to be an anchor tag. So we're going to say anchor tag. So href, the href for this is going to say single rocket dot, what is it? Wikipedia. And then I want to open a new page, so target is equal to underscore blank with a rel of no referrer. Change this text into Wikipedia, and then give this a class name of btn. And then for this second one, is going to say toggle imperial units, meaning it's going to be a button that says toggle. The text for this button is going to be dependent on whether we are on imperial units or metric units. So inside here, I just want to give this button a class name of btn to give it a bit more style. And then below this one, for the third list item, I'm going to have a link which is going to be linking back to the /rockets, and then the text for it is ampersand LARR, so left arrow, and I'm just going to say back, and then let's give this a class name of text white and opacity -75 and text small, and then when I hover over it, then I want the opacity to go back to 100, and then we can save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen here. We should see our Wikipedia page, and then our toggle imperial units button is right there. So first of all, let me style out this UL. So this final UL, we're going to save, give this a class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash start with a gap of 3 to separate them out, and then a margin gap of 5, and then we can go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text white, text white and opacity -75 with a margin top of 5 to push away from this div. And then inside this div, we're going to say this, we're going to say give this div a class name of grid and grid columns -1 for small screens with a gap of 5, and then for medium screens, I'm just going to say grid columns -2. And then let's save this. Let's see what we have. Actually, before we see what we have, let me just go inside this div. I can say text white with an opacity, can't spell it, opacity of -75. Save it. Let's see what we have. We are going to have that, and then let's go ahead and style our h2s here. So for the h2s, we're going to say this, give this a class name of text-4xl and opacity -75 and margin top of 2. Let's see, there we go, and then text-white and font-bold. See that? Fantastic. Let me say text-3xl, so 3xl here, 3xl here, and then for this second h2, so for the second one, I want it to push away from this div, so I'm going to say margin bottom of, let me say 8, push it downwards. There we go, and let me change this to uppercase, so SpaceX dot, what is it, dot type here, let me change this to uppercase. Sorry, not uppercase, but capitalize, so this text is now capitalized. There we go, Now let's display these two articles side by side by inside this section, displaying this as a grid with grid columns -1 with a gap of 5 by default. Let me say gap of 8, and then for medium screens, I'm just going to say grid -cols -2, which is going to place them side by side. And there we go. And then now we can add in the rest of our images below this. So I'm going to go inside the second article, and inside here I'm going to say this, I'm going to add a UL, and then inside this UL I'm going to move over our Flickr images, because once again the Flickr images are an array, so you can map over it. So I'm going to say single rocket dot Flickr images dot map, and then for every image that we get back image, I also get back the index, and then we're going to be returning a list item with the key of index, and then inside here we're also going to return an image. The source for the image is going to be the image object that we get back, and the alt attribute in case the image fails to load, then we're just going to say single rocket dot name. And then once we save this, then we should have our rockets, our images displayed here. There we go, big images for nothing. So let's begin to style this out. So inside this UL, I'm going to give this a class name of flex and flex wrap and items dash center and justify dash start with a gap of -3. Save this, and we should see something on the screen. Resizing inside here. What's happening? Flex wrap, flex drop, flex wrap. Is it? Oh, I can go inside these images now. I can reduce the width of the images. So class name is equal to width -32. Let me say width 20, and then for medium screens, you know what, let me just work with width 20. It looks big enough. Yeah, we can do that. And then let's say margin top of 5 to push away from this bigger image, so these items. Have that. Now let's go ahead and do this. And I've just realized that probably I should have placed this text inside some kind of span so that I can make them bold, you know, just like I did here. Now let's go ahead and do this. Let's add our toggle for the imperial units first of all. so that this button can stop bothering me. So let me go ahead and set up a state value. So below this, I'm going to say const imperial. So just like we did in the other page, so imperial and set imperial. For the other one, I think I said toggle. I think I said the state value to be called toggle. So this is going to be equal to use state. By default, it's going to be false. So that we're going to say this inside. Where is it? Inside here. So I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to say that I only want this to display when imperial is true. So when imperial is true, double ampersand, that's when I want these list items to display. But of course, the reason why we have an error is because we're returning 3 items when we can only return 1 item from our statement. So I'm going to cut this out and place it inside some fragments like so. And then I'm going to cut this out once again, the top one now, and I'm going to set this to not imperial. So when imperial is false, that's when I want this one to render. Once again, place it inside fragments, otherwise you're going to get an error. So that we're going to have this. Now on the screen by default, then we should have the only these 3 items, which are showing the metric units. So that now I can go to the bottom, I can find my image here, and then I can check for a conditional. I can place in my conditional, and I can say that when imperial is true, then I want the button text to say imperial units. And then when it is false, then I want the button to say toggle metric units. Oh, wait a minute, is it when imperial is true, then I'm showing imperial units. So I want this to say toggle metric units. And then this one should say toggle imperial units. So save this, and we should see our button saying toggle imperial units. There we go. So when I click on it, oh yeah, of course now it happens because now we need to add an on click of this button. So let me add it here so that I can say on click, then pass in my inline function. Oops. So pass in my inline function and say set imperial into the opposite of imperial, meaning if imperial is true, then set it to false, and if it is false, then set it to true. So I can save this, and now when I click on it, then you should see our imperial units, and then we should see metric units when I click on it again, and so on and so forth. And the text is still wrong, so I was right the first time. So this should say toggle imperial units, and then this one should say toggle metric units. So toggle imperial units. There we go. Oh my goodness, what am I thinking? Okay, I was right the other time. I was right. Okay, so now we are on metric units, so it says toggle imperial units, and when I click on it again, it says the opposite. Now let's go ahead and do this. See how the mass number is quite large. I want this to have a comma or a full stop depending on what region you're on, and I do the same thing for this. So what we can do is we can go inside the mass number here in pounds, and here as well, and I can just say .to local string, pass it in, and then now when I save it, then you'll notice that we're going to have a comma because I'm in a region where we use commas to display large numbers. And then we can do the same if you toggle the metric units, then you can see that it does the same thing. And then let's go ahead into the cost per launch. So the cost per launch is where? Here. And we can just do the same thing and say to local string, and we should see commas here, comma. There we go. Now let's go ahead and add the event for these buttons, for the images, and you can do that once again by setting up another state value and calling this whatever you want. I like calling it value. So value and set value is equal to use state. By default is going to be 0, and we're going to do the same thing that we did. So where we have our image here, we're going to now not display 0 hard coding it, we're going to display our value, and then we're going to go inside this list item. We're going to add an on click on this, and we're going to say that when you click on it, set the value into the index of the image you click on. And then let's add in some class names here, and we're going to say placing my parentheses and backticks, and we're going to set this into cursor pointer, so cursor dash pointer and bg dash white. And then we're going to check that when the index is equal to the value, or when the value is equal to the index, when this is true, then I want the padding all around to be 1, which means now we're going to be able to see our white background color on the image that is active currently. So we're going to have this. Fantastic. And then see how the image resizes just a bit. I don't want that to happen, so I'm going to go inside this large image, give this a class name of h-full and object-cover, which means it's always going to take up 100% of whatever it can. And then now it's not going to resize because we have given it a fixed height. And we have this. Would you look at that? That's looking quite nice. And when you go to the pages for the Falcon 9, for example, then we're going to have this. And now look at this, looking quite nice. Of course, this one resizes a bit because you can see that it's as though it's a landscape image. And just look how beautiful this shot is. And then you can go for the Falcon Heavy, which is my favorite, by the way. So the Falcon Heavy, and we have that. So that is going to be our rockets page. Now let's go ahead and let me just fix the Roadsters page. So as promised, I just want to fix this. So I'm going to say this inside the Roadster page. Let's go inside Roadster here. We are going to do this. Let's define the text. The text says days since launch. So days since launch. So we're going to say this. We're going to grab all of this, cut it out, and then we're going to say math.flow, and then pass in our variable. This is technically a variable, but it's coming from the API. So math.flow just makes sure that it runs it off to the nearest tens, so that now this is going to say 500 and something days. And then distance from the earth, we're going to have this. So we're going to say, let me see what we can do for distance from the earth. We can do something like, actually, let's do the same thing for speed. So here we can just say math.flow. So cut it out and say math.flow and do the same thing. So we're going to have a fixed speed. And then now this distance from the earth, I want to return the distance to 2 decimal places. So let me say this, distance from the earth. Where is it? Oh, here it is. We can do, what was it? I'm forgetting what it is. Let me see if I can say, is it to float? What was it? Is it to float? What is the thing for it? Okay, so it's not to float. It should be, what's it? I can't remember it. It's to fixed. To fixed. The 2 decimal places fixed. Reload. There we go. So it's 2 fixed. And then notice how it's a large number. You can't really tell. So let's add 2 local string. Can you do that actually? 2 fixed dot 2 local string. I don't know whether they can do this. Local string. Let's see. Does it break? It does nothing. Does nothing. It does nothing. Cut it off from here and then paste it here. Let me see. Does that work? It doesn't work either. It doesn't work. Okay, you know what? So instead of doing this, then let me not do 2 fixed. Let me remove it. And then I want 2 local string to be here. So I want it to be here like that. Oh, wait a minute. This one returns it into 3 decimal places. Remove this, cut it out. Let me see. Oh, okay. Then we can just do 2 local string. I mean, it works. So, you know, works. And there we go. So we just fixed up those numbers a bit. And then now we can deal with our next page. And our next page is going to be the ships page. And for the ships page, we have this first page. And then we have the internal page as well. Not much data here, but it works. So for the ships page, let's go ahead and create our new file. So inside pages, we're going to create a file called ships.js. And then we're also going to create our single ship. So single ship.js. And then we're just going to say RFC for both of them. So RFC, save it. And then inside here, RFC and save it. And then let's go inside our index.js inside the pages folder. Let's import both files. So import these 2, import ships and import single ship. Let's export ships and single ship. Save this, and then we can go ahead into our app.js And then in the app.js, we can create our routes. You can see we have quite a few routes inside here. So let me just copy this downwards. So Shift Alt and down to copy it downwards. This is called ships. We're going to be rendering the component. Again, make sure to import it. This is going to be ships. It's going to be going into the /:ID, and this is going to say single ship, and import it as well. So that now on top we are going to have ships and single ship, and we're going to save this. And then now let's go into our header and let's import ships. So copy this downwards, change this into ships, and then change this into ships. Save this, and let's see what we have here. So ships, and we should have ships on the top left. So let's go ahead and create our component. So we're going to import use fetch, and then we're also going to import our loading state. So import loading, and then below this we're going to get our data. So const data is equal to use fetch. We're going to be fetching from the API, is going into /ships, like so. So just copy this link, paste it inside here, and then we can set up our return. So inside our return, we're going to be checking for whether data is true. So when there is no data, then we want to render our loading state. Loading. Come on, I can't type. Loading. And then inside here, when the data has been fetched, then we're going to return a section with a class name of padding y32 with max-width. Close it out, and then we're going to return an h1 that has a class of heading and text-center and margin bottom -10, and the text is going to say ships. And then below this we're going to have a div, not directory. So div, dir is not directory, in fact it's direction, I think, unless I'm thinking of something different. And then we can go into our rockets page and we can just copy these classes, copy them, and then inside our ships page you can just paste them inside here, and then we can map over the data that we want. So we want to say data.map, and we want to get the ID, we want to get the image. Is it image or Flickr image? Let me just check. We want to get the, where is it, the image. Oh, there's only one image. Okay, so we want to get the image, and then we want to get the, where is it, what else do you want? The home port, so home_port. And then let's return our article here. So we're going to return, and not even an article, a link. Okay, let me import it this time, I've remembered. So import link from react.dom here, import it, and then we are going to say link this to our brackets, our backticks, and it's going into /ships $, and it's going into the ID. And then inside here we're going to return an article with the key. The key should be on the link because the link is the first item and the only item that we're returning. And then inside this article is going to have a class name of bgzinc -900. And then in this article we're going to have an image. The source for this image is going to be the image, the alt attribute in case the image fails to load. Then I just want to display the name of the ship. I forgot to get that one. Where is the name of the ship? The name here, name. There we go. So the name of the ship, and make sure to import it as well, to destructure it, not to import it. And then below this we're going to say this. Let me give this image a class name of height -64 and object -cover. And then we're going to do this. Below this we're going to return a div. This div is going to have a class of padding around of 5 and a bg. Sorry, we don't even need a bg, do we? Let me say bgzinc. Okay, the background is already on the article, so we don't need this here. So padding around of 5. Below this we're going to have an h2 that says the name of the ship. This h2 is going to have a class name of text-white and text-large, and then let's say margin bottom of 3. And then below this we're going to have a paragraph that has a class of text-white with an opacity of -75, and the text is going to say home_port. And then below this we're going to have, let me add a margin bottom of 10, so margin bottom of 10. Then below this we're going to have a link. This is going to be linking to, once again, just like we did on top, so this link. paste it inside here, close it out, give this a class name of btn, and then I'm going to say read more and say ampersand RARR, so right arrow, close it out, and we can save this and we can see what we have on the screen. So we have this. Now notice how other images don't have other articles don't have images, so we want to display a default image, which I'm just going to use this one. So the default image is going to be this link here. Oops, if I can just copy it, let me just copy that. So we're going to do this. Let me paste it in. We're going to check for whether image exists. So we're going to do this. We're going to say when image is true, then I want our image to show. I didn't copy it. Okay, I copied it. Okay, let me just paste it in. So when image is true, then I want this to show. When it is false, then I want the image to show yes. Oops. I want it to show, but not with this image, but with the default image here. So copy this, cut it out, paste it here, and then we can do the alt is going to be the name, and yeah, that looks fantastic. So you can save this, and now we are going to see a default image, which is going to be this one. So that's looking much better. And then now we can go ahead and deal with our internal page, which is this one. So let's go ahead and let me just copy the single rocket. I'm going to copy the text here, so everything here going upwards, and then inside the single ship I'm going to paste this in, change this into single ship, change all of this into single ship, change this into set single ship. What else? This one should say set single, so this says fetch single ship, and then this says set single ship, and then this one now is going to / ships. Let me see what we have. Let's remember to close this out, and then we can structure our return, and our return is going to look as follows. We don't need these two state values here, and so we are going to have this. We are going to say that when there is no ship data available, so when there is no single ship, when this is true, we want to render our loading state, and then when it is false, then we want to render our section. What's happening? I have made the same mistake. We should first actually place in our element and then paste this in. So for this section, then let me just see what we're going to have. We're going to return a section. This section is going to have a class name of padding y32 with a class of max width. Below this, we're going to have an article with an h1 with a class of heading. Below this article, the h1 is first going to say single ship dot name, and then below this h1 we're going to have this. Let me check. So we're going to have built in. So let me just check where built in is. Built in, year built. Now year built I don't think is available for all of them. You can see that it is null for some of them. So we're going to do this. We're going to check whether year built exists. So year underscore built, and it should say single ship dot year underscore ship has 1p. So when this is true, then we want to return an h2 that says single ship dot year underscore built, and then when it is false, then we just want to render nothing. And then below this we can have something else. We can say we can have this data. So let's see. So I just displayed these masses without adding the toggle because I felt it was useless to have a toggle for that. So let's see, we can do, where is it? Mass in kg is null for some of them. Wait a minute. Which ship is this? American Islander. Let me check. What did I do? Oh, so I returned this not indicated for when it is null. So we are going to do quite a bit of checking here. So let's have a UL, and then inside here we're going to check for the single ship dot, what is it, dot mass in kg exists, so mass underscore kg. When this is true, then we want to render a list item, and this list item is going to say what is going to say single ship dot mass underscore kg, and then underscore, not plus. Oops. And then when it is not true, then we just want to render let's say a list item that says mass in kg is not indicated. And then we're going to do the same thing for the second one. So copy this down, and then this is going to say mass underscore pounds. So is it LB or LBS? So it's LBS. And then this is going to say mass underscore LBS. So here we're going to say mass in LBS, in pounds is not indicated. And then let's go ahead and let's say the number of launches. So below this we're going to have, you know what, let me just continue adding it as list items. So list items inside here we're going to say single ship dot launches dot length, and then we're going to say launches like so. Then we're going to have another list item that says the type. So type here is going to say single ship dot type. I think it should be single ship dot type here, dot type. And then we're going to have inactive, or whether it is active or not. So the status here, so when status is not true, then we're going to have this. Let me just check for other items. So it's null here, null, and da. So we are going to do this. We're going to say place in our conditional and say when the single ship dot status does not exist, is not true, then we're going to have when the single ship dot status is true, then we're going to have a list item with a class name that says text dash emerald dash 500, and the text is going to say active. And then when it is inactive, then we're going to have a list item with class name text dash rose dash 500, and the text is going to say inactive. And then below this we're going to have our Wikipedia and read more. So the home port first of all. So list item here we're going to say home port, and then we're going to say single ship dot home underscore port. And then below this UL we're going to have another UL with two list items, and this is going to say, the first one is going to say what, read more. So it's going to be an anchor tag. So ahref we're going to say into single ship dot Wikipedia should be it. Let me check. No, dot link, not Wikipedia, dot link. The one time that it changes. The target is equal to underscore blank, and then the rel is going to say no referrer. And then we're going to do this, we're going to say read more. Okay, and then let's just say ampersand right arrow RARR, and then below this let's have a link that links back to the / ships. And then here we're going to say, oh wait a minute, what? Yes, it just says back. So ampersand left arrow and it says back. Give this a class name of text dash small opacity dash 75 text dash white, and then when you hover over it, then I want the opacity to go back into 100. And then let's give this href a class name of btn, and then let's go inside this ul, let's give this a class name of text dash white with an opacity of dash 75, and let's say text dash small, and then let's say flex and flex dash call and items dash start and justify dash start with a grid gap of 3. And then let's go inside here, inside this h2, give this a class name of text dash 3xl, text dash white, font dash bold, and opacity dash 75, and margin y of 5 to push away from this h1 and this ul. And then now we can go inside this ul, give this a class name of margin top of 8 to push away from this one. Let's see what we have. And we have this. Of course we need to say built in, so let me just go to this h2, where is it here? So you can say built in and then the year. There we go. And then let's display these two items as a flex box. So the last ul here we can just say flex and items dash center and justify dash start with a gap of 3 to separate them out just a bit here, so that it goes here. And then let's display our second article, and our second article is going to be our ship image. So the image is just going to be, should say single ship dot image, and the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, then should say single ship dot name. And of course remember how we did, because this image does not exist on every ship, then we're going to do this. We're going to place in a conditional and say when single ship dot image is true, then we want to render this, and when it is false, then we want to render our default image, and our default image should be this one here. So let me just copy this and paste it inside here. Paste it inside, and of course close this, remove this, and then let's see what we have. Let me remove this first of all. You know what, instead of removing it, let me set this to height full, and then do the same thing for, so copy this class name here and paste it here, and then change this into single shape. So single shape dot name. So class name, okay, yeah, that looks nice. So save this, and then let's go to have the screen, and there we go. So we now just need to display it to the side. So let's go inside our section, and inside our section here, let's just say grid, and grid dash calls dash 2 with a gap of 8, and then for medium screens, grid dash calls dash 2, and this should say grid calls 1. So save this, and then let's see, and there we go. And now we can go to another shape. We can check for this one, its mass in kg not indicated, and so on and so forth. And I've just realized that I want this one to separate a bit from this H1. So let me go inside this UL, give this a class name of margin top of 8. There we go. So we have this, and then we can check for another one. Oh, you know what, I want this text to be bold. I've just realized. So inside the shapes page, inside the H2 here, I want this to be font bold, font dash bold. That's much better. That is much better, and we have that looking fantastic. So that is our shapes page, and then now the next page that we're going to have is the Starlink page, and the Starlink page is just a bunch of data. You can see it takes quite a while to load, there we go, and it is just a bunch of data. I'm telling you, it's quite a lot, and we're just getting a few things. We don't want to get everything, I mean, right? So this is going to be going into Starlink. So this is the Starlink get request that we're getting back, but for some reason my JSON formatter is not formatting this page. Now that's okay, we can just work with the data that we have inside here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new page, sorry, called Starlink. So new file and Starlink.js, and then I'm going to say RFC, and then save this, and then inside my index.js here, I'm just going to import Starlink, and then let's say import it as well. So import Starlink, and then let's go ahead, let me save this, let's go ahead into our app.js, and then let's create a route for it. So below this, we're going to create a route. The path for this is going to be going into first as Starlink. The element it's going to be rendering is called Starlink. Close it out, and then close out the route as well. Make sure that you have imported it at the top, so Starlink. And then we can go into our header here. We can just copy this down and change the link. So change this into /Starlink, and change this into Starlink. So that when we save this, then we should have Starlink right here, Starlink. And now we can click on it, we can go into the page. Let's begin to get the page. So I'm going to say import use fetch, and then we also need to import our loading state, import loading, and then let's get our data. So const data is equal to use fetch, and then let's pass in our link to our API. So copy this and then paste it inside here, and then let's set up our return. So we're going to say when there is no data, we want to render our loading state, and then once we get our data, then we want to render our section. So our section here is going to have a padding y of 32 with let's see, with a class of max width, and then below this we're going to have an each one that says that has a class of heading with dash center and margin bottom -10 with the text that says Starlink. And you can save this, and let's see what we have on the screen. We should see Starlink. So loading state, and then we have Starlink. And then now let's go ahead, and below this we're going to create a div, and this div is going to be having some styles similar to this one. So let me just copy, not this one, this one. So copy this, and then inside Starlink we're just going to paste it inside this div, and then we're going to do this. We're going to say data.map, data.map, and then we're going to be getting a few things. So let me just see. We want to get the ID and then this name. So the ID, I think it's called the name, I think so, because this is not working now. So let me just check for whether Starlink, check for Starlink. Oh my god, hey, how am I even going to read this data? Starlink. It's called object name. You see this here? It's called object name. So I have to get the object underscore name. Is it even in, it's in capital? Okay, you know, this is a bit hard to read. So let me do this thing that is called cleverness. And let me go into my GitHub repository. And let me get the repository that I built before. And then let me just copy the data that would be destructed. So SpaceX, this one. Let me go into my source folder, into the pages, and into the Starlink. Let's get the data here. Oh, wait a minute. So we need this, but see how I structured it? See how I structured it? So we need to get these. So these ones are in capital letters and they're, oh my goodness, I hate this. Okay, I hate this. So we need to get these items here, and then it seems like we need to get our return, and then inside here we're going to return an article with the key of ID, and then with the class name here that says bgzinc -900. Close it out, and then let's give it a padding round of 5, and then we're going to have an h2 that says what it should say dot object name. So space truck dot object underscore name, and object underscore name is coming from here. So the object name, so Starlink and then the object ID, we don't need the object ID, we need this one, so v.09. let me see where that is. Let me see where it is. It is the version, so version, so comma, and then placing a span, and then passing the version. And then below this we need what else? We need the launch date and then the launch site. So launch date, launch date. So launch date is here, and it should be, I think it is, we're going to say space truck here dot launch date. So I think that's how we're going to do it. Let's have in a paragraph that says space truck dot launch date, launch underscore date. And then let's say the text is going to say launch date, like so, and then place another paragraph here that says launch site. So let me find the launch site, launch underscore site. Is it there? Or is it the launch site? Oh, the launch site is here, so it's just called site. So below this we're going to say launch site, and we're going to say space truck dot launch underscore site. And then below this we have some text that says generated via data. So let me find it generated. Oops, generated here. So it's called the space truck dot comment. So below this we're going to have another paragraph that says, oops, paragraph, come on, that says space truck dot comment. So let's save this. Let's see what I have on the screen. We're going to have quite a bit of data, so it's going to load in, and there we go. So you can see that our articles are right there. So let's begin to type this out. Let's go inside this article, give this article a class of text white, so that all the text changes to white. We're going to have voila, and then we're going to go inside this h2, give this a class name of font dash bold, and then we're going to go inside this span, give this a class name of opacity dash 75, and we're going to say text dash base, and then go back inside the h2 and say text dash large to make it just a bit bigger. And then for these 3 paragraphs we're going to do this, give class name of opacity dash 75, and then we're going to go inside this 3rd paragraph, give this a class name of margin top of 8 to push away from this other 2. So let's move downwards just a bit, move, and it's not loading. Of course it's not loading. There we go. So 8 is a bit big, so let me reduce this to 5. And then here I'm going to say margin top of 5 as well to push it away from this, from the title. So push this downwards. Push it downwards. Oh my god, even my mouse is lagging. Okay, there we go. So we have that, and it says generated via da. Now you can see that the data that you get back. Okay, yeah, I noticed that. I knew it was going to do that. Once my mouse started lagging, I knew it was going to do that. So now let's just deal with this header, and then we can be finished with the project, and then we can commit it to GitHub. Now let's go ahead and do this. Let's close all these pages. Close all of them. Let's go inside our source and inside our header, and then inside our header we have something inside here. We have a class, we have the header here, and then we have the navbar. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go inside this UL, give this UL a class name, and you know what, let me not do it inside here because I want to do it inside the index.css. So inside the index.css I'm going to go above here, so right below the body. Inside the nav I'm going to access the UL and say at apply. We're going to be applying the flex, so apply flex, come on, and then items dash. Oh wait a minute, is that a good idea for mobile screens? Let me see. Flex is going to align this in flex, which is not a good idea for mobile screens. So what I want to do is here I want to say that this is going to be for large screens, and then for mobile screens we are going to do what? Let me see. So flex, and then for large screens I'm going to say items dash center, and then for large screens let's say justify dash center, and for large screens let's give it a gap of 3 to push it away from one another, to push all of those items from one another. And then let's access the list items, so the nav, ul, and li. We're going to say at apply text dash small. I want them to be smaller. Let's see. No, we need to access the anchor tags, and the anchor tags are the links. So reduce. Oh, you know what, it won't work here because I've just remembered that inside the header we have this here. We have this. So just select all of them using Control D. So Control D, just select all of it, and then just remove it. So now they're just going to be smaller in text. And there we go. So we have this looking quite nice. And then what we're going to do is we are going to say this. We are going to say why do these boxes look like they look better than these other ones? I think it's because of the box shadow that I added. Okay, so we're going to do this. This is already on large screens looking nice, but on small screens it doesn't look quite nice. So we are going to do this on small screens. Let me place it to the left, and then inside here, inside the nav now I'm going to say that the nav, I'm going to say at apply, and I'm going to say I want this to be position absolute. Looks break a bit, and then I'm going to say bg I'm going to say bg stone dash 900, and then I'm going to say what did I want to say? I want to add a slight box shadow, and I want the box shadow to be cyan. Let me see how cyan is. Shadow cyan dash 200. Let me see, and then let's set the width. 200 is a bit too much. Let me say 100. Let's say 50. I mean, it's not even reloading, so I'm even bothering. So let me set this to width full, which means it's going to go to the end like so. And then now what I want to do is I want to say place it to the left by 0, which means bring it back to the left. And then let me set a margin all around of 5 to push it inwards a bit. Okay, and it breaks a bit. Let me say padding of 5 to push the content inwards. And then let's do this for the nav ulli. So the nav ulli, I'm going to say at apply margin bottom of 3, and then for large screens margin bottom of 0 to reset it. So it's going to separate this out. We're going to have that, and then here I'm going to increase the z index to 50 so that it always appears on top of everything else, as you can see. And then now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say Press to the left by 0 and to the right by 0. Let me see if that fixes it. And then let me see if I add margin out of 5, if it's going to overflow. Still overflows. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do this. Let's do this. I want this to be, by default, I don't want it to appear. So I'm going to say minus top should be full. So bring it to the top by minus 100%. Of course, that doesn't work. So let me move it from here. And let me just add it as a CSS property. So I'm going to say set it the top by minus 100 viewport heights. Push it upwards. And then when the navbar has a class of open, then I want it to the top by, let's say, 2rem. Let me see how 2rem looks. Let me go and set the header and then add the default class on the navbar. So class name is equal to open. Let me see how it looks. Bring it downwards. There we go. 2rem is a bit too small, so let me say about 4rem because I want the logo to appear. So let's say 6rem. I want this logo to appear. And then now we're going to add a button here that says open and close. So inside the header, I'm going to go outside of the navbar here. Navbar here, I'm going to add a div. This div is going to have a button, and this button is going to say menu. But we're going to obviously like style it out to look a bit different. If I can just see it. So give this a class name of text-white and text-small and uppercase and tracking-wider. That's how it looks here. There we go. And then let's go to the top. Let's create our state value. So here we're going to be importing use state, and we're going to say this. We're going to say const is open and set is open is equal to use state. By default it's going to be false, so that now I can go inside here, inside this button, and inside this button I'm going to add an on click, and the on click is going to say pass my inline function. I'm going to say set is open to the opposite of is open. So if it is true, then set it to false, and if it is false, then set it to true. And then inside this navbar, I'm going to say this. Here I'm going to pass in my curly brackets and backticks, and I'm going to be checking for a condition of is open. So when is open is true, then I want the class name here to be open, and then when it is false, then I want the class name to be removed. And we're going to have this. So let me save this, and then now let's go back into the button, and then let's change this button here, so that we're going to say this, that when is open is true, then I want the button to say close, and then when it is false, then I want the button to say menu. So let's save this, and it should say menu, and then I click on it, it says close, and so on and so forth. And then let's add a select transition here. So I'm going to say transition dash all with a duration of 200. Let me see how this looks. Let me see. That looks much better, much better. Okay, now let's see how this looks on larger screens. Let me see. Large screens here. Oh, for large screens I want this to disappear. Let's do this. Let's go inside this div. Let's give this div a class name of large screens hidden, meaning hide it on large screens, so disappear. There we go. And then we're going to restructure this a bit. So where is it? Here. And we're going to add a media query, and I'm going to say at media for a min width of 1024 pixels, which are large screens when you're using Tailwind CSS. Then I want it to go back to the top by 0. Oh, sorry, the navbar. Then I want the navbar to go back to the top by 0. There we go. And then I also want the nav.open to go back to the top by 0. Because if you open the navbar, so let me show you, if you open the navbar here and then scale it up, then the navbar is not going to go back to the top. You can see that, right? So this also makes sure that if you open the navbar on mobile screens, then it's also going to go back to the top. And then for large screens here, let me say we're going to position it as relative, and then for large screens, let's say BG transparent. For large screens, we don't want a box shadow, so shadow dash none. And then let's see, for large screens, we want it to position to the, is that going to, that might mess up a bit. Let's say for large screen, let's say padding 0. For large screens, let's say z-index auto. For large screens, I think that's it. Let's save it. Let's see how it looks. There we go. Would you look at this? Looking quite nice, quite nice. Let's see around here. You can see that my computer is slowing down just a bit. Now this is positioned to the left and to the right with a width of full. So let me say this. For large screens, I'm going to say width dash auto, which is going to restructure it a bit. There we go. And actually it's going to place it correctly as I wanted it. And would you look at that? Now we have our navbar, we have all our data here. And for small screens, by the way, I realized something here. Look at how this looks. So let's try and fix that, and emphasis on the word try. So for the home page, we're going to do this where it has a class of showcase. So the class of showcase is here. Now what we're going to do is, instead of giving this a fixed height here, because you can see that the height already overflows, I'm going to remove it and I'm going to give it a padding. So I'm going to say padding of, or padding on the top and bottom. Do I have padding on the left and right here? Do I have padding here? But there's no padding on the overlay, is there? There's no padding on the overlay. So I'm going to say this. Give me a padding of 1.5 rem. Sorry, give me a padding of 3 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right. So that this is going to restructure a bit. Okay, looking quite nice. And you know what? I don't want this to move inwards, and that's because of this. So if I remove this, and that is not removing it. So if I remove this, it also restructures. What? And if I add this in, oh, okay, so I only want to add it here and not on the top and bottom. So here, let's say padding on top of 6 rem, 1.5 rem on the left and right, and 2 rem on the bottom. Move it downwards, and yeah, that's looking much better. Let's say 8 rem, and then you can remove this from here. Oops. And then let's see how it's going to did you see that? That is a problem, right? Which means we're going to add a media query here. We're going to add media for a min width of 1024 pixels. Then I want the showcase and the dot showcase and the dot overlay class to have a height of 100 heights, which is going to push it to the bottom. There we go. Now let's check for mobile screens. Mobile screens, this is about 360 pixels. This is looking nice. It's looking quite nice actually. And wait, why do I have this? Oh, I have a console log here. Remove this, and there we go. Would you look at that? That is our full project complete, finally, after about 2 months. So I'm going to create a new repository for this, and I'm going to go ahead and create a repository, and I'm going to call it SpaceX YT. Let's see, create a new repository, and I'm going to call this, let me see, SpaceX-YT. Create repository, and then we're going to commit all that into this repository. So copy this, and I don't think whether I'm going to deploy it, because I mean I already have this one up. So this was only a guide, and if you want to deploy this one, then you can just go ahead and deploy it, but I'm not going to do that. So let me close this page and close this page, and then let me open up my terminal, make sure that nothing is wrong, we don't have any errors. Fantastic. And close this, and then we can close all of these pages, and then let's create our git commit, and then we are going to do this. Let me see, I'm going to say git add tailwind.config.js and git commit tailwind config file, and git add post css.config.js git commit, I'm going to say post css config file, and then I'm going to say git add package star, which means add both package.json files, and git commit, I'm going to say install tailwind, and we also installed react icons. Have we reused react icons? Only on the logo. And then I'm also going to say we installed react rotor DOM, We have Rotterdam. We also installed date-fns, date-fns. And then I'm just going to say git add also git add the rest of the remaining things. And you can see there are about 40 items. I am not going to commit 40 items. And then I'm just going to say git add, I'm going to say git commit, and I'm going to say initial commit. Let's see what we have. And there we go. So once this resets, did that add everything? Should have added everything. There we go. And then I'm going to say git remote add origin and paste in the link to my repository, and git push -u origin main, which is going to push to my remote repository. And once that happens, I can go ahead and reload this, and we will see our repository right here looking fantastic. It took 2 months for this to happen. The reason it did that is because I was sick for about 2 weeks after I began recording, so I didn't really feel motivated enough until a few days ago when I started recording again. So that is going to be the end of the video, and I really hope that you enjoyed the project. It was a fun project. It was a big project with quite a lot of pages, and I hope you learned something new. There was some bits of functionality here and there that I hope you enjoyed doing and learning. And yeah, that is going to be the end of the video, and please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, today we're going to be building the profile card component from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can get this challenge, and then we can begin. So I'm going to begin by clicking on restart because I already completed it, but you're most likely going to have a different button here. So click on restart. And then once I click on restart, then I can say download the starter, which are going to download the starter files for me. And then I'm going to say that download the starter files into this folder, which is called compressed. So save this, and then when I open it up, you're going to see that I have the profile card component main extracted here, the zip file.